I used to work as a 911 operator way back in the day, and so I am long retired now. I could probably fill up a textbook with all of the horrible calls I had to endure. I've literally listened to people on the other end dying, while all I could do was just sit there, powerless to help. There was a lady who called me in a panic, telling me that someone had entered her house and was trying to get to her. I did my best to reassure her and tried to calm her down, asking her questions, keeping her talking, the stuff you're trained to do, to keep their minds off of it and to stop them from panicking. But she was just in such a panic, and all I got out of that call was a scream and the sounds of her being stabbed. I had to listen to her gargle blood and hear the last dying breaths escaping her mouth. There was nothing I could do. These calls still haunt me all these years later. I've had many disturbing calls, but to this day, the one I am going to tell you about is the only one I cannot explain whatsoever. The reason this is so hard to explain is that I actually have another perspective on this event. Just to give you the context early on, I was actually engaged to a fella who was working as a police officer in the same city as me. We met through the job, and one thing led to another, etc., etc. We ended up calling it off around 6 months after this call because, well, things just didn't work out between us. Stresses of the job made any kind of romantic life impossible. But because of this, I had the fortune, or misfortune, depending on your perspective, of his first-hand account of the scene, since he was one of the nearby cars that was dispatched to the address. Now, what I'm about to tell you is going to sound batshit insane, but I promise I am being serious, so please just stick with me. That day was way less busy than usual. I think I was working for around 16 hours that day, as we had a bunch of staff shortages, and also I could really use the money. It was around nighttime, and I got a call, and so I picked up and proceeded with protocol as usual. I barely got a chance to get a word out before this guy was rambling his address in one big breath and telling me to send help immediately. It was clear that this guy was really worked up and in a frenzy and really shaken by something he had seen. I dispatched officers to the scene immediately without even fully knowing the situation. There was a patrol already in the nearby area, like I said, maybe 10 minutes away at most. I told him this and did my best to try and calm him down. I asked him what the situation was, if he was in a safe place, and if not, to get himself there immediately and to bunker down and to not let anyone in until he hears the police. It took a while for me to get him to stop rambling and heavy breathing down the phone, but eventually he did. I told him that any information he could give me would be vital in ensuring that our officers could do their jobs. He started by telling me that he had been seeing some strange lights in the sky throughout the night. When I asked him what he meant by that, he said it seemed like a spotlight was being shined down from the sky, like it was coming from a helicopter, but that the spotlight was this really unnatural yellow or orange hue. He told me that this strange light hit his window and scanned along his house before doing the exact same thing to other houses nearby. More specifically, it scanned over his neighbor's house. I tried to rush him along and speed him up a little at this point. I asked him what was happening right now, what was the problem. He told me that someone broke into his neighbor's house and that he heard a scream, and that now they were trying to break into his house too. Just for a reference, I was making notes and writing this down to help pass this information on. That's how I remember so much of it, so clearly. I asked him to go from the beginning and explain what happened. He told me that he saw those lights in the sky. He saw his neighbor's house lit up like a Christmas tree, and then all of a sudden, they all went out. It was dark outside, so it apparently went from nighttime to daytime with just one light. He said that after this, he heard some kind of a mechanical sound, said it sounded like a generator rumbling. Then he told me he was watching outside his window and that he saw a few dark figures. I think he specified that he saw 4 of them in total and that they kind of just appeared out of nowhere. He said he did not see them come from the sidewalk or from the direction of the woods. Just suddenly they were there and circling the house in a formation. He said that they were tall, probably the upper end of 6 feet tall. When I asked him to describe these people, all he could really tell me is that they were off. He said that he heard them making sounds to each other, but that it didn't sound like talking. After that, they apparently just broke the window. When I asked him if they used a rock or something else, he told me that the windows just shattered. That they were standing in a formation around the house, away from the windows, and that all of the windows just suddenly shattered all around the house. He told me that at this point, he heard his bedroom window rattling and his door shook a little, like it was going to break off of the hinge. He remembers that there was a car alarm going off right after this. It was his neighbor's car. It bleeped for around a minute before seeming to trail off. He specifically said it was like a toy that speaks, running low on batteries, becoming deeper and just trailing off. He said he continued watching as they stepped into the house through the windows. He described their legs as being insanely long and that they had to bend down real far just to get inside. I was trying to just keep him talking and keep him calm, but he was really stressing out. He said that they were outside his house now. I reassured him the officers were just moments away. I got word that they were incredibly close to pulling up to the house. I asked him to tell me what happened after that, if they intimidated him, if they broke into the house, if they had weapons, etc. He said they did not have any weapons. He said that he saw another flash of light coming from inside the home of his neighbor, and that then he heard a horrible scream. He said it sounded like when he saw his best friend snap his leg while skateboarding, that horrible, in pain kind of scream. According to him, they all stepped outside the house again through the windows, but they were not carrying anything, so didn't think it was a robbery. He told me it didn't look like any of them were wearing any clothes, but that it was too dark to really tell. That might have been the oddest thing anyone had ever told me. Why would a bunch of naked tall men break into a house and not steal anything? If I'm honest, I was having a hard time believing the story, and I just thought he was high and full of shit. But I can't exactly just say that and hang up. You have to treat every single call as if they are 100% real. He said that one of them saw him watching out of his window when they came outside. He said that they all stopped in their tracks, and one of them raised an arm. He said he was blinded by that spotlight again, and by the time he could see again, he was hearing a pounding on his door, on his front door. I asked him where they were now and what was happening. He told me that he did not know and that he was going to check. I warned him to just stay put and stay in his safe place and barricade his door until the officers got there. The officers were probably around a minute or two out from now, but he did not listen to me. I heard him clomping down the stairs. I heard the sounds of windows shattering, and I heard him scream and start running. I kept trying to ask him what was happening, if he was okay, if he was safe, etc., but he was not answering. I think he had his phone in his pocket now, because I could hear the sounds of material rubbing against the handset. I could hear keys jangling and him trying to open up the door. Then I heard him shouting. He was shouting, "Get away from me! Get out of my house!" I was hearing some horrible sounds. Footsteps, obviously, but I could also hear what sounded like bugs chirping. It sounded like a grasshopper, like a ton of grasshoppers, but a little bit deeper than that, just all vibrating all at once. I was shouting for him to hang on, to get out of the house, that the officers were pulling up right now. I could hear the sirens on the phone. I heard him rifle into his pocket and pick up his phone, and he was shouting, "Fuck, they're coming towards me, fuck." I could hear footsteps coming towards him, and he shouted, "What is wrong with their fucking faces? That isn't a person." I was trying to yell, to get him to stay calm, anything I could do at all. It sounds like I was completely useless, and I guess I was, and just being an annoyance, but I was just doing what I was trained to do. That's all I could do. After I heard him shout, I heard one more noise before the call disconnected. It sounded like a surge of electricity, like a faulty transformer or something. I heard that sound, and then there was a high-pitched squeal down the line, like a faulty electronic whine, and then the call was just over. I just had to sit there with my own thoughts. None of the responding officers got back for a few hours. They would not talk to me, none of them at all. I had to continue my shift for another couple of hours before I could get off. My fiancé had to stay until like 3 a.m. He was filling out forms and doing all sorts. I don't even know what. I'm going to tell you now what he told me from his perspective. It sounds unfucking believable, but knowing what I've heard and knowing how serious of a man that he is and how he doesn't get scared by anything, I have to say, I really believe him. I believe he was telling the truth. It took a while to get it all out of him. He seemed to doubt himself a lot on what he actually saw, and like he didn't really believe his own eyes. This is what he said to me. We arrived on the scene just shortly after you said the call disconnected. Luckily, there were much more officers in the area, so we had 2 cars pull up. The second car went through the front, while my partner and I swept around the back to try and figure out if the assailants had fled, and if so, where to. We weren't focused on the neighbor's house at this point. We had to deal with the active situation first. We couldn't spare anyone. We caught one of them leaving the house. He was tall, like you said. We had our guns up and were screaming for him to get on the ground. It was dark, so we still thought this was some kind of a naked weirdo at this point. But once we flicked on our flashlights, we realized it was not a human standing in front of us. I remember it had this yellowish skin, like it was jaundiced, and its legs were so long, it was like bow-legged. The legs were thin, incredibly thin. It was like a stick insect, and they bent. It was like it couldn't stand up fully straight. My partner just freaked out and lifted his gun and pulled the trigger. The gun. I don't know what happened to it. It backfired or malfunctioned or something. I saw it kind of explode in my partner's hand, and all of a sudden, he was bleeding and missing a finger. I felt a stinging pain in my cheek. I found out later that I had a cut where something had nicked me. I didn't try to fire. I could not even keep my balance because my legs felt like jelly, and it felt like the world was spinning around me and like the ground was shaking. I was screaming for medical assistance on the radio, and I saw this thing turn towards me before it fled. Its eyes were just pure black. I watched it get down onto all fours and do something that was a mix between a leap and a sprint. It was so strange, especially when it had been walking on 2 legs just moments before. It just seemed to vanish into the darkness. Like, 1 second I was seeing the thing, the next it was just gone. That's why I don't know if I can believe what I saw. I don't know whether or not my mind was playing tricks on me. We got the ambulance down there quite quickly. More officers were on the scene by this point. It was a nightmare. I got a chance to look through both crime scenes before the entire street was locked down. What I saw is probably just as unbelievable as what I've just told you. The neighbor's house. Only the one man was home. I saw his face as he was lying there, or rather, the lack of a face. It was just caved in and crushed like a watermelon, like someone had taken their boot and just stomped until it gave in, like it only took 1 stomp and it just crushed right through. Only, there was no trace of any, bits inside, if that makes sense. There was no trace of eyeballs or brain matter, not that I could see anyway. There was no blood around his head like there should be. It's like someone cleaned it up, but there is no way that would be possible. The timeline doesn't add up, especially from the testimony the man on the phone gave. I had to go and puke after seeing that. It made me sick to my stomach. Someone a lot more intelligent than me would probably have been able to explain it, I guess. I hope at least. The man that you had on the phone, there was not a trace of his body. I shit you not. All we found of him was an outline. There was an outline of his body imprinted into the wall and the floor. Like, it looked burned in, like with lasers. It looked like someone vaporized him on the spot, and the burns left an outline of the man. There were not any bone fragments or ash or a trace of anything else. It was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen in my entire life. So, that was his testimony. We stopped talking a lot after that. We got into a lot of arguments each and every single day. He told me he was not allowed to talk about the case anymore. That really ticked me off. He started shutting me out and it was all downhill from there. I ended up packing up and moving to a different state entirely. He wouldn't have told me what he saw in the first place if I did not pester him. All I wanted was for him to talk to people who knew more than him and I. Even to a therapist to maybe just get some help. But he didn't want to at all. He thought I was trying to exploit the situation for 5 minutes of fame and an easy paycheck from freaks who didn't know any better. But that is not true. All I wanted and all I still want is just some answers. I want to know what went on that day. I don't think I should be telling you any of this at all, but I just really need to get it off of my chest. I've been working in Antarctica on and off for the last couple of years, and my last deployment there was the longest one yet. I don't want to go into too many technical details and bog the story down, because I don't really have a ton of time to type it out, and honestly, this is going to be plenty long already. I also don't want to be too specific with job roles and the like, or names really. Let's just say I was working as a sort of researcher, let's say, over in Antarctica. We were studying specific sections of the continent, working from a remote base funded by the United States, researching blue ice areas, which, to sum up, act as a trap/conveyor belt type thing for meteorites, and allows us to study them in unique atmospheres and stuff like that. This particular day, there was some kind of a subglacial anomaly that we had detected with some of our equipment. The detection was actually located not too far away from one of these blue ice fields, and we figured that maybe we had disturbed something. It's also entirely plausible that it was just an equipment error, which had indeed happened numerous times in the past, so we weren't super sure. Still though, we had to be sure, and we had to be thorough. So, a team was dispatched just to locate wherever it was coming from and document our findings. Take photographs, make notes, and then come back and leave any kind of excavation or extraction for later when a full team would be dispatched. I'm going to skip to the point and skip all of the useless details that you don't care about. Just know that this trek involved multiple hours of travel and hauling tons of equipment and such, not to mention the numerous hours of planning beforehand and logistics and such. It ended with a crew of 4 of us descending down a very small crevasse-like opening is what I would call it, using rappels and other safety equipment. I can't remember the exact terminology that we were told about what was found, about what was detected. Some kind of structural anomaly located underneath the ice, but there was another word, and I can't quite recall the word right now. When we reached the bottom, I could not even believe my eyes at what I was seeing. It was half encased in ice, and was at the end of a naturally formed tunnel system. It was what I can only describe now as a pyramid-like structure. It blew my mind because how could something so large go so undetected for so long? We were in contact with our superiors and advisors and other scientists for the entire time that we were down there, using shortwave radios. We were instructed to investigate the structure, but to maintain caution at all times and retreat if anything seemed unsafe. Stepping into that structure, that was something else. There was an opening in the front that looked to be carved out. It seemed more like a temple than a pyramid. The second that I stepped inside, I shit you not, it felt like I got warmer. Like the temperature inside of that thing was multiple degrees higher than outside, but surely that couldn't be possible. There was also a horrible, horrible smell. Something like rot or decay. It smelled like something had died down there years ago and had just been wasting away and releasing horrible natural gases. The ceilings inside of this place were impossibly huge. We got to work exploring the long hallways, taking down notes, taking photographs, and just trying to map the place out as best as we could, just rough sketches and the like, nothing concrete. It seemed like the entire structure just looped in a complete circle. Well, not a circle, a square, but you know what I mean. We must have done 3 or 4 entire loops of the place without finding any paths leading any deeper into the structure, or anything else at all, really. What we did find were things that definitely should not have been inside of there in a climate like that. In some of the corridors, we found things growing out of gaps in the floor and the stone walls. There wasn't much green left, and they'd obviously been dying and decaying, but there were bits of overgrowth down here, like bits of plant life and weeds and stuff like that. Again, it should have been impossible. The only explanation I can even come up with is that it was some kind of synthetic plant life that had stopped being maintained, but this place must have been abandoned for a very, very long time, and so that did not make much sense either. It was mostly just small weeds growing out of corners or bits of dead grass and the like. It wasn't anything major, occasionally some vines that were looped in between bits of the stone that were just barely poking out. I think it must have been on the 5th loop or so of that place that we finally noticed something else. I was tired by this point. I think we all were. Just walking around that place, it seemed to drain our energy. On one of the walls, on the corner of one of the corridors, we noticed some carvings in the stone. They weren't so much carvings. They looked more like desperate scratches that were done in a hurry. They were shaky. I could tell because none of the lines were straight whatsoever. It looked like it was done with fingernails, or maybe even by using another stone. It definitely wasn't done using any kind of sophisticated tool. It wasn't anything any of us could decipher, unfortunately. This was completely uncharted territory for everyone involved. This was a major discovery. I was honestly quite anxious, wondering how the news would even be broken to people, if ever. Even just other people back at base. We took photographs of these scratches and tried to fill in the rest of the layout map that we had. One of the people with us, the more senior one of us, who I will call A, he actually stumbled upon something. One of the stones near the bottom of where the scratches were, it was actually loose slightly. It took us a little while because we were all a little bit shaky and nervous, but we were able to pry the stone loose. I made my buddy laugh by making a joke about playing Jenga, but no one else found it funny but us. When the stone was finally pried loose, there was a bit of stone or something that crumbled. It caused a bit of a mini dust cloud. When we pulled it out, it just crumbled. It was at this point it was suggested that we turn back and leave the exploration for a later date, that we should enact a solid plan, have more personnel, and more protective equipment. We were wearing neoprene face masks, which are good for the warmth, but would not do shit for any kind of chemicals that we could be breathing in. I mean, who knows how old this structure was and what kind of dust we could have been inhaling. There could be literally anything inside here. But A sparked a discussion on the radio for quite a while, and eventually got them agreed to let us proceed for a little bit longer. We didn't really have a choice. Basically whatever he said goes. It wasn't like we could just walk back outside and go back home. Once we had loosened the first stone brick and removed it, the others started to come loose too. They started to crumble apart slightly. It wasn't long until we had created a low-to-the-ground little crawl space that we could fit through, mostly. 3 of us could fit through, but one of us, even without all of the equipment and gear that we were wearing, they could not possibly fit. So he stayed behind and maintained radio contact just in case we lost contact, and he safeguarded the rest of our gear. We had to remove quite a lot of it just to fit through. It was lucky that it was warmer inside this place. The squeeze through the crawl space, it was horrible. We didn't even know where it was going. We were just completely in the dark. It was like the blind leading the blind. Laying down on my stomach and shuffling through this crawl space, I could not even breathe properly because it put pressure on my stomach and made me feel sick. I swear that at one point, I could actually feel my stomach hit the top of this crawl space. It was nauseating, to say the least. I could also feel an ache on my nose because of the pressure of the stone above me pressing down on the bridge of it. I had to slide in on my back backwards because I could not fit at any other angle. It was such a stupid idea that I could not believe was ever approved. Why would you rush such a delicate discovery like that? Why would you take such a big risk without knowing all of the variables? Even to this day, it really doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know why it was allowed to happen by such professional people. It was even warmer when I was that low to the ground. It felt like there was lava underneath me that I was crawling over. I was honestly starting to feel pretty sick. I heard a bit of commotion while I was shuffling through. I was the last one in, so I was there last. The others were gasping and muttering, and my jaw dropped once I was able to finally stand up again. We were inside this big room, this big chamber-like thing. The visibility was horrible, even with our high-powered lights. The ceiling was massive. Our lights did not even reach the top. It took a while of trying to walk around carefully, but we found more things carved into the walls. They looked more elegant this time, like they weren't rushed, like they weren't done with fingernails or stone or whatever, like they were done with actual tools designed for the job. Again, we had no idea what the carvings were, so it didn't really make that much of a difference to us. We just took photographs and left it at that. It was a different discovery that changed everything, and that was much more disturbing. Out of nowhere, I just heard Ace shouting something, and we all went running towards him, trying to figure out what was wrong, if he was okay, if maybe he'd slipped and hurt himself or something. He was on his ass, with his hands out back behind him. He looked like he had been crouching down and had fallen down backwards, maybe out of shock or something. And out in front of him was something. It was so rotted and decomposed, but it looked like a body. A had some black stuff all over his hands and wrists that wouldn't come off even when he tried to wipe it on his pants. He was shouting and cursing at all of us and telling us it smelled like shit. He was in a bit of a panic, which was unusual for him. He was usually always really calm and collected, a real hard ass. There was not a whole lot of features or details that we could make out about the body. It was partially wrapped in ice, as was the rest of the room. It was pure black in color, and it looked to be almost crumbling into dust. It was much longer than any human I have ever seen. There wasn't really that much that we could make out due to the horrible state of the body. Again, we just took photographs and radioed in what we had found. We told our superiors we were going to try and exit, since we had basically reached a dead end, and there wasn't really all that much we could do here. By the time that we had crawled back through the crawl space, A seemed really out of sorts. I could hear him panting the whole time. He seemed really short of breath. It seemed like even little movements were causing him to be really short of breath. He was the last one out this time, since he was the first one in. Before we even got outside of the structure, he had vomited all over one of the walls. He just projectile vomited out of nowhere. He looked dizzy and was struggling to walk. We were all in a panic by this point. 2 others had to hold him by the shoulders, just for him to be able to take 2 steps, one in front of the other. Luckily, there was medical intervention available nearby, but my stomach dropped when I saw that they were in full medical PPE, complete in biohazard suits with gloves. I mean, it made sense, but just seeing that kind of thing in front of you, it just kind of, it makes you panic. It sets your nerves on edge. It makes you feel like something is very, very incredibly wrong. We were ordered to stay far, far away until things could be sorted out and we could be quarantined properly. I thought it was a bit of an overreaction, but they told us that we would be dealt with if we didn't listen. I mean, at the time I thought it was an overreaction, but I think that's just because I didn't want it to happen. Because if it happened, then it felt like it was real, like something bad was going to happen. By the time a vehicle was brought around for us, and we were able to be transported while being kept safely away from other personnel, A had gotten much worse. He could not even stand up anymore. He was slurring his words. He kept letting drool escape from the side of his mouth. It seemed almost like he was dehydrated all of a sudden. He had that kind of that short-term memory loss and dizziness that you would expect from something like that. Rooms were prepared for us that would isolate us from each other, but so that we could still interact. It was a bit makeshift, I guess, because no one was prepared for this. I spent almost a month in quarantine because they wanted to be extra safe, and at first I was furious, panicked, scared for my life. But seeing what happened the rest of the time that I was there, I can't really say I blame them anymore. I don't really hold it against them. It was an entire month of daily checkups, endless questioning, endless blood tests and the like. Getting the same shitty food delivered to me 3 times a day, and having nothing to do but staring at the same fucking walls. It was driving me nuts. By the end of the quarantine, he could not even talk. He was declining each and every day that I was talking to him, and it was horrible. He just kept forgetting basic things that he should remember. At first, he couldn't remember trips that we'd made a couple of days ago, jokes I had told just a few weeks ago. By the end, he couldn't even remember his own name. I had to keep reminding him of things, but he would forget again by the end of the conversation, and I just couldn't keep doing it. By the end, it's gonna make me sound like an asshole, but I couldn't even bear to talk to him, so I tried my best not to, as much as I could. And then eventually he couldn't move his body anymore. People had to come in and stimulate his muscles and move his legs so that he would not waste away. They had to hook him up to a drip and a ventilator eventually, and after that, brain death set in. He was literally a vegetable. In his final days, he was just letting everything go out of his bowels. He could not do anything other than just make sounds. It was like he went through some kind of rapid dementia combined with a loss of motor functions in such a short space of time. In just a fucking month. It was impossible. And those assholes would not even tell us anything about what it was, about what was going on. We were just kept in the dark about everything, about the pyramid underneath the ice, how we even found it, why they sent us in there like guinea pigs. We didn't know the whole picture the whole time, but we knew enough, and now it was like they just decided that we should know nothing. It didn't make sense. I felt like I got angrier and angrier each and every single day, but that eventually subsided. No one else got sick, thankfully. We were all double and triple checked. Everyone was exercising maximum caution, and eventually, we were released. And following that, I was forced to sign an NDA, and then I was shipped home. I was told I was not fit for work anymore. I assumed that everyone else got told the same story. They told me that they would pay me while I was at home and recovering, but that my services would no longer be required for that cycle. I did not even get a chance to talk with the rest of them before I got shipped back. It was bullshit. They fucking stonewalled me about everything to do with what we had found. We are the ones who went in there and put our lives on the line. This all happened quite a while ago, and I just can't get it out of my head. If you couldn't guess by now, I never went back. I was eventually completely severed from any operations. But funnily enough, the payments, they never dried up. I'm not sure why. I never thought to call them and ask because, who would say no to that kind of money? It almost feels like a fever dream, and like it happened to someone else and not me. I just can't stop thinking about what happened to A. Sure, he was a bit of an asshole, but he did not deserve that. His kids did not deserve to not have their father come home. I just can't get the image out of my head of him just lying there in that room all alone, just drooling and being unable to even control his own bodily functions. It must have been a horrible feeling. I have no idea what we even saw down there or how any of it was even possible. I don't know if they sent anyone else into that structure, or if they were able to uncover anything else. I will probably never know, so I'm sorry for the lack of closure. This happened to me many years ago when I was a lot younger, and I'm honestly not even sure what I saw or what even happened anymore. I think I was around 13 years old or so, and I was at this Christian camp during summer break since my parents found me irritating and no one else in my family would look after me for the summer. Even my grandparents said they would not watch me for more than a day. My family isn't even religious. It was just the easiest place that they could send me. It had the least amount of paperwork and the least amount of setup. It was clear from minute one that I really did not fit in that camp, and that meant that I was pretty isolated the entire 6 weeks or so I was at the camp. All the other boys there were already friends, or bonded over things that I knew nothing about. This was in the deep south, so you can imagine how all these people were, and how odd it was for my family to be so uninterested in religion. Now, there were quite a few members of staff around this camp. Some were younger, and were just college-age kids, trying to get some work experience, or they were working for credit while they waited for placements and stuff. Some of the other staff there were much older, and had been involved either in the summer camp or the local church for their entire lives. Some of the staff will be put on duty late at night to wander around with flashlights to make sure that none of the kids snuck off or were doing anything that they shouldn't be. Let me tell you, this place was strict. It was one of those subsets of Christianity. I am not even kidding. I remember one morning, I pulled out a pair of Pokemon underwear that I had packed into my suitcase to wear for the day, and they confiscated them from me. I think they just had Pikachu on them, with a lightning bolt or something, and they were yellow, and they told me that devilry like that is not allowed in this camp. Absolutely insane. I never got them back, by the way. I never saw that pair of underwear ever again, which is strange. It wasn't just for the kids that these staff members were patrolling. The area was apparently a hotbed for wild dogs and the like, and there had apparently been cases of deer wandering into the camp before and messing stuff up. So they were tasked with shooing them away. Lights out was like at 8 p.m. or so, and you were not even allowed to get up to use the bathroom, otherwise you would be shouted at. I hated it there. I got picked on and teased, and the kids would call me gay. Well, the staff members, I guess, must have thought the kids knew something that they didn't, and I got a lot of weird talks about that. No matter how much I denied it, they did not believe me. They made me go into a nearby wooden building, like a cabin type thing but bigger, for prayer one night. They escorted me in after dark and lit candles, and they held hands around me and prayed for me. They dunked me in some water that they said would cleanse me. And, well, they whipped me. It sounds like BS and a big escalation, but they did. I promise you that they did. After cleansing me, they whipped me across my back while they said a prayer. They didn't even really explain why. I remember that some of the middle-aged people there had to grab me by the arms and force my face down into the ground to stop myself from struggling. I had those scars for a long, long time, and when I showed them to my mom when I got home, she did not even care. Anyway, this story is unfortunately not about these abusive assholes. It's about something much worse. There were rumors going around camp for a while that some of the staff members had spotted some weird things in the woods. I don't know exactly what they were, but some of the kids claimed to see the same thing when we were out gathering wood or hiking or doing whatever activity we were doing that day. They described them as some kind of shadow figures, I guess. The younger staff members would try and brush it off and say the kids were just making up some silly stories, but the older members, they would not even shut that shit down. They would They would keep telling people. They would tell the kids that they were demons, that no one should go into the woods because demons would take them for all being sinful humans, that if we voluntarily left God's light, I guess he was talking about the Christian camp in this instance, then that we would be punished. He reiterated that going against God would receive the biggest punishment of all. It seemed like a horrible thing to do, trying to scare kids like that, but, well, it had the opposite effect. You know how kids are. Even the most evangelical kids are rebellious little shits, and let's just say that the entire camp was curious. I was not involved, obviously, but I know that a small group of kids hatched a plan. They were going to sneak out at nighttime and go and explore the woods with flashlights that they had smuggled into their bags. I think the plan was for some of the other kids to cause a distraction and get in trouble on purpose or something like that. I don't know. It was really, really stupid. Surprise, surprise, the plan did not really work out, and all of the adults knew what was going on. But one kid did manage to sneak out. I'm not even really sure how. I will just call him Mark, I guess, for the purposes of the story. Come to think of it, I did not see Mark once leading up to Lights Out. I wonder if maybe he got a better idea and hid out somewhere. Anyway, the adults were all in a panic, but they could not just leave an entire camp of kids unsupervised, so they just left 2 of the younger guys here to keep watch. I was curious to know what was going on. I was bored, and I could not sleep. I was missing home really badly. I begged the 2 staff members to let me go and use the toilet, even though it was lights out. I was pretending to cry, and telling them that I was scared, and that I think I wet the bed, etc. They looked at me disgusted, and told me to hurry up. I honestly don't think they cared at all whether I had disappeared or not. This is where things got really, really bad. I snuck out of the camp. It wasn't exactly difficult with so many of the staff members out searching the woods. Plus, there were so many trees and bushes all around, it was easy for someone as short as me to just get by without being seen. And I just wandered for a while. I would see these flickering beams coming from the flashlights every so often, and I made sure to stay far, far away. I could hear them all calling out for Mark, and I found him, completely by accident. Way deeper into the woods, I kept on catching a glimpse of something. A flicker of light, but it definitely was not a flashlight from what I could tell. It looked almost red in color, and every so often, I would just see the hue flash in the woods, and I could swear that I saw something black, like a shadow, just skitter across between the trees at breakneck speed. And so I went to investigate. I did not have any flashlight myself, so I was in the dark and had to fumble around from tree to tree, using my hands to help me navigate. At one point, I had to duck down into a bush because I saw a flashlight beam right next to me, and I shit my pants. It was one of the older men, maybe in his 50s or 60s, I think. He was the one who whipped me in that little cabin-like thing. He was shining his flashlight around and calling for Mark, and I was praying that he would not see me, because I knew just how much trouble I was in. I knew I would get whipped again or beaten or something. I was just watching and waiting. And at one point, I saw him move his flashlight over, and he gasped and dropped it, almost out of instinct. All I saw was a vague human shape at first, and the old man scrambled to the floor to pick the flashlight back up again. When he shined the flashlight once more, I could see Mark. At least I could partially see Mark. Mark was standing there and facing away from us. I noticed that we were in some kind of a clearing, and nearby, there seemed to be a natural stone outcropping with what looked to be some kind of a tiny cave entrance that you would have to hold your breath to even have a chance of squeezing through. That's how small the entrance looked, from where I was at least. Mark was standing, facing in that direction, but there was something over him. Not just over him, it had its mouth covering Mark's head entirely. It was this completely black thing in the shape of a human, but its head was massive, like I'm talking twice the size of a human head. It had these tiny horns on its head that were stubby and were a mix of grey and white. They looked weathered. It had its entire mouth around Mark's head, like it was some kind of a snake unhinging its jaw. And it was dribbling something over Mark. I don't really know what it was. Some kind of oozing liquid was just dripping out of its open mouth and down Mark's body. There were these weird orange stains on Mark's white shirt, and that had sunken into his black pants too. It was just everywhere. There were stains all over. When it was hitting the ground, it looked like it was bubbling and scorching the grass from what I could see. I only know it was Mark for sure because of his clothes. His parents were richer than anyone's in that camp, and he owned these dress shoes and pants that were more expensive than everything I'd ever owned combined. They were both expensive and custom made. The pants had his initials sewn in. The old man was shouting and screaming and had taken the cross necklace he was wearing and was holding it outwards towards this thing while he was approaching. He was reciting some kind of a prayer in Latin, I think, as he took step by step towards this thing. And once he was done, he was screaming at this thing to drop Mark and just let him go. Kept saying things like, "Begone, demon, in the name of the Lord," etc. I could not even believe my eyes. This thing had these piercing, pure white eyes that contrasted against its completely black skin. The pupils were just tiny dots of red, and it was just staring at this old man, boring into him. Once the man got almost within touching distance of this thing relaxed its jaw, and Mark just fell down to his knees immediately, and then he hit the ground. His head was gone. Not completely gone. It looked like it had been melted or something. I don't even know. I barely even remember. I remember I could smell something like burnt meat. I could see bits of his skin just melted off. All of his hair was singed off. It looked like he was balding in the middle. That's how much it was burnt. His head was deformed and collapsed in. It looked like it had just been pushed down really hard until it just caved in and bits were just gone. I had to hold my mouth to stop myself from vomiting or screaming and giving myself away and possibly ending up dead. This thing starts licking its lips. I'm not even kidding. I saw it do that. And then it lets out this noise. It was like a horrible, high-pitched shriek. It sounded like a little girl screaming like she was going to die, but slightly lower pitched than that. I can't remember that many other details about the thing. I know it didn't have human feet, but I don't remember how they were shaped. There wasn't really enough light to make that out. I just remember that it was entirely black, and it had something on its back. Some kind of an outgrowth or something sticking out that looked to be made out of bone. I can't really remember. I just remember that it moved so quickly. 1 second it was there. The next second I was hearing the older man screaming, which suddenly became muffled. The cross necklace he was wearing was gone. It had been ripped off and had fallen on the floor, and he had a massive gash where his neck was. Blood was just gushing out of it so quickly. I had never seen so much blood before in my entire life. I just closed my eyes after that and clenched them as hard as I could. I tried to stop myself from breathing so that thing would not hear me and come and kill me too. While I had my eyes closed, I heard horrible noises for a little while, like someone smacking their lips, and I heard that sound of sizzling grass again. At one point, my vision went black and I just passed out. I don't know if from exhaustion or holding my breath too much and making myself lightheaded or both. I was back at the camp when I woke up again. I was being shaken awake by another member of staff and being told that I needed to pack up my stuff and be ready to go. I asked why and what was happening, and the guy just stared at me for a few seconds in silence. It looked like he was hesitating. He told me that there had been an accident and that we had to vacate the camp immediately. As soon as he told me those words, and I was fully lucid again, Everything just came flooding back to me, and I could feel myself panicking and shaking again. At the time, I didn't really know whether I could trust what I saw was real, but I know I didn't make it up. A nightmare would not make my body feel like that. I couldn't have made it up. I did find out later from my mom that both a staff member and a camper had turned up dead. She told me it was a wild animal attack after the kid snuck off, and that the old man lost his life trying to save him. Bull fucking shit. I know what really happened. You know, I don't even know how I got back into my bed that night. No one ever brought up me sneaking out. No one ever fessed up to finding me out there near the bodies and carrying me back. And I don't remember opening my eyes or waking up, so I know for sure I was passed out. Were they maybe just not mentioning it in hopes that I would forget, or did something else happen? I guess I just don't know anymore. In my head, the only explanation I can come up with is that I saw a demon that night. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Has anyone else had an experience with a demon like mine, or am I just crazy? Okay, I think it's finally time to share my story about the time I came literally 3 inches away, face to face with a demon. I was around 17 years old when this happened to me, and I was living in West Virginia. I was walking my dog called Bosco. He's a big old German Shepherd mix, and this was in the evening time. Nobody was around at all, which is strange, because there are usually a few people around, even at this time of night. Bosco stops abruptly, looking kind of panicked, sniffing the air. He won't move when I pull him. He's like, stuck to the spot like a statue. I'm asking him, "What's wrong, boy?" I try and look where he is looking. About 6 meters away from us, underneath a glitchy street lamp, is what appears to be a black dog with absurdly pointed ears, facing the opposite direction to us. Poor guy's probably lost, I thought to myself. Bosco is still completely motionless. He's shivering slightly. He has his tail raised way up. I whistle at the black dog to see if I could get the poor fellow over here. My jaw was pretty much on the floor as I saw its neck do a full 180-degree turn to look at us like a damn owl would. It had a human face. A fucking human face. Bosco takes a step forward, haunches his shoulders, lowers his head, and growls like a feral beast. The fur on the back of his neck is bristling. I have just completely frozen in fear. I just can't move at all. I can't do anything but stare. This thing stands up and turns its body towards us without even moving its head. There are these massive lumps moving underneath its skin whilst it looks me directly in the eyes. This fucking 7-foot thing with basically no muscle mass at all split through the dog's back like a cicada. I look away for a split second and try to scream for help. I couldn't even manage that apparently because I was so damn scared. I couldn't even make the sound with my throat. I could not make the screaming sound. In the split second I looked away. The anorexic looking humanoid that burst through the dog's back was now literally 3 inches away from my face. I don't even know how it got there so quickly, but it had even escaped Bosco, who was staring at it the entire time. I literally pissed myself in fear. This thing's eyes were pushed way back into its skull, and its jaw looked like it could expand to at least 3 times the size it already was. It stared me down for a few seconds before it let out an ear-splitting human/pig scream. Bosco had bitten down on its leg and apparently crushed its shin with its teeth. It fell onto its back and squirmed around like a maggot trying to get Bosco off of its leg. I saw this thing just rip off its own leg and then gallop away on all fours, or freeze in this case, into the surrounding woodland. It ripped off its own leg just to get Bosco off of him. Apparently, 3 different people called the police that night because they thought that violent crimes were going on. And that, ladies and gents, is the story of how I came face to face with a demon and how my dog saved my life. I want to tell you about something that happened to me a long time ago now. Something I've tried desperately to just shove into the back of my head and bury so that I don't have to think about it ever again in my life. But that's not possible. Even getting it off my chest right now to all of you guys, it will never make it go away. I am going to have to live with what I did. I was still a student at a university in my little Midwest city, studying business at this point. I was studying business because my dad wanted me to work for his company and eventually become his successor once he was old and couldn't really do the job anymore. It wasn't anything major. It was just a chain of small stores dotted around our state and the neighboring states. This must have been around 2010 or so, and let me just say that I was bored most of the time. I skipped class so often and slept in because I just didn't have the drive to put in any work. I thought that I had it all made. Why try when I can just get an easy job with my dad and not have to work hard for my money? It felt like no matter what I did, I was gonna be fine, so why do anything? Yeah, looking back, I was an idiot, and it's the worst mindset that you can ever have. It set me back pretty far in life and made the coming years so much harder than they needed to be. Anyway, moving on from my yapping, let me say that my boredom took me to a lot of places I should not have been. I did everything. I tried urbexing, extreme sports, going hunting in stupid places with barely any equipment. My friends and I even tried to make our own internet version of Jackass in our spare time, which never went anywhere. One of our videos actually got taken down, and our account banned on YouTube due to the contents of one of the videos. Basically, we decided to make our own extreme version of jousting. So instead of using a horse and a big-ass lance, we had these really shitty bicycles that we decked out, and we bought some high-powered airsoft rifles and shot each other full auto while cycling towards each other. We only got banned because we painted the airsoft rifles to look like real weapons, and YouTube would not believe us when we appealed, so that was pretty short-lived. That, and I don't think they really took too kindly to the skits of us like shitting on camera in the woods and weird stuff like that. Looking back, it was really strange. Around this time, I got really into looking on the deep web due to a recommendation from a friend. I wasn't really super tech savvy, so even him dumbing it down for me did not really help. He had to come over and basically write a text document on my computer that said, press this and then this, and only then can you use this. And so that's how I accessed it. He would send me funny links, and it was a little like the Wild West. It had tons of crazy stuff that you could not find anywhere else. I even used it to get some weed shipped to a house down the street that was abandoned, and it was one of the biggest rushes of my entire life. It was dry as shit, and I think the idiot who sent it mixed it with some cooking herbs, but man, I did not even care. My friends and I would also frequent gore sites on there. Think Live Leak, but on crack. That's mainly just what we used it for, thrill seeking, and as a quick dopamine hit to quell our boredom. You also have to remember that this was before the Silk Road fiasco went down, and every other link on the deep web became a fed honeypot. You could actually do and find crazy stuff and get away with it too. Drugs were mostly my thing. I never did any weird stuff, let me just clarify that. Well, fast forward until I've been using it for a few months, and my friend comes over one day and shows me this hidden forum that he found one night. It was invite only, and you had to pay a membership fee every month, so I was a little bit skeptical, but my friend promised me that it was so worth it. To explain the forum pretty simply, the forum was kind of like a treasure hunting type thing. It was like a whole entire community. People could upload a hunt and attach whatever they want and choose the difficulty themselves. They could attach pictures, cryptic clues, a cipher, a hand-drawn map, etc. And then anyone on the forum at all who had a membership was welcome to attempt to find the treasure. The treasure could be anything, good or bad, and that made it really exciting. It was like a mystery box, but you had to find it yourself. There was also such a massive variety of tasks to attempt to find the treasures that, I don't know, it really scratched an itch that I wasn't even aware that I even had. I did this a few times with a friend who introduced me to the community at first, before eventually tackling one on my own. The first time, it was like a hidden language that you had to crack, like some Cicada 3301 stuff if anyone really remembers that. They gave you a code, and you had to crack the language, and then use that to discover other things. It was insanely fun. It took us around a month, I think, with some help from other posters on the forum. It was actually pretty close by to my city, which felt so surreal to me. It seemed insane that there were so many people on this forum, like really close by. Anyway, we found this little treasure box buried out in the middle of some desert somewhere, and it was filled to the brim with bottle caps that you can get from glass Coke bottles. Some of them were really old and weathered. It made me laugh, thinking of some Fallout nerd assembling this and thinking it was the funniest prize ever. The second time we attempted a challenge, I don't recall it being that difficult, but I remember this one because it really pissed me off. We had to follow some really horribly drawn in crayon treasure map and work out where the place was based on landmarks and some other limited information that we were given that I don't really remember right now. We eventually ended up traveling a few states over to some woods nearby to a graveyard. Like a complete and total idiot, I forgot to bring a shovel with me, but from the clues, it seemed like the treasure was not buried too deep. So there I am, in some random dirt, nearby to a graveyard, using my fingernails and jamming my hands into the ground. And what happens? I start to smell something so horrible. I thought it was just the disturbed earth at first, like maybe there was something rotting underneath. Worst case scenario, maybe there were some bones, maybe it was an unmarked grave. That was until I caught sight of my fingernails and the fact that I had just sunk them into literal dog shit. I didn't know how old it was, but the second that my fingernails sunk in, the smell got 10 times worse. I threw up basically on the spot, and all I had to clean my fingers until I got back home was a bottle of Dasani, which couldn't even get the dog shit out from underneath my fingernails. I had to smell it the whole way back. That was the worst drive of my entire life. I was prepared to call it quits over that right on the spot. I mean, it was a fun idea, but I couldn't go through that again. It was horrible. I was thinking of deleting my account and canceling my membership. But my friend convinced me to let him scout the forums and pick a few for me to do. He argued that he'd been on it longer, so he kind of knew which ones were good and which ones smelled. So I relented and I agreed, and I let him. So we did a few more together, which were actually quite fun. It's a bit too long to type them all out here though. And then he picked out another one for me. Unfortunately, for this last one, he was busy with some midterms that I was not even bothering with. And so after doing a lot of the legwork together and solving the puzzle, I had to drive to the spot and claim the prize for myself. This is where things got really bad. I can't even remember what the puzzle was that we had to solve anymore. All I remember is that someone went to some great lengths to set this up, and it involved us first finding a key before discovering where the key opened. I was eventually directed to an abandoned storage unit in a warehouse that had been abandoned for years. This place was also like a 6-hour drive away, so it would be an entire day's worth of a commitment. Still, I really wanted to see it through, and so I made the drive out there. I think I should have known that something was sketchy the second that I got out there, the second that I got out of the car. There was nothing around for a good long while. The storage place may as well have been in the middle of nowhere. Still though, I made the drive out there pretty early in the morning, so there was still plenty of light, which made me a lot less scared. I brought a flashlight with me and managed to find my way inside. The smell just hit me within seconds. It smelled like someone had been scrubbing the floor with bleach, like all day long. It was actually pretty hard to breathe, and I had to use my t-shirt to cover up my mouth and my nose for a little while. I'm going to try and speed this up a little, since I know I've rambled on for a while. I stumbled around in the near dark for quite a while. Even with a flashlight, it was not easy, and I kept getting lost in all of the little storage rooms. But I eventually came across a much bigger room that was locked with a padlock and some chains. Jackpot, this had to be the thing that the key opened up. I noticed that before I even unlocked the door, that I could hear a noise coming from inside. It sounded like a generator running. This made me feel both excited for the treasure that I was about to find, and really anxious all at the same time. I used the key and managed to unlock it, and the second that I stepped inside, my heart just sank all the way to my ass and I shat it out into my pants. The room was pitch black, completely pitch black. All of the windows had been blacked out, using some kind of sheet metal to block them, and the sheet metal was bolted in. Not everything was pitch black though. I realized that once I panned around the room entirely. Because in the middle of the room, there were 2 spotlights set up on either side, and they were pointing at something. They were aimed at a chair right in the center of the room. And it makes me feel sick to remember, but there was a man in that chair. He was tied to it, not even with rope. His arms were handcuffed, and his arms and legs were chained both to the chair and to something on the floor. It was like one of those metal half-circle things that you can attach things to. I don't remember the name of it. I can't see the man's face. He has a hood over it, and so I cannot make out any features. I can see that he's breathing from his chest going up and down, but he's only breathing very faintly. I think he was actually asleep at this point, but that's only a guess. I let out a shout and immediately turned to run out of the room. I only stopped because I heard a voice coming over the speakers that were in that room, and I also heard the man wake up and start screaming. I immediately turned back. I was trying to tell him to calm down and that everything would be okay, that I was going straight to the police to get him some help, and then I heard that voice over the speaker once again. I don't even know where the speaker was set up. I couldn't actually see it anywhere. It must have been hidden. Then I caught a glimpse of something else that was in the room. I could see it flash every so often. That's why it caught my eye. There was a light, a blinking red light set up somewhere behind the man's chair. I'm not sure if there were more anywhere else around the room. I found out later that the room I was in, both me and the man, we were being recorded, live streamed to somewhere on the internet. I have no idea where to. The voice is all garbled and is being scrambled using some horrible software that makes the voice deeper and sound less like the person. They are trying to talk to me while the man in the chair is squirming and trying to break out, but the chair will not budge even an inch. He's trying to rock back and forth, but the chair is just not moving. I was panicked and asking what the hell was going on, and they told me to shut up so that they could explain. They explained the recording, and then they gave me an ultimatum. They told me that I was free to let the man go and escape with him, that I didn't have to take part in anything. They told me if I did this, that they would immediately contact the police and implicate me in the abduction and torture of the man. That with the recordings that they have of me, the key on my possession, and the evidence of me driving a few states over directly here, that they could prove to the police that I was the perpetrator and that I would go away for a long time, and that the people talking to me would get away scot-free. Hearing the voice tell me this so calmly, it really freaked me out. They had obviously planned this all out. They knew exactly what would happen. I knew that I had no chance. Who knows how many times they'd done this before me, with how prepared they were. They did give me another choice though. They told me that all I had to do was play ball. If I just did whatever they said, everything immediately, and put on a show for their audience is exactly what they said, then they would let me go, and that the police would never ever know. That I could drive home and live the rest of my life happy. I was hesitant, really hesitant. I wanted to just say no. I thought maybe I could just explain to the police, but when I tried to leave, they told me that if I did, they would kill the man, and that it would be all my fault. And so I had no choice but to stay. I didn't think there was any way the police would believe me over all of the evidence against me. I don't even remember half of it. I was in a daze and on autopilot most of the time, just trying not to think about the horrible things I was doing. I found out that they had left a box for me nearby. Tools to help with the job is what they told me. At first it just started really weird. There was like this thing that was like a curled hand on a stick, like a back scratcher type thing, and they made me tickle him with it, both his arms and his feet. The men begged me just to let him go in between each fit of laughter. I told him that I was sorry and that I was only doing this so that we both would not die. He spat on the floor at me. After that, it just kept escalating, and I don't want to go into too much horrible detail because I am ashamed of myself. They asked me to slap him, hard slaps, getting harder and harder each time, until eventually I was punching the man in the side of the head. I wanted to stop, but they told me that the deal would be off and that he would die if I did. I remember one punch I threw. I heard the man's jaw click and he tried screaming in pain, but it would only half come out. It was like he could not open up his mouth fully anymore, and he just sat there, drooling all over himself, making these groaning and moaning noises. But they were all slurred and muffled. After that, it just got worse and worse, but the threat of this man dying, I could not let that happen. They made me pull off his fingernails. I didn't even know how to do it properly. They had to give me a step-by-step guide, like some messed up torture instruction video. I spent most of the time accidentally stabbing this guy underneath his fingernails. I took 2 of them off before the guy actually passed out from pain. They then made me put a cloth over his mouth and pour water over his head until he woke back up and started trying and failing to scream once again. I only took off 1 more before the voice on the speaker told me that the audience was bored, that they needed me to spice it up. They told me to reach into the box and pull out the next tool. It was a knife, a massive fucking knife. If you've ever played Counter-Strike, it was like one of those big gut knife things, the one with the hook on the end. The voice told me I was going to have to make cuts in the man and draw some blood. I was done at this point. I could not do it anymore. If I made one wrong move, the man would lose way too much blood and die. I could not do this. I couldn't be responsible for him dying. I didn't even think. I just acted. I kind of just ran up to the man and started trying to release him and undo his chains. The worst part was that I did not even know how. I was sat there like an idiot, trying to cut the metal with the knife that I had in my hand, because my brain was just not working. I wasn't even thinking about whether the knife could cut chains. I was eventually able to get the cuffs off of his hands because they were really flimsy. I think they were made of plastic, and the chains were connected by something else. I actually managed to find an axe somewhere and managed to cut the chains off his legs. I was scared to do it, but I did. The whole time, the voice did not speak to me again. Neither did the man. I told him that he was free to go, and then grabbed him by the arm and pulled him out of the chair. I tried to tell him that I was sorry, to reassure him that I was only trying to help him, that I was sorry for everything I had to do, that I was getting him out of there. And when I did, he mumbled something and slurred his words while he threw a punch at me. It really caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting him to do that at all. He caught me on my chin with the punch, and it made me fall onto my ass. It stung really, really badly. He grabbed me by the collar and he punched me a couple of more times until my face was bleeding all over the floor, and then he ran away. I didn't even try to fight back. I didn't want to hurt this man any more than I already had. I thought that maybe if I punched him again, he might just die. I tried to explain to him while he was punching me, but he would not listen or even believe that I was not a part of all of this. He kept just slurring words at me, drooling all over the floor. At this point, I can hardly breathe. I'm winded and exhausted and panicking so hard. After that, the man ran off out of the room, and I heard his footsteps slowly disappear, and it did not help when a few minutes later, I heard a gunshot and a scream coming from somewhere else in the warehouse. I was panicking even harder now. It was the man who was just put in the chair. I heard his half scream become muffled, and I heard some people whispering and making a shushing sound. Now I was really freaked out. My brain was racing at 1,000,000 thoughts a second. Were those people who were watching me? Were they already here, or did they just turn up now? I had no idea. A few more minutes later, that door flies open, and that man is being dragged across the ground. He has some gauze taped to his leg, with blood completely staining it. There were about 4 men that walked into that room. They were all wearing white masks. I don't know what they were made out of. Think of those masks that Anonymous wear, but a different face, and they looked higher quality. They were all wearing these dark robes too, with some kind of a red pattern sewed into them. They dragged this man over to the chair, hoisted him up, and then tied him up again, but with rope this time. They put the blindfold back on him before turning their attention back to me. They beat me for a while. They called me stupid. They asked me why I would break their deal like that they made it so easy for me to go home without any consequences whatsoever. They told me that I did not have a choice anymore, that the deal had been changed. They told me that I messed up and that they were not going to make it easy anymore, that they were going to stay and supervise me. They must have been here the whole time. I never heard any cars pull up outside or any other noise like that, but I suppose I was quite deep in there. Maybe I wouldn't hear it. I'm sorry. I don't even want to go into much more detail. I feel a great sense of guilt and shame. They made me torture him even more while they laughed and talked to the camera, like they were the hosts of some stupid messed up game show. They were just making stupid jokes. They made me do some horrible things that I don't even want to remember. This time, they told me that if I did not follow the rules immediately when they said that they would put me in the chair and let this guy torture me and kill me. I did not want that to happen. I had to do what they said. I had no choice. After what must have been an hour or two, they told me that they were bored, that the show was finally over. One of them pulled out a gun from underneath his robes. He did not even say a word to me. I thought I was going to die right then and there. But then he came over to me and shoved the gun into my hands and made me hold it. He forced me to move my hands upwards, pointing the gun at the man, and then he told me to stay still. He told me to shoot him. I shook my head and I was sobbing at this point. The man walked over to me and he grabbed my hands and he pulled the trigger himself while I was holding the gun. The man died on the spot. It was horrible. All I remember after this is a few of them taking the body somewhere and packing away the camera and the speaker. And then there I was on the floor, just begging for my life, sobbing really, really hard. I was begging them not to kill me, promising them that I would not say a word, that I would just go home and stay quiet forever. They stood around for a while and whispered to each other. Then they told me that if I ever went to the police, talked about it to anyone, or told anyone on that forum, that they would send all of the evidence that they had to the police, and that I would get life in prison for the murder of the men in the chair. They told me that they would be watching, and that if I ever did a single thing that they did not like, that the deal was over, and that I was done. I was just sobbing the whole entire time. I think I actually lost control of my bladder when the man in the chair died. They told me I had to wait there for an hour before I was allowed to leave, that they were leaving first. So I sat and I waited. I tried not to remember what happened or what I did. I was paranoid that at any point I might get a knock on my door from the cops and that my life would be over. I deleted everything on my computer and left it in a scrapyard for someone to take away. I stopped talking to my friend who showed me that forum immediately. I don't think he even ever sent me a message to try and reach out. I don't know if he knew anything about what happened, if he knew about that forum. I didn't even try to find out. I dropped out of university, and that was it. My dad was angry and disappointed, and so I ended up moving away for a few years to live with my grandmother in Italy. I never got into any trouble or any visits from the cops. I never got any weird messages from anyone over the years. I've worked a job over here for the last however long, and I do not want to go back. Only problem is, my dad wants me back there. He says he cannot wait any longer to train me up, otherwise it will be too late. I am so scared. I don't know what's going to happen. I never want to go anywhere near there ever again. I don't think I will ever be able to get a full night's sleep or be able to live with myself ever again. I have something related to the deep sea that I personally witnessed myself, which I guess would fit this thread. I'm not sure if I should really be telling it here, but I figure that not many people will see this story, so why not? I may as well. It's not exactly a fisherman sees weird light on a lake kind of story though. It's a lot crazier than that, so I imagine it will not be taken all that well. I will try and skip over all of the boring bureaucratic and technical details to not make this longer than it already will be. Basically, I was part of a deep sea recovery team a few years back now. I won't be explaining why or how I ended up on the team, other than that I work for a very well-known company. People have no idea that this company still operates in deep sea exploration, which for them is pretty beneficial and allows for less scrutiny. We were brought in due to the nature of the event and wanting to keep things under wraps as much as possible. You see, a private vessel capable of deep sea traversal actually went missing in the ocean just off the coast of a private island somewhere in the Caribbean. This was owned by a very rich set of people, and for whatever reason, unbeknownst to us, they decided that they wanted to explore a section of the deep sea. As far as I'm aware, they hired some experts privately to be on their payroll, and so this was a major red flag. These people were rich, mega rich, maybe not uber celebrities that everyone would know, but rich enough that it would cause a massive stir in the upper echelons of society. I think that to this day, there is no public knowledge or record of their deaths or this incident. I was part of a three-man crew sent down there in a DSV. That's a deep submergence vehicle, for those unaware, in order to scour the depths for any trace of them. We were instructed to monitor for any kind of anomalies or instrument interference that could have possibly caused them to become lost. There was no hope of them being alive. Too much time had passed by for that to really be a possibility. The working theory was that there was a system failure that prevented them from ascending, and so the people on board simply suffocated once the oxygen depleted. I will skip over most of the descent and checks because it's just boring and doesn't really tell you all that much. We have tons of safety checks before we even step on board, different processes that we have to work down like a checklist at our stops, etc. I will say that it took many hours to descend to their last known vicinity, and even longer still to locate the missing sub. That's not even to mention the amount of hours of preparation before we even got in there. I was amazed that we even found the thing. We did not really have a lot of information to go on, and the sea is vast, but we did find it, or rather, we found what was left of it. It took a while to be able to even see most of it out of the front viewport. Even with the 20,000 lumen LED panels on the submersible, visibility is insanely low, and there are always dust clouds being kicked up, but we saw the vessel clear as day. It was ripped into pieces, likely from the pressure. I figure they must have had some kind of a breach or another failure. It was not a pretty sight. I don't have any pictures personally, but if you've ever heard of the Byford Dolphin incident, the sight in front of us was much like that, minus the oil rig aspect. The entire thing is just crumpled inward as a result of the massive implosion of force. It was embedded into the seafloor and half covered in silt. All of the metal is just bent at horrible angles and torn like paper. It looked almost as if a gigantic invisible fist just took one good swing at this thing and then started tearing. The breach looked to have come from the starboard side. It's not a clean hole like you would typically expect. It just looks like something punched inward with a massive force and took all of the metal with it, contorting the metal until it snaps and releases. The viewport was gone entirely from its normal place. It was peeled back into the interior. It looked like a gaping wound, and you could see the jagged bits of metal all curled up. I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that when something like that happens, it's so fast that you can't even comprehend it. You hear a bang that is deafening, and all of a sudden, you hear nothing. You feel it more than you hear it. You feel the vibration all throughout your body, all at once. Everything implodes and goes inward. There's a creak. Everything suddenly just becomes dark in your vision, and boom. Your body follows the same pattern as the metal exterior. it gets ripped into chunks and folds inward, and this all happens in a matter of seconds. It was a horrible sight. You could not even distinguish the bits of people from the scattered buoyant materials and the bits of the DSV that had been ripped apart, because they were just so unrecognizable. It's not like finding human remains, it's truly like finding something other. It was so much to process, seeing this, scanning for any kind of reason for the implosion, and then noticing something there that shouldn't have been there. At first, I thought it was just some kind of a shadow, because of the scattered debris being caused by the lights. It was this hunched over shadow that was just an abstract shape. My mind couldn't really piece together what the shape was. It was down on the ground near the wreckage, but once we got closer to it, it started to move, and I realized it was not just a shadow, because it turned around and it stood upwards. And the silhouette that I could see before me, it looked vaguely human. I wish I was making this up. It was entirely black. It looked almost as if it was a person, wearing some kind of an atmospheric diving suit, but all black, and clearly not human, because a suit like that would not have been able to withstand these depths. It wasn't quite as bulky as one of those suits, but its head, it was shaped almost like the helmet/visor thing would be. It was quite thick and stretched out from its face. Other than that, it was quite human in shape, and I noticed that its face was moving. It seemed to be moving its mouth in a chewing motion, if I had to guess. That's what the movements looked like. And in its hands, I noticed that it was holding something. It was holding a chunk of something. I could not see clearly enough to be sure of what it was, but it made my heart sink. The thing, it almost looks like it's looking at us, but I could not make out its features enough to know for sure. It didn't have any kind of visible eyes that I could see. We were all in disbelief, trying to send a message back using the through water comms, trying to figure out what we should do. And then this thing takes a step forward, a clear step, a human step. And all of a sudden, we're receiving acoustic communication. It's patchy, but you can make out bits, and it sounds exactly as if it were being received from another DSV. It's something like, "Help us," and then there's this static and low frequency hum, something on the sea floor. And then there's this garbled burst of static, and I can barely hear what they say. They're saying something, but all I can hear is the buzzing. And then I hear, "Not human." And then there's a long pause, a really long pause. And then it says, "It's following." And from there, it just stops, and that message just repeats. It did not take a genius to realize that it was someone from the wreckage talking before their vessel suffered a breach. It didn't stop. It kept playing on repeat. This is when we decided that we needed to go. But of course, it's not that simple. We couldn't just race to the surface. It would be all too easy to suffer a loss of control during the ascent and start tumbling or pitching. Or we could easily wind up with mechanical strain on the vessel, which could cause massive problems. Either way, we were making preparations to leave. I remember, and I don't know if this is my brain failing me, because it felt so dreamlike when I saw it, but I remember seeing a fish swim by this thing, much closer than we were, not far away from this thing at all. It was a tripod fish, I think. It's hard to miss because of how long it is vertically. They literally look like they are walking on the seafloor, hence the name. Look it up if you've never heard of it. They're not exactly small. They usually sit and wait for prey and then move in small bursts. And this one got too close to this thing, and I just remember it disappearing from my view. Like, I saw a brief glimpse of it close to this creature, and then all of a sudden, I saw this fish just inflate. It's the only word that I can think of, and all of a sudden, it was just gone. I could not even see a trace of it. By this point, we were fleeing, but this thing kept walking closer and closer. It never ran, though. It only walked. I remember at one point, it got within a certain distance of us, and it put its hand out. It put its hand outstretched in our direction, with its palm flat. I remember hearing that horrid creaking noise, the creaking of metal, and I braced myself. I thought I was going to die that day. That thankfully did not happen. We managed to retreat some distance away, and then we began our ascent very rapidly. We ignored a lot of protocols, and I must say, we were incredibly lucky to come out of it with little to no consequences. The thing never followed us. It seemed happy to just return to that wreckage. We saw it face us, if you can call it that, for a little while longer. I remember it tilting its head upwards ever so slightly as we ascended, and then I saw it walking back to where it came from as it was disappearing from my vision. I was shaking and sweating. It took everything in me not to vomit in that DSV. The fallout when we got back to the surface was massive. All of us were in pieces, and in the end, I was the only one fit to formulate all of my thoughts into words. Imagine that entire operation, that entire explanation hinging on you not sounding crazy. I tried to describe everything that we saw and experienced as scientifically as possible, and, well, I didn't get thrown into the madhouse at the very least. The family of these people were furious. My company shut down our operation on the spot and urged these people not to pursue it further. I think they wanted to kill me for failing, as they put it. Luckily, my company is not run by a bunch of idiots, but you know what they say, money talks. We were forced into NDAs and removed from the operation. At one point, I ended up in a room with the father of one of the people, I think, and damn, he made it seem like he could have killed me right then and there. Maybe the emotion of the situation just made it feel like that to me, but I've never felt so intimidated by so few words. I guess sharing it here isn't really the best idea, huh? I worked at that company for another good few years with no issues at all. I retired after that, as my bones were getting a little too old for that kind of work. I never did find out if anything was recovered after that. I never saw any reports. I never saw anything in the newspaper or in the news. I still think that to this day, most people have no idea about this incident. Call me crazy if you want, but there are things on this planet, underneath our oceans, that would make even the biggest alien deniers lose their minds. The aliens are not what you need to be worrying about. It's what is already here, down in our oceans. I seriously need your help here, X. I honestly have no idea what I stumbled into, or even what I should do. It's gonna sound crazy, and that's because it is crazy. I feel like I am going insane and almost like I was set up or something. That's the only thing I can think of to explain how everything happened, but I don't know why. Let me start from the beginning so that you can all understand. I work at Disney World and have done so for a number of years, more than 10 years of dedicated service. I work as a security guard, but mostly on the night shift and not during the busy days. Being a guard during the day at Disney World is a lot more stressful. There are a lot more strict rules to follow so that you don't ruin the magic for the little ones or even the adults too. Whereas at night, I mostly just do a few patrols, watch some cameras, and that kind of stuff. Anyway, so, a couple of days ago, I was working pretty late. I think I clocked in around 10 p.m., and I'd done a few rounds and was watching the cameras. These cameras, man, there are a lot of them. They span the whole park. They cover every angle of every building that you can think of. But not just that, they also cover underneath the park. Those passages that you've heard of that staff use to get around the park unnoticed by the general public, even those have hundreds of cameras. I've never personally witnessed anything bad going on down there, but we have had some break-ins over the years. It's crazy what people will do just to see down there, and for a very little gain. One guy I remember actually used security clearance he had from a family member. He broke into the utilidors underground, and I think he made off with thousands of dollars in costumes and props. He got away initially, but he wasn't exactly subtle about everything, and he got caught and eventually went to jail, the absolute idiot. So, yeah, that's why even monitoring under there is so important. So I'm just sitting down with my feet up and watching the cameras. The place is pretty devoid of staff on a nighttime and is down to just a skeleton crew basically. You will have a few guards patrolling around the park, maybe a few maintenance guys fixing some things up for the morning, like rides and stuff. Other than that though, it's just a total ghost town. At some point though, I snapped to attention because I got an alert. I got some alert on the system that movement was detected moving through one of the utilidors. I switched to the cameras to try and check, and I saw someone on them. They were running. No, they were full on sprinting through those concrete tunnels and showed no signs of stopping at all. The cameras are pretty low FPS and poor quality because of just how expensive it would be to store all of the data, and so making things out was quite difficult. But it was still clear that this guy was not a staff member. He looked to be wearing these plain clothes that looked gray or something, but a little darker maybe. I could see where he was heading to though. He was trying to make it out through one end and probably surface somewhere in the middle of the park. I picked up my radio and I started running to try and intercept the guy. I figured I could catch him before he got too far away. I thought that someone had broken in, or maybe even waited in the park overnight somehow, or something like that. I'm not sure. It's weird though, because without a keycard, there is just no possible way for him to have gotten down there. Not as far as I was aware, anyway. I was out of breath when I finally caught up to this guy. I hadn't realized just how much weight I had put on, and how out of shape I'd gotten doing this job for so long. I shouted at him so that he would stop, but he did not even so much as look back towards me. Once I got close enough to him, I had to jump to close the last bit of distance and tackle him to the ground. It was the only way. Otherwise, he was just going to keep on running. He was never going to stop. The first thing that I realized when I tackled this man was that he was soaking wet. Literally as if he had jumped into a pool with all of his clothes still on. He was wearing this plain white t-shirt and pants that looked grey on the cameras, I guess because they were wet. I tackled the guy by the legs, and we both hit the concrete floor, and immediately he is squirming and just talking and talking. I can barely make out what he is saying though, because he is in such a panic, and I was worried that there was something seriously wrong with this guy. I was holding him down, and I started reaching for my radio to bring some other people over to help me. But when I pulled out my radio, he just went crazy. He smacked the radio out of my hand and started begging and pleading with me. Something about getting him out of here. He would not calm down or answer any of my questions about how he broke in. So I had to grab him and pin him face down and use my handcuffs on him. By this point, he was wailing. I had never heard a grown man sob as intensely as this. He sounded as if he was about to die. This man, there were a few things I noticed about him during the scramble and while I handcuffed him. For a start, he was really thin, nearly down to skin and bones, it looked like. He looked incredibly unhealthy and had this kind of pale, sickly color to his skin. One of his eyes, his left one I think, it looked to be really swollen and infected. Like, to the point he could not really open it up fully or see out of it. It looked like there was some kind of pus leaking out of it or something. I'm not really sure. That was not the only thing that I noticed. His arms were bare, and so I could see that the veins along one of them, they looked massive, unusually so. They were close to the skin and protruding, and this made me think that maybe he was some kind of a junkie. Maybe he'd broken in one time and was hiding out in the park. It seemed pretty unlikely, but crazy things like that have happened before. I figured maybe he was using the place to get warm, but then maybe he was cold turkey and had a mental break or something else. I asked him once again what was going on. I asked him who he was, where he came from, how he got in here, etc. I have no idea where my radio went after he hit it. I looked around for a while, but I could not see it, and I was just way too focused on this guy and making sure that nothing wrong happened. There were plenty of spares in the security room not too far away, so I wasn't like super worried. I knew that I could get a spare in like no time. He was still in a frenzy and mumbling, but he finally started to get some full sentences coming out of his mouth. He begged me to not call security. He said he would be happy to leave, that I could even call the police as long as they came to take him out of there. Bit of a strange thing for a trespasser to say. Maybe he really was out of his mind and needed medical treatment. I asked him if he wanted a doctor, and he said no. He said to call the police and escort him out of the park. Well, now I was worried because that's a little too easy. I was worried maybe something weird was going on. Maybe there were more people that he was covering for. I asked him if there were more homeless people who had broken in down there. And his eyes kind of searched around for a bit, then lit up, and he told me yes. He practically shouted yes at me. I asked him where, and he told me that he would show me personally as long as I called the police and took him away to jail. Sure, I guess. This had to be the craziest junkie I'd ever encountered in my entire life. I pushed him forward, and he walked in front of me, still handcuffed. The route he took me down was strange, to say the least. Now, I had patrolled down here and used it for access to the park quite a lot. I figured I knew almost every square inch of the park, aside from the few areas that I did not have access to. And he led me directly to one of these areas. See, there are doors that require swipe cards. Some require a different level of access that only managers and execs and owners have. I knew we were heading to one of them, and I told him as much. I was like, this is pointless. I know you are lying to me. But he insisted and told me it was just open. And sure enough, this little door that was tucked away down these long tunnels, the swipe was green. Once the door has been opened, it should immediately revert to red. I guess perhaps there had been a short circuit or a malfunction. I made a mental note to flag to my boss later on. Now, any sane person would have just left it there, called the police, taken this guy away, and let other people do their jobs. But I was curious, and maybe I might get a promotion or a raise for getting to the bottom of such a serious breach of security. I know, it was hilariously naive, especially for someone with so much tenure who knows how things work around here. I guess I was just feeling jaded and at the end of my tether. I think part of me just wanted something crazy to happen so I could just escape my daily slog. I opened up the door, and there was not much. There was another door, locked with the red sign, a staircase that went both up and down, and what looked to be a manhole cover. Now that was seriously strange, especially down here. And the man pointed to this. He told me it was where he came from. Sure enough, the cover had been flung and was just randomly in the middle of the room, and there was only a gaping hole there now. This was so reckless of me, but I told the man to go down first and that I would follow. This immediately sent him into a panic, and he told me no. He practically begged me to let him wait upstairs. I told him that this was the deal, and his eyes started tearing up. But he made his way down. It was one of those shitty ladders built actually into the wall, into the concrete. I had to help him get down, and he still fell down the last few steps, down onto the ground. I heard a splash when he did, and I followed him down. The floor was soaked. There was something flowing through the room around ankle high, some kind of liquid. It smelled like chlorine or maybe bleach. I'm not entirely sure. The second that I got down there, the man started covering his eyes with his hands. He just huddled himself into a corner and was just sobbing, and I asked him what the hell was wrong with him. It was pretty dark down there, so I flipped on my flashlight, and I noticed why he was so scared. There were rows and rows down here. Rows and rows of some kind of tanks. They were all full of some kind of liquid, and I saw people just floating inside of them, bobbing up and down. I saw a man inside one of them. He had this mask over his face. You know, like those masks they use to give patients oxygen in the hospital? It was exactly like that. He had all of these tubes attached to him all over his body. One looked to be connected to his wrist, like an IV drip or something. But there were others, lots of other ones, going to all other parts of his body. These tubes, it looked like there was some kind of liquid flowing through them. I couldn't be sure because the color was not too dissimilar to the liquid in the tanks, but that's what it looked like to me, at least. And it wasn't just one man. There were multiple men in different tanks. There were a couple of women, and even a child in one on the far end. I couldn't tell if they were alive or dead. There were no monitors or anything like that I could see that were monitoring life signs or vitals or anything. I was freaking out at this point. I felt like I was stuck in a nightmare or some stupid horror movie. I could feel the dread in the pit of my stomach, and I just kept praying and praying that I was going to wake up. Because I mean, what the fuck? How do you even react to something like that? It just had to be fake. It had to be some kind of weird prank or something. The people in there had to be dummies, and it had to be some weird Halloween thing, right? I had no idea what was going on with these people. There must have been a dozen of them or so. One of the tanks, it had a massive crack in the glass, and it was empty and had no water or any kind of liquid inside of it. I guess it must have been this guy that was inside. I turned to him and asked him what the hell this was all about, if my coworkers were playing a prank on me. He told me it was real. He said he didn't know what was going on. He said he was homeless for a while up in Gainesville. Said his parents passed away and he fell behind on payments. His job had massive layoffs and he could not even afford gas to get to work. He said he was squatting in an abandoned building with some people for a while. Said that was the last thing he remembered before feeling flowing water hitting his face and him being in the dark. That was all he could tell me. My mind was just vacant for so long, until I snapped back to reality and realized where I was and what I was actually doing. I didn't realize at first, but there were cameras down here too. I didn't notice them at first. I'd never seen these feeds on any of the monitors. Then a wave of panic just hit me all at once, just like that. I told the guy to wait right there, that I was going to go and get help, that something really wrong was happening, and I had to go and get backup security. I ran for the ladder and sprinted up, and the man tried to follow me. I shouldn't have done this. I'm not sure what possessed me, but I put the manhole cover back over, and I put something heavy over it, just so he couldn't follow me. I could hear the banging and the screaming coming from down there, banging on the manhole cover, and I just started running. I got to the security room and I picked up a radio, and I thought about reporting it, but what would I even tell people? I was panicked, and I did not even know what to do or what to think. You might think I'm an idiot, but I just went home. I didn't even clock out or tell people I was leaving. I left all of my shit there and just snuck out of the park and drove off. Nobody saw me, at least I don't think they did. That was a few days ago now. I have not clocked in for work. I haven't called anyone, not even the police. Deep down, I'm hoping it was just some kind of stupid prank and I got the wrong idea, but none of my bosses or coworkers have called me. It's weird because they're usually on my ass if I'm even 2 minutes late. They have no sense of people having lives. My boss calls me at all hours of the day, no matter what time it is. But now, just nothing. I've been sitting in my place by the windows, checking outside like a schizomaniac, and I just don't know what to do. What do I even do now, Hex? I know that if I say anything to the police or anyone else, they'll know it was me. They'll know exactly what I saw. There's no way those cameras didn't pick me up. Why the hell did I not just take the guy away and call the police like a normal person? Please, someone, give me some good advice. I am begging. This is going to be incredibly hard to explain, but I want to try anyway. Mainly because I really need to just get this off of my chest. I have no idea what I saw or what I was in for, and still to this day, I have not gotten an explanation. I was in Egypt at the time this happened, working on a special project of some kind. I'm not going into any specifics, so if that is what you're looking for, you will not get it from me. I will just say that this project was funded by the United States, and so was the team that I was a part of. We were in Egypt due to an excavation that was underway underneath a pyramid. Now, this wasn't the pyramids in Giza that are well known and surprisingly close to civilization. This was actually a pyramid located basically in the middle of nowhere in Saqqara. When this happened, the pyramid had been barred off for multiple months, and guards and barriers had been placed to block it off for civilian access. I won't go into the whys or the hows, but during the excavation process and a more thorough exploration of this pyramid, I and a team of 3 other people actually uncovered something. We managed to stumble on a previously undiscovered section of the pyramid. Interestingly, it was actually hidden behind what I can only describe as a false stone wall. Due to its age, it was beginning to crumble, and due to it not being as thick as other walls in the structure, it was easier to determine whether there was something beyond. And there was. There was a massive gaping hole with no kind of barriers of indication. The hole was literally just a massive, deep black void, unguarded, and it must have been maybe 5 meters in diameter or so, if I had to estimate just from memory. It was gigantic, and no one had any idea why or how anything like this was hidden down here, or what its purpose was. When the wall was knocked down, some idiot almost fell into it, and if he did, that would have been it. Even shining a light down the thing, we could not see how deep it went. No amount of high-powered flashlights would reach the bottom. So we were mobilized and instructed to descend into the hole using safety gear. It was a little more complicated than that, obviously, but I do not want to bog the story down and make it too technical. We had engineers that did their thing and estimated the depth of the hole, who drew up safety measures and the like. It took weeks for it to go through. We didn't just jump down there on a whim. Once all 4 of us finally hit the bottom, we realized that we were in some kind of a narrow tunnel system. Not like a dug-out tunnel system though. It was more like spelunking into a cave. It was more naturally formed. We were worried at first that we would not be able to squeeze through the gaps with the gear that we had, but we did manage it eventually. I remember that about halfway through, I got stuck. I could feel the ceiling pressing down on my back, and I could not get any momentum to force myself further through the gap. I had to get the guy behind me to push me by using his legs to push my ass forward, basically kicking me. It took a good couple of minutes for me to push through inch by inch, and let me tell you, it was a relief when I finally did. I was so panicked and anxious, thinking maybe I might be stuck permanently and we would have to waste time and resources and delay the mission to bring down specialist gear just to free me. It smelled horrible down there in those tunnels. You obviously had the smell of dirt and soil, but there was another smell too. It was the smell of something rancid. It smelled like dying and rotting plant life, but even worse than that. The humidity in the air did not help. Being down there, with that humidity, it made every movement I made feel like it took twice as much effort. I was sweating buckets by the time I managed to squeeze myself through the last part of those tunnels. Sweeping our flashlights around, we discovered that we were not in a chamber, but it was almost this weird square stone room, different to the stone in the structure above. This was more cave-like stone rather than crafted stone. The room was strange, and it was not the only one. There was a stone panel, like a divider of some kind, sticking out from the wall, which is weird because it was also made out of naturally formed stone, so how did this happen? And tucked into the corner of this was some kind of a bed. Only it wasn't a bed. It had raised sides also made of stone, but instead of being flat and smooth, it actually sunk in, and there was a space below it. It was more like a coffin than a bed. There was some kind of a liquid in the bottom that smelled like bad plumbing. It was black but not fully. It looked like when you dip your paintbrush into the pot and it mixes with the water and makes it really murky. There was not anything else in there aside from some kind of moss-type growth that looked really disgusting. Aside from that, there were some types of scratches or carvings on the walls, not in any kind of identifiable pattern. It looked like someone took a piece of rock or something and dragged it across the wall in a straight line again and again, so much so that even the lines in the stone were worn and seemed to have been made a long time ago. That was that entire room. Proceeding further on, we found 3 more rooms identical to this one, which all seemed to just loop back on one another continuously. All of those stone coffin-like things were mostly empty, although one had an object inside of it. It was ceramic, and looked to be some kind of a vase or an urn. It was quite tall, probably came up to around my abdomen, and I'm around 5'8" in height. I got someone else to help me lift it slightly off the ground, and we kind of shook the thing slightly from side to side, but I could not hear anything inside. I did not dare to tip it over. In another one of the rooms, we actually found valuables in the room. There looked to be some kinds of artifacts, some kind of gems as well that had lost their shine over the years. On the wall in this same room, there was some kind of a stone tablet that was partially mounted on some kind of a pillar. The pillar was barely off of the ground now, and it looked like most of the stone beneath it had crumbled away to dust, but this tablet was still mounted on the top, and looked to be carved with hieroglyphics of some kind. We made sure to take pictures for our language experts, but it did not look like any hieroglyphics I'd ever seen before. Granted, I am not an expert, but if you learn any modicum of history, you've definitely seen at least a few of those symbols before and can remember them. None of the ones that I had seen before were present though. In the final room of these identical rooms is where we found something horrible and unexpected. It was not inside the stone coffin. It was actually partially pressed into the wall. It was the remains of what I can only assume used to be a person, but it was completely charred, as if the body had been set alight and had burned for a long time. There were just tiny black bits crumbling off, and there were actually still scorch marks on the stone near to where the body was. There was a sickening smell in the air. Interestingly, there was something else around the body. There was a puddle of something, but it was not blood. At least, it didn't look like it. It was around the body in an expanded pool, but it was fully black and looked to have solidified and was actually risen off of the ground. And there was some kind of material strewn around. It looked like bandages that had been soaked in something and left to rot for a long time. Something thicker than gauze, something less medical maybe. We had to leave there very quickly because the smell was getting to all of us. It was giving me a headache. It took a little while, but we found another crawl space in between the loop of these identical rooms. We had to get onto our stomachs and shuffle again, but when we did, we came out to this chamber that was just massive. It was really something to behold. The ceiling was really large. There were elaborate stone carvings on all of the walls. None of us really got the time to explore and take all of these things in because of what was at the end of the chamber. There was something slumped up against the wall, but it was not a charred mess like in the identical stone rooms. In fact, it looked like it was chained to the wall by its arms and its legs. There were a few of them actually, all just chained to the wall. They were covered head to toe in what I think were bandages that looked stained and rotten. We got closer with our flashlights to take a look. We were so focused on the sight in front of us that we were not really paying that much attention to what was underneath our feet, and I stepped in something. Multiple somethings. Because closer to these things, spread all over the floor, were more charred remains, the same as in the other room. What I could only imagine were charred bodies just scattered everywhere. Some were mostly just fine powder. Some were split at the center and were not even attached to each other anymore. When I stepped on one of these remains, I heard a horrible crunching sound, and it released a horrible odor. It smelled like a rotten tooth. We took pictures of the entire place, and were discussing whether maybe it was time to leave back to the surface and share what we found. We had other work that we had to do, and it would take a while for the entire place to be scoured and for things to be documented and translated. So for the next little while, most of us were just prepping things and getting ready to head back through the crawl space, taking some last pictures, making some last notes, when I noticed one of the guys, who I will call A, getting closer to the chained bodies. I asked him what he was doing, and he very quickly turned and shushed me aggressively. I asked him again, and watched dumbfounded as he got close to the thing and poked it in the head. I asked what the hell was wrong with him, and he told me he swore he saw it move. Immediately, I think this guy is going insane and just seeing shadows, maybe just a trick of the light. I could smell something horrible again, and within minutes, I began to hear a weird rattling sound. It sounded like bones rattling back and forth on top of each other. I could not see anything going on, and I kept spinning my flashlight around. A let out a shout at one point, and I could see he had fallen onto his ass. One of the corpses, the one furthest away from him, it looked to be shaking, like if a person was convulsing. That horrible smell was just getting stronger and stronger by the second. And all of a sudden, it just stopped, and after a few seconds of silence, I hear this horrible, low and guttural wheezing sound, like a smoker taking a deep, long breath. I see this thing moving, and by now, we are all shitting our pants. A has not moved fully away yet. He has taken out his camera and is recording and talking to himself. I can't really hear what he's saying. This thing tries to rise up, but is pulled back from the chains attached to the wall. I was surprised that they even held, given how long they must have been down there and how rusted they must have been. But the thing took its arms and pulled until the chain was taut, and then just kept on pulling and pulling and pulling until the arm just snapped. And then it just pulled itself free. It continued to do this until it pulled all of its limbs free, and it was standing upright, with all of its limbs bent at these horrible angles. What I was seeing should not have been possible. You might call me a schizo, a liar, a fantasist, but I swear, this is what I saw. I can still hardly come to terms with it myself. It made these horrible movements, and I could hear the sounds of bones snapping with each and every single step that this thing took. By this time, I'm telling the rest of the team to get the fuck out of here. One guy is already trying to wiggle his fat ass through the crawl space with all of the gear on. He's panicking, and he cannot get himself through, and the other team member is having to help squeeze him in. At one point, I just tell him to leave his fucking gear and to get out, and he complies. He just whips all of it off and just starts going. No one else can do anything until he's moved far enough for us to squeeze in. So when I look back, all I can do is watch in horror as this thing has somehow gotten right up to A's face. I don't know why he hasn't run or moved away or anything like that. It's currently grasping and clinging onto his arm with, I don't even know. It wasn't even a hand anymore. There was nothing human there anymore. This thing's face was just wrapped in moldy and yellow bandages, but they were just gaping black holes where the eyes and mouth should be. A is not moving. I have no idea why. He's not turning around, twitching his muscles, trying to fight back. We are shouting at him and telling him to run or struggle or fight back, and he is just not listening. He's just like frozen on the spot. And all of a sudden, I just hear that horrible wheezing sound again. It sounds even worse now, like this thing is wheezing through some kind of mucus or water even. And I see something coming out of the thing that goes into the air. It's like a cloud, a thick black cloud, and it covers his face before dissipating upwards into the air. And he starts choking. He is clutching at his throat, and he is down on his knees. The thing is not moving or doing anything anymore. It's let go of A and is just watching, or I mean, it looks like the thing is watching. I couldn't really tell because it had no eyes. Eventually, A is down on the floor, and my other team member still with me. He gets the bright idea to run over to A to try and help him. I tell him not to, and I try to stop him and drag him back, but he does not let me. He starts trying to drag A towards me, but this thing, it grabs him. It grabs him by the back of the neck, and I see his eyes just go blank. And all of a sudden, he is just standing there and staring off into space. And this thing just digs its hand, or whatever is in place of hands, it just digs it into his neck. I can see blood. I don't know. By this point, I wasn't even really seeing anything anymore. It's just a foggy faint image when I even try to remember. I don't know what else happened to him other than that. I remember hearing the first guy calling to me, telling me there was space for me to crawl through now, for me to hurry up. He sounded incredibly panicked. This kind of snapped me out of my stupor. I was like a deer in headlights for a while. All I could do was just stand there on the spot and watch. But I remember that just before I rushed for the crawl space, I saw A still trying to crawl towards me. His face looked horrible. He had this rash on his face. The veins on his cheeks were raised. His face was completely pale, and this rash looked tinged, this black color. All of his skin was just raised and bumpy, but it was black. He was just wheezing, and he was coughing up some kind of thick mucus that looked like tar. He was trying to speak, but he was just gargling whatever this liquid was. I just rushed to the crawl space. There was nothing that I could do. I didn't know what the hell that thing was. I just had to get out of there. When we finally got out of there, neither of the two of us knew what to say. It took a little while for us to be pulled all the way back up. It gave me a lot of time in silence to think, but mostly, I think I just spaced out. I could not get that image of a sickly face out of my head, gargling that liquid and trying to speak to me. I wondered if he was trying to ask for help. I wondered if maybe he was trying to beg me, that maybe he was hoping I might be able to save him. I felt like a monster. We didn't want to seem crazy to other people, but what could we really say? We couldn't exactly lie. It was not long before we were speaking to our superiors, who initially scoffed, but when they realized that we were serious, they stopped the talk immediately. I must have sat and waited for hours for them to arrive back with more people to sit in that room. They asked me to be 100% honest. After that, I was pulled off the team, and I was already bound by an NDA, so it didn't really matter all that much. I still am bound by one. I still work for those people in a roundabout way. Like I said, it's hard to explain and would take much too long. I was seen to by a psychiatrist for a long time. I had nightmares for a long time. I still do. I can't remember what bullshit story they fed me. The nightmares still have not gone away, even if it has been many, many years. I have no idea what I saw down there. I promise you, I am not crazy. What I'm about to tell you about what I experienced, I am still involved in it. I just can't really see any way to just leave without suffering consequences. I know that I'm a coward and would rather take easy money rather than risk my own well-being, but I hope that this post can at least serve as some kind of middle ground. I will start by saying that I've worked as a security guard for many, many years. Mostly though, I have worked close protection, so as a personal bodyguard essentially. I've worked for some pretty wealthy people over the years, some very public, and others who aren't seen very often, or that people plain just do not know, yet still possess insane amounts of wealth. There's a lot of people like that. I've worked for this one guy for the better part of the decade. I accompanied him to public events as part of a team, coordinated security for private parties and meetings and the like. You name it, and I have done it. I can't name any names. I can't name my employer or any of the other people that I saw at this event. If I keep names hidden, there's a chance this flies under the radar and someone else takes the fall. If I tell you, it becomes immediately obvious who I am, and I don't want to think about what might happen to me. Up until this event, I had never had to take part in anything weird or that made me feel uncomfortable. I'd gotten into a few fights on the job and such, but I'd never done anything I would consider bad or morally wrong. All the events were mostly pretty normal. Okay, some of the people are weird and they do weird stuff, but nothing like illegal. But one day, I get told that my employer has a new job for me. He wanted me to accompany him personally to a private event that was being hosted. He said it was a rare occasion and that he had decided to trust me and bring me into the fold because of my long service, and that's what he said to me personally. I would be his personal bodyguard along with a few other people until we reached the event, and then I would do whatever he needed me to do. And that was basically the entire briefing. That's all I needed to know. I didn't really get told anything else about the event. It sounded okay to me, and of course I was making a lot of money. The building that I accompanied him to, it was strange, to say the least. Definitely not a usual locale, not a place I was familiar with or that I had accompanied him to before. For starters, we flew out to a different state. I won't say where, but let's just say it's a big city where a lot of rich people like to gather. We ended up arriving at some kind of nondescript compound. It was a big building, pretty hollow and freezing since it was all just concrete and not a lot was in there. It was like smack dab in the middle of the city in plain sight, but there was like no activity outside, no sign of security in the place either. There were a fair amount of people in the streets just walking around, but none of them seemed to take notice of the place. Like I said, when we entered the compound, there was nothing around at all, just bare concrete walls and floors. There wasn't even anything being stored in there. But that isn't where we stayed. There was an elevator and a door that led to a flight of stairs made out of concrete also. They were the only two things being guarded by anyone. There were only guards inside protecting these two entrances. The elevator was one of those freight ones, designed to move a lot of people or a lot of heavy items. When we got in there, I could have sworn it took around 5 non-stop minutes of just going down for the elevator to finally stop. I have no idea how far down we ended up. Maybe the elevator was just a little broken. Or maybe we really did just travel that far down. But once we got out of the elevator, the place was sprawling with activity. Basically all of the pathways coalesced into this gigantic room filled with people. Some of them were wearing those tacky masquerade masks that cover like half the face to conceal your identity. Some just were not wearing anything at all. I recognized some faces, but a lot were unknown to me because, like I said, there were a lot of people with money and power who you would not be able to pick out of a lineup. So many of them just stay under the radar. At the far end of the room, there was this stage-like thing. You know, one of those old ones with the rope strings and made of wood and stuff. It was set up like that, but it seemed like some of the workers were constructing something makeshift. It was already way in the process. It looked like it was almost done. They were erecting some kind of pillars with fencing, and I think there was barbed wire on it, which was interesting. It definitely caught my attention. There was a massive bar that wrapped around the place, and there were tables set up. There were waiters taking orders. People were eating. Everything just seemed so normal. What wasn't normal, though, were the cages that were hanging suspended above the stage. These cages were made of metal, and they were crammed and tightly packed together, kind of like a bird cage would be, but a little bit bigger. I have no idea what they were being suspended with, but it must have been something quite strong and quite heavy. And in them were people, I guess, but they were pale and malnourished. They looked like skin and bones, and like they had not had a sip of water in days. They were not even just suspended above the stage. They were suspended all around, near the walls too. These people must have been short to begin with, but they were just around like it was normal, like it was decoration. I know you'll probably ask why I did not kick up a fuss or leave or anything, but would you? Even only knowing the exact same amount as me at this point, would you risk your own life? One of the first rules that gets drilled into you when working for these kinds of people is only speak when spoken to. Do not question anything. Do not talk back. Do not ask, "Are you sure?" Your sole purpose is to say yes, and just to do whatever you are told. That's the only way you make it. Otherwise you never work in this sector ever again, and that is made sure of. I'm sure my mouth was agape, because my employer came over to talk to me. He'd found the table, and had been chatting with some other wealthy people for a while. I recognized one of them. I think he was a pretty famous businessman, but I don't remember entirely, because I was just so in shock at that moment. Like I said, up until this point, the weirdest thing I had seen was some weird fetish parties, but I only ever guarded the outside. This was something else entirely. I asked my employer if he wanted me to help with any preparations, or if I could be of any use guarding the outside or anywhere else. That was dangerous of me. Like I said, only speak when spoken to, but honestly, I did not want to be in that room anymore, and I was trying to push my luck because of how long I worked for this guy. Luckily for me, he did not snap or get mad, but he told me no. He told me to stand next to him, beside the table, and his specific orders for me was to watch the stage and pay attention. He told me that he would have a job for me, but only after the first round is what he called it. I had no idea what he was talking about at that point. At this point, I was completely in the dark. I could not have guessed what was coming next in a million years. Some people were let out from behind the stage curtain at one point. They were similar to the people in cages, except they were not quite as malnourished. They had metal chains around their necks, like what people use to walk dogs. They were being walked using metal leads and were being forced to walk on all fours. If they tried to stand, they were struck and told to get back down. By now, all of the construction had been finished. The stage was surrounded by bits of barbed wire on these temporary metal fences. It was almost like a cage you would see in wrestling, but even more messed up. These people were walked to the front of the stage, I think 4 of them in total. Everyone in the room was laughing and shouting and applauding. I felt like I'd stepped into a parallel world. People were excited for this. One by one, these people in chains were walked forward and the audience would cheer. And if they cheered loud enough, then the door to the cage was opened and they were thrown inside after removing their blindfolds and collars. The cage was not massive, but there was enough room to keep your distance a little bit. Eventually, there were 2 men inside of there. The guards took the other 2 back behind the curtain, and this man in a suit stepped forward. I could be wrong, but I don't think he was rich. He did not seem it from the way he carried himself. He brought out a microphone and did some spiel that I don't really remember. He told people that they could place bets, that they could pay money to alter the game, which I'm not sure what he meant by that, and he did this introduction and tried to rile people up like it was a boxing match or something. He explained the rules, that the 2 men in the cage were going to fight. that the match would only end when one man could not fight anymore. He did not explain in any clearer terms than that. And then it started. It felt like it went on for hours when it started, but in reality, it was probably only a few minutes at most. I watched the men circle for a while, and they were hesitant. I was not too far away, so I could see the looks in their eyes. They both looked frightened to death, desperate, like they would do anything. After a minute of them doing nothing, the guy at the front made some kind of an announcement that someone had paid to make the game more exciting. I watched a man in one of those masquerade masks go down there, and from behind the curtain, they brought him some kind of a tool. I could not see at first what was happening with it, but when I saw him stick the thing through the metal cage and make contact with the skin of one of the fighters, I realized what it was. It was some kind of a metal cattle branding tool. He had just completely seared the back of one of the men, and he was using it to prod and push him towards the other man. He was laughing while doing this, and the crowd was clapping. The other fighter, well, he took advantage of the other man's pain. It wasn't long before he grabbed him and took him to the ground. He was on top of him and just beating him senseless again and again. At one point, I saw him start punching where his skin had been seared, and the man on the floor was just screaming. The man on top was sweating. He looked like he was going to pass out from exhaustion. It was at this point that one of the guards entered the cage and restrained the man on top, and then the announcement was made. Someone else had paid some money. Another man, this time not in a mask, but I had no idea who he was. He walked down to the stage. He actually entered the cage, helped the fighter up, and handed him some kind of a club. It was like one of those medieval mace things with spikes. He looked so pleased with himself. He actually stayed down there, cheering the guy on by the cage. That security guard, he did not even fucking leave. He kept the guy in a full Nelson as the other fighter smashed the skull of the other one in with this thing. After one blow, he went limp, and the guard dropped him to the floor. He was only semi-conscious by this point. He kept trying to raise his head, but kept failing, and it kept dropping back to the floor. The man with the weapon was looking all around, like he was pleading with his eyes, wondering what to do next. But he was told to keep on going, that as long as the other man was still breathing, the fight was not over. And so he took another swing. That was all that he needed. The other man's face was just a mass of blood. There was a dent in the man's head, I'm not even kidding. It was probably the worst sight I have ever seen in my entire life. After that, the fighter who won, if you could call it that, was restrained and tied up and dragged off backstage. Some workers and guards came out at one point and went into the cage. They tried their best to clean up what they could. I saw them putting chunks of something into a bucket. I wanted to throw up, but I had to hide it. I had to stifle it. I tried to distract myself, do that thing where you stare above something and let your vision go blurry so I couldn't actually see. But at one point, my heart drops because my employer tells me it's time to get to work. He tells me to follow him, and he takes me backstage, behind the curtain. He told me that he's been waiting for this event for quite a while and had paid good money for this. He told me that he would be taking part in the next round personally. What I thought he meant and what actually happened, though, were two completely different things. Behind the stage was even worse than out there. People in cages, chained up against the walls by their necks. Some of them were sitting in pools of blood, vomit, or what looked and smelled like they were on piss. They were wearing rags. They looked incredibly malnourished, and they had marks all over their bodies. Bruises, what looked like marks that would be made by cat o' nine tails, and gouges in the skin. There were guards watching over all of the people, and there was a lineup of people knelt down. I walked along the lineup with my employer until he got to his man. He was a lot buffer than the rest of them. He was still clearly wasting away, but he looked like he still had a fair bit of muscle and looked quite strong. I remember smelling this foul odor. He had hair growing down to his neck and had this overgrown scraggly beard which had chunks of some kind of food in it. My employer stopped and just pointed to him and said, "That one, get him ready." He told me to help the guards to prepare him. I kind of just stood there watching as they got the man ready with rope and as he struggled and fought back. He was clearly quite strong, and even tied up, he was giving them quite a bit of trouble. My employer snapped at me, told me to grab him from behind and to help them. I did as I was told. I grabbed him by his arms and pulled them way behind. He told me no, get him by the neck, and so I did. I had my arm wrapped around his neck and my employer told me, tighter. So I did so. I swear that I heard something click when I applied more pressure. I could feel myself shaking, and at one point, I just feel this sharp pain. The fucker just bit me, but if I let go, I would be in trouble. I tried to stifle a shout, but my employer clearly saw that I was in pain, and he just started beating the man, just in the stomach. He got a bat or something and struck him in the stomach mostly. He told me to be careful not to sully him before the main event. Eventually, the restrained man just gave in and just walked along normally. I helped walk the man out into the cage and we untied him and then threw him inside. The announcer gave another spiel. It wasn't really important. I wasn't even really listening anymore. I do remember though that the announcer told everyone that the next round would be extra special, and he got people excited for what was to come. I was told to just stand outside the cage as my employer got ready. I was told that I would be assisting with this round and that I should just do whatever I was told. One of the guards on the other side, they asked my employer what kind of advantage he wanted. It did not take me long to understand what that meant. I was tossed a blindfold, and I was sent in with another guard in order to blindfold the strong guy in there. He tried to put up a fight, but even when he managed to hit me, I could tell he just didn't have the energy anymore. We blindfolded him and left him, being careful not to do any more damage. My employer, he then asked for a strange kind of weapon. He asked for a whip, a cat o' nine tails. And with that, he entered the cage, and the announcer started his long spiel again, explaining things to everyone. My heart was just pounding standing there. Nothing felt like real life anymore. It seemed like time had just started to slow down, and I could feel everything. I could feel everything all around me. I don't know, it's hard to explain. I was just scared about what I was going to witness. I don't want to go into too much detail, and if I'm honest, my memory becomes pretty spotty from this point onwards anyway. I guess from the stress and anxiety, tenfold from being involved. It went on for far, far too long. My employer would make a sound and taunt the man who would run blindfolded at him, only to be met with the edge of the cage, or the barbed wire, or a fist. And once his back was turned, my employer would strike him. It seemed like he'd used that whip many times before. Nearly every single strike from it drew blood. The sound it made was sickening. It was like a crack of thunder in the air, and it was so loud and so quick. After a while, the man was exhausted. He could barely even stand. Even doing so much as a jog was out of the question for this man. But the people in the audience, they loved it. They were laughing, throwing food and other things down at the stage. They were like animals. And my employer, I had never seen him so happy before in his life. He was always so serious and business-oriented. I had never seen him so much as crack up at a joke. But here, he was grinning so wide and just enjoying each and every single moment. Eventually, someone came down and tapped me on the shoulder. I was given some kind of a cattle prod, the kind that you can shock someone with. I was instructed to jam it into the cage, into the back of the man. I was told to do it once to make him move. If he still refused to move, I was to do it once more and then stop. because any more might knock him out. I did as I was told. It only took one shock. The man felt it, turned to look at me, even though he was blindfolded. He obviously could not see through the cloth, at least, I don't think so. The blindfold looked wet around the eyes, flecks of blood were on it too. And after trying to look at where the shot came from, he just made his best effort to run. It seemed like he had maybe done this before. He ended up hitting the deck and was just wheezing heavily on the floor. My employer whipped him a couple of times and then told me it was no fun. He pointed at me. He told me it was my turn. I entered the cage because he forced me to, and he handed me the whip. He told me to try as hard as I could. I tried to stutter out something like, I've never done it before, and he grabbed me by the collar with 2 hands and said to me, "Did I ask you to fucking speak?" And so I whipped the man. His back was just a bloody mess at this point. He told me to do it again, but harder this time, for real, to not hold back, and I did. The blood was pooling up on the floor, and I was told to do it again, and again, and again. I remember at one point, my vision was so blurry, and I could barely see. The man in front of me had just become some kind of a vague shape in my vision. I felt like I was going to pass out. After a little while of that and him laughing, he told me to leave, and I did so. After that, he got different weapons, heavier weapons. Even when the man was almost certainly dead, he just kept going. Until his head was just bits on the floor. I tried my best to disassociate. After he was done, he came out and put his hand on my shoulder. He told me that I had done a good job. He told me that if I could keep it up, then I would go far, whatever that means. Then he pointed at the cage, at the vague shape of a man on the floor, and he told me to help clean up. That was the hardest thing I've ever done. I was given a bucket, and I had to scoop up the pieces with my hands. They didn't even give me any gloves. Mopping up the floor was almost impossible, even with help. It seemed like the stains just sunk in deeper and deeper. After the cleanup was done, I had to go and stand beside my employer for the rest of the night. It only seemed to get worse from there, but I think I've said more than enough. I don't even want to think about it anymore. I could not even go and wash my hands. I had to feel the mushy human remnants on my hands the whole night, and every time I moved them, I could smell it. I could smell it everywhere. It just lingered in the air. I guess any sane person would have cut and run after that night. But me, I guess I'm just too much of a coward. I saw what was going on that night, and it made me fearful. I had no idea about the existence of something so horrible. I didn't know whether this was the tip of the iceberg or the darkest depths. I thought maybe that if I tried to quit or leave, I might end up as one of those people forced to kill someone else or put on a show as entertainment. And I didn't want that. How do I live with myself? I don't. I spend most of my free time drunk or high on whatever drugs I can find, stuffing myself with food and just whatever else I can do to distract myself. After that day, the floodgates opened. I've seen more horrible things that I don't even dare to think about in my own head, let alone type up here. I don't know what to do. I don't think there's anything that I can do. I think that even if I ran away somewhere, I think they would find me and punish me. I was involved in something that I am ashamed of, and looking back, I had no business being involved. I was involved in some kind of shady dealings for some wealthy people, and I can't even remember it all anymore. My memory is almost half gone. When I remember some of the things, the memories are incomplete. To give a little bit of backstory, I come from a piss-poor family. Both of my parents were good-for-nothing junkies and had no business being parents. I was an accident, and it really showed. I wasn't even old enough to form proper memories when my dad walked out one night and never came back. Even after he left, my mom never stopped abusing drugs, and it was not long before she ended up dead, and I ended up in an adoption home. She had isolated herself from all of her family members, and none of them wanted anything to do with me. I don't think it was out of hate for me, not really. More that they did not want to shoulder her burden, I guess. I remember that they tracked down my aunt, and she straight up told me that she wanted nothing to do with me, and that she hoped that my mother would burn in hell for what she did. I never did find out the bulk of it, so I don't know what she did. From a young age, I had to work shitty side jobs, doing long hours just to get by, just to build up some modicum of savings so that I could make it out of my shitty situation. Once I turned 18 years old and was forced to stand on my own 2 feet, I had a small set of savings that allowed me to rent a shitty rundown apartment in the shitty part of a big city. I'm not going to tell you which city or even which state. I don't want to narrow it down too much. Anyway, so I started dating a girl, and for a while I was happy. That was until I was diagnosed with cancer. I had no health insurance, I did not have the cash for any treatments, and my girl, well, she did not want to stick around and support me. She told me that she was too young to deal with something like that, whatever that means. I did not have the energy to work more physical labor. I was struggling and scared every single day that I was going to die, that I was going to waste away, that I wasn't going to make it, that maybe I would die from starvation before the cancer even got to me, since I couldn't work and I barely had any money to my name. Anyway, at one point, I managed to score a job working for this rich dude. Like, I'm talking super rich. He had this massive property, and he needed people to clean and do odd jobs. I can't even remember how I got the job in the first place, actually. I know I applied to a few places and someone gave me a call, but I don't really remember. I did cleaning and tending to the massive garden mostly, but ended up doing some painting and decorating under his direct instruction at some point. I don't even know why he picked me. I wasn't in the best health, but I guess I was still in decent shape from working out so much and doing so many physical labor jobs while I was growing up. And one day, he actually approached me personally with a job offer. He said he knew about my situation. I may or may not have laid it on thick, looking for sympathy with the employers. I didn't think it would work with someone as rich as him, but, you gotta survive any way that you can, using any kind of tricks that you can. But anyway, he said that he had a favor to ask of me that would be mutually beneficial. He told me that I was a well-built dude and could make some good money. I was interested, so I asked him about the offer. He told me that he actually ran a modeling business and that was how he made the bulk of his money. He told me that I would do well. I was a little skeptical at first, and I was getting some really weird vibes, but eventually I said sure. I needed the money, so I told him I would love to work as a model. It's funny because I didn't even actually ask him what kind of modeling or anything like that. I was just so focused on the money. He was actually pretty blasé about the whole thing. He brought me into a room in his house with all white walls, took a couple of shots of me with his phone, like headshots, body shots, and the like, and then he handed me a phone of my own. It was this shitty Nokia brick. This shit was older than me. He told me to keep it safe, and that he would contact me in the coming days. It sketched me out a little bit, but whatever. I really, really needed this money. Things only got sketchier from there, but I'm going to try and speed this story up. It's already going to be much too long. He did have a modeling agency, but it was mostly bullshit. He was just using it as a way to ease me in. The real place that he wanted me to work at was this nightclub that was also owned by him, I think, and maybe someone else too. He told me that was where the real money was. This nightclub was actually pretty famous in the city. Lots of people there every single night. But only a select few are allowed into the private section. This is where he wanted me to work. He would have me take these bunk modeling photos every so often as a kind of a front, I guess, and make it look like I was doing above the board stuff, but by night, I would be in the private section of this nightclub. The only people allowed into this private section were wealthy people, very wealthy people, celebrities sometimes. Some of them would wear masks of all kinds to try and conceal their identities. All kinds of masks, shitty plastic ones, handcrafted ceramic ones, or even sometimes just those terrible half-face masquerade masks. Both men and women, surprisingly. The first day that I was there, I didn't really know what I was supposed to do or what the deal was. I agreed to it without even knowing. That is how desperate I was. I didn't even really listen to the job. I listened for the money, and that's how I made my choice. I had an inkling of a feeling of what he was asking me to do, but I didn't really want to think about it. I was stood around like a lemon for half the night before a guy in a suit came over to me and told me that an older lady had bid on me. I was never told the sum, but I imagine it was not cheap. This man in the suit, he was my handler, I guess you could call it. Different guy every single night. I never saw the same person twice. I was told before working that every single time I would have two choices: accept the bid and do whatever was asked of me, or never work for them again. I accepted, reluctantly. Now, I am not going to go into detail about this because, like I said, I feel a lot of shame, and I only want to tell you about what I think is relevant. It would be both men and women, sometimes at the same time, and when it was just this, it didn't really bother me so much. Sure, I felt disgusting at the end of the night, and like a disposable object, but I could suck it up just for the money. I was asked to do some incredibly strange things that I do not want to repeat, but it wasn't illegal, like, it was all above board, kind of. Bear in mind, I had to sign countless documents and NDAs every single time I had a meeting with a client. It was insane. But after a while of working there, I had a really strange night. This older man bid on me, a lot of money too. I was given a key to one of those secluded basement rooms by my handler and told to take a shower and just wait. And so I did. And when I got out of the shower and into the room, an older man was waiting there for me. There was a woman sitting on the bed and wearing a blindfold, and he handed one to me and told me to put it on. He was wearing a really expensive looking suit, and he looked very wealthy. From minute one, it was strange. He spent the time, most of the time, biting me really, really hard. His teeth were sharp and were pricking my legs. At one point, he just bit down really hard on my thigh, and I let out a yelp. He drew blood, and he spent hours just licking the blood and then re-piercing a hole and doing the same thing again. It hurt really badly, and like I said, he did this for hours. I think he did the same to the other woman too, but I never saw. I just heard her making the same yelping sounds. At one point, he put something in my hands, something cold and metal. He reaches around the back of my head and undoes my blindfold. The woman still has hers on. I can see that there is a knife in my hand, and all of a sudden, my stomach has dropped, and I can feel a deep pit of dread. He offers me a lot of money, more than I had ever seen in my life at one time before. He told me that all he was asking for was for me to make a big cut in myself for him to drink. That's what he told me. He told me to do this and let him drink, and that I would be rich. I asked where I should cut and how much. I was panicking and letting out a barrage of questions. I didn't even know what to do. I didn't even know if I was saying yes yet. And at one point, he just puts his hand around my mouth and squeezes really tight and just says, "Cut." His eyes had this look in them. It was like something had just twigged in them. He had this look of pure, I'm not even sure. It was like the look of a man starving to death who just had this giant juicy steak put right in front of him. So I took the knife and I brought it up to my chest. I did not want to do it anywhere else and cause too much damage and accidentally kill myself. I wasn't an expert on where, and I was scared. I just closed my eyes and pressed down and dragged it, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I felt an immediate, sharp pain. I felt anxiety all over my body, and I knew I had screwed up. My hands were shaking so hard that when I had pulled it, I kind of slipped. I put too much pressure. I could feel the blood gushing from me, gushing from my chest. I could see the layer below the skin. I can't recall the name of it. There was a massive gap in my skin. I tried to put pressure on the wound with my hands, and this crazy bastard told me no. And he brought out this fucking goblet or chalice or whatever. He told me that if I moved again, he would make me regret it. He just held it under me and filled it up. And when it was almost full, he took a swig. He downed it almost entirely in one go. I had to listen to him gargle the blood and swill it around in his mouth before spitting it back out into the chalice, and then he made me do the same, and the same for the woman who was still blindfolded. And once she had finished, he swallowed the rest of it. I could not hide my panic. For hours and hours he just sat there and let the blood flow out of my wound as he filled up his cup and sucked on my skin. At one point, I don't know how much time had passed, I felt myself just go cold. My blood felt cold. My entire body felt cold. It was like, my entire body just got this icy, chilling feeling, like I was going to pass out. I could feel it in my veins. I could feel it in my head. I think even my toes and my hands had gone numb. This next thing, I think it was just from a shock or a trick of my imagination maybe, but at one point, it actually felt like I was floating above the room and watching myself just passed out on the bed, like I wasn't inside of my body anymore, like I was completely detached. I did not wake up for hours. I know because I saw the time when I woke up. I had bandages all around my body and was actually in the house of the rich guy who initially hired me. I was in one of his spare rooms with someone attending the side of my bed. He came in and he gave me a spiel. He gave me some half-ass bullshit non-apology before going into a rant about money. He showed me the money. That guy was not lying. I never saw him again, but I could actually pay for my fucking treatment. I basically swore everything off after that. I told him I was done, that I was grateful for the opportunity, but that I only needed money for my treatment. He stared at me for a while with this dead-eyed stare. Then he chuckled to himself and told me that I would be back, that he would call me in maybe a month or so and ask me one more time that I would not get another offer and to consider it carefully. Fast forward around a month and well, I was broke again. Treatments are expensive. Even just regular appointments and medication cost thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. I had not found another job because I was so weak from my treatments. My hair was falling out. I felt horrible. And when that call came, I did not want to say yes. I had already told myself beforehand I was not going to do it again. I was going to make my own way. I was going to do everything that I could. I wanted to leave it behind and make my own way in life, but he just kept talking and selling it to me, saying that it was even more money than last time, that I would never have to work again, that this would be my last ever job, etc. And I fell for it. Like the fucking idiot that I am, I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I got there to the place as usual, but after hours this time. The entire place was shut down, I think for the entire night. My handler brought me in and briefed me, and by that, I mean that he gave me some clothes to wear and told me which room to go into. Waiting there for me was this older lady. She was wearing a mask, and another dude was also there that was probably around my age. He was wearing a blindfold and was just sitting on the bed. He seemed to be a little bit out of it, I guess I would say. He was kind of swaying back and forth, even while just sitting down. He seemed really off balance. The second that I got in there and changed my clothes, this lady came up to me and grabbed me by my throat. She was squeezing it really tightly actually. It kind of hurt. I couldn't really breathe. She told me to open up my mouth and she forced this drink down me. It was in a glass and was completely clear. but it did not taste like water. It tasted acidic. I almost choked it all up because she would not let go of my throat, and she kept trying to force me to swallow it, and when I sputtered, she slapped me and made me lick the rest off of the floor. Things got so much worse after that. My body started having this fuzzy feeling. I felt this buzzing in the pit of my stomach. At first I felt euphoria, and then at one point I couldn't feel much of anything anymore. My body felt like it weighed nothing, and my vision was so shaky and blurry. It was like it was out of focus at all times. I was seeing things at one point too, or at least I hope I was seeing things. I was seeing shadows flickering around the room, seeing shadows moving really quickly out of the corner of my eye. And at one point I saw a man standing over the bed who wasn't actually there. It was horrifying. I did not know what to trust. The lady asked me to cut the other man. She handed me a knife and told me to make a small cut on his stomach. I was high as shit, and I remember slurring out some words toward him, asking if it was okay if I cut him, but it came out more like, "Cut it, K?" And he didn't even say any words in response to me. He just made this weird moaning sound. When I did it, he didn't even really react. He stayed silent for about a minute, and then when I was instructed to make another cut, he started giggling. He was kicking his feet and laughing like he was being tickled. I don't really want to talk about the rest, but I better finish the story. It kept escalating, and I kept going and making more cuts in this guy, bigger cuts each time. He was laughing and he seemed okay, and I could not even stand up by this point. There was not much that I could do. I remember, and I think this is because of whatever she made me drink, but I remember seeing this tall shadow figure standing just behind this guy. He was so tall that his head hit the ceiling and his body curved across the ceiling. It had these red piercing eyes, and it was just staring at me, staring right into my eyes. It made me feel dread. This lady, she was getting off to this, to say the least. Kept making sounds from behind me and telling me to make more cuts in this guy and then drinking his blood. At one point, I heard something that I will never ever forget. I would say that hearing those words sobered me up instantly, but there was nothing in the world that could make that happen. She told me to stab him. I audibly slurred out what? And she snapped and told me, "Do not make me repeat myself." I was still gripping the blade, and I moved it over to his stomach, and I think I was just going to make a little cut again. I was thinking maybe I just misheard her, or I was hoping so at least. She was shouting at me now, telling me no. She told me, "No, stab him. Stab him in the neck." Again, I had no idea what was going on. I was so out of it, and I was like, "What do you mean?" And I heard her start grunting, a really angry grunt. Then I felt something pressed up against the back of my head. It was cold, and I heard a distinct click. She told me not to move, and I tried my best to stop swaying from side to side. She told me, as clear as day, "You are going to stab him in the neck and kill him, or I will shoot you." And then she just started laughing. I tried to turn my head to look back at her face to kind of gauge her expression, and she slapped me with a gun and told me that if I looked around or hesitated again, that she would kill me right there on the spot, that I would get no second chances. So I picked up the knife. I had no fucking choice. You have to believe me. She was seriously going to kill me. The other guy was still giggling and swaying back and forth. He didn't have a care in the world. He was still blindfolded, and I guess he had no idea what was really going on. I held the blade up towards his neck, and she pushed the gun harder against my head and told me, "Now." And I don't remember the rest. I remember not having the knife in my hand anymore. I remember not hearing the giggling anymore. I remember hearing the lady moaning and laughing, and that went on for quite a while from what I can remember. I remember seeing blood, a lot of blood. There was just a bloody mess everywhere, all over me and my hands, all over the bed. He wasn't moving anymore. He wasn't laughing anymore. I don't know how much time passed by, but the next thing that I remember was that I was not in that place anymore. I was not in that basement room. I was in another room. It was a concrete room with 4 plain walls and a metal table in the middle, along with a couple of metal chairs. I was sat down forcefully. I had to have someone walk me because I was still completely out of it and could barely put one foot in front of the other. Both the rich guy who hired me and the lady were sat there. They talked to me for a long time. Well, rather, they talked at me. They were threatening me, telling me that if I told anyone, that I would be spending the rest of my life in prison for murder. I remember at one point after hearing this, I just groggily said, "Where is he? What did I do?" And I was told to shut up. They gave me the money. They transferred it to me like last time. Well, no, it was never transferred the first time either. They actually gave me a new bank card and an account with a fake name to withdraw from. This one was different from the first. I could still see that shadow figure. Only now it wasn't standing up right to the ceiling. It was kneeling on the floor beside me, and I could see that it was grinning. It didn't even have a mouth before, but now it had this bright white, toothy grin. I was made to sign more documents. Then I was told to leave and to never make contact ever again, to never set foot in that place ever again. I was told that if I knew what was best for me, I would leave not only the city, but the state too. They took the Nokia phone that they gave to me. I was left with no evidence whatsoever. Even if I did go to the police, who would believe me, especially all these years later? I had no proof it even happened. That's the only reason I'm telling you it here now, all this time later, just to get it off of my chest. I know I'm a monster. I know that I do not deserve redemption. I've made peace with that. I know I will have to live with the horrible things I've done for the rest of my life. I will have to live with the fact that I killed an innocent man just for money. I've been in remission for the last few years, but if I'm honest, part of me hopes that the cancer comes back. A small part of me, it's just a thought in the back of my head. A small part of me hopes it comes back and actually kills me this time. It's the least that I deserve. I deserve to die from something as horrible as that. I have not set foot in that state since that day. I've actually been out of the country for a while too. I have no idea if any of the same goes on or if it's somewhere else now. I don't know if it was only me or more widespread. I'm sorry, I do not have more answers. I used to work as a lighthouse keeper a very, very long time ago. I'm probably exposing just how old I am now, just by saying that. I've been sitting on this story for a very long time now. Mostly because I didn't think anyone would ever really believe me. I have seen countless witness statements, and if they even have a hint of abnormality, then people get mercilessly ridiculed, especially back then. But this website has kind of opened up my eyes a little bit. Of course, I'm not falling for the stupid tales of skinwalkers written by 16-year-olds, but I have seen things posted on this website that I am inclined to believe. I guess not everyone can be lying. Anyways, before things were shut down and everything became fully automated, I used to be one of very few keepers remaining at this little lighthouse on the East Coast. It was up near Maine, but I don't want to give specifics. I was alone most of the time. I was very lucky to be stationed in a lighthouse that was built on a landmass only a short trip away from the mainland by sea. It was something like a 30-minute journey, but even still, I would only get visits every few weeks in order to resupply my stores of food and provide me with the materials I needed. The amount of time a lighthouse keeper spends at his post before switching out with another person varies from place to place. Some that are located on rocky coastlines could be swapped as often as every 2 weeks. When this happened to me, I was about halfway through a deployment that would go on to last just shy of 2 months. It was a first for me, and also a last. I actually took up crochet as a hobby just to pass the time. You had to find things to keep your hands busy, otherwise you would go crazy in no time at all. Anything to do with patience, like little arts and crafts, was perfect. In between journaling and noting down observations, patrolling the landmass, and carrying out maintenance and repairs, you could just chip away at these things. It especially helps you to relax, to be able to sleep. That's something that a lot of people struggle with. You would think that with no one around and nothing to do, you would sleep more often, but that isn't really the case. The body just isn't used to it. Humans were never really meant to be that isolated, especially not for so long at a time. Anyway, so I was chipping away at this project. You know those silly little model ships that you would construct using special tools while it was still inside the glass bottle? I don't know, I thought it was novel, funny even. Me, stranded out there in a lighthouse, building a model ship in a bottle. Maybe it was just because I felt myself slipping. Anyway, I was doing this not long before bedtime. The light was on, and you might not know this, but back then, those things were loud. The machinery that rotates the giant lens, it drowns out a lot of noise, and so it can drive you a little bit mad. You can barely even hear yourself think sometimes. But as I was constructing this model ship, just hyper-focused and getting into the zone and concentrating really hard, I was starting to hear some kind of sounds. It was really faint at first. I almost thought I was imagining them. You know, like when you're listening to loud music and you hallucinate that you heard someone calling your name. It was a little bit like that at first, but then it got louder and louder until I could eventually hear it properly. It wasn't louder than the machinery, but it was loud enough to make out what it was. It was singing. It sounded like a woman singing a song without words, like some kind of an opera song. It sounded mesmerizing. I could not help but completely drop what I was doing and focus fully on the sound. Now, I'm not stupid. I'd obviously heard the tales of sirens and things at that point, but they were just stories to scare people. They're not real, right? I listened for around a minute in total, and the song eventually changed. The voice got lower, as if it had switched to a man singing halfway through. It was a seamless transition between voices, but this new one, it was off key completely. It sounded horrible to my ears, and it made me want to rip them off. It sounded like someone dragging nails down a chalkboard, and it made me angry, irrationally so. I could feel my blood start boiling. I could feel myself getting physically angry. I don't know why, but it made me feel like I wanted to storm outside, all the way out there and punch someone or something, if someone was even there. I felt my temperature rising until I was almost sweating at the thought, and I could tell I was so angry. I had to try to breathe and calm myself down, take a sip of water. I don't know what was wrong with me. I actually stood up and looked outside the window to see what was out there, but I couldn't really make out much. I think I maybe saw some kind of a shape bobbing around near the shoreline, but I could have been mistaken. It could have been my brain playing tricks on me in the low light. Aside from that, it was just the waves rolling pretty gently. I managed to calm myself down and went back to my work, but that sound came back. But it didn't start beautiful and transition to sounding horrible like before. It was immediately grating, and it lasted for around a minute this time. And when it ended, I heard an odd noise. It sounded like some kind of a scream, but I must have just imagined it. Not any kind of a human scream though, more like that of a large animal. It sounded almost muffled, like it had a mouthful of water, whatever it was. Since it stopped, I managed to keep myself relatively calm, and I went back to my work, but that did not last for long. I became restless, and I decided to leave the lighthouse for a final patrol before bedtime. I wasn't really sure what was wrong with me. I was almost shaking. I didn't understand what happened and I just needed some air. The second that I stepped outside, the smell just hit me like a brick wall. It was the stench of rotten fish and I gagged so hard. I wanted to go right back inside, but I couldn't. I had a flashlight with me that I used to make my way around the mass of land, and I caught the glimmer of something by the shoreline. Multiple somethings. It was the glimmer of fish. I was still quite a distance away, but I could see them quite clearly. Just a mound of fish scattered around the shore. They looked to have marks on them, bites on them, holes in them. There were bits of fish that looked like it had just been torn off and spat back out onto the ground. It was disgusting, and it wasn't just a bunch of small fish either. There was at least one bigger sized one that I spotted, and it had the same marks. I wish that was all that I saw. If it was, then I probably would have written it off and just tucked it away into the back of my mind, never to be remembered ever again. But there was something in the water. I'm not sure what it was or what it was even doing. It looked to be quite big in size. My light did not fully illuminate that far away, so I could only really make out the silhouette and a few vague details. I could see some kind of a head. It had these fins on the side of the head that looked like ears. It was, weird. On the front of its head, it had one of those things sticking out that anglerfish have, only without the light. Like, it went down over its face, but it did not light up. It was this head. I couldn't tell exactly the shape or how big it was, and then the body of this thing was quite long, maybe 4 feet in length from what I could see that was visible above the water. It was just bobbing around in the water by the shore. It had these deep black eyes that just looked dead. I just stood and stared for maybe 30 seconds, and then I started to hear sounds coming from the thing, like some kind of a coughing or sputtering. It genuinely sounded like a human with a clogged throat, clearing all kinds of mucus. And then I saw it start moving. It swam closer and closer to the shore until its head was basically on land, which was strange to say the least. And then I saw the head rise out of the water until it was around 4 feet in the air, until I could see that the body of the thing had lifted out of that water entirely, and that this thing was standing up. It had a torso. It was scaly like a fish. It glimmered in the light. That's why I didn't understand what I was looking at. That's why I was mistaken, but it had a torso. This thing had fucking legs and arms. I could not make out the exact proportions, other than the fact that the arms were quite stubby. This thing walked for a few steps. It seemed to have a bit of trouble doing this on just 2 legs, and then it got down to all 4s and just moved so fast. It was basically over the top of one of the bigger dead fish. It coughed a little bit more. It looked like it coughed something up, but I couldn't really see what it was. It sounded thick and wet. And then it just started tearing into this fish. It had some kind of tiny claws on its hand, it looked like. And in such a short space of time, it just ripped this thing apart. And it had its face basically buried into the insides of this fish. I could not believe what I was seeing. This thing had a damn body. I had never seen anything like it in my entire life. I was frozen in shock for a while, but once I managed to snap back to reality, I rushed back inside as quietly as possible. Once I got inside, I could not do anything but just vomit all over the floor. I did my best to clean it up, and then I went and sat in a quiet room and just rocked myself back and forth. I closed my eyes as tight as they would go. I heard sounds for hours. That coughing sound, some horrible wheezing sounds, those wet tearing sounds, the sounds of something coughing up something wet, even that horrible out-of-tune singing which made my blood boil. I had to cover my ears and just try to block out the noise as best as I could. Before I had even realized that so much time had passed, the sun was rising and it was morning. I had not even gotten a minute of sleep, not even a single minute. It took quite a while for me to work up the courage to go outside again. That thing was nowhere to be seen, but there were still remnants left behind. Some small smatterings of fish guts and bits of tiny bones and blood. The smell was still there too. It was even worse by the morning, once the sun was up and the baking heat amplified the smell. I actually threw up again that morning, when I noticed that in between the bits of guts and bones, there was actually a tiny eyeball that seemed to have been left behind. It looked like it had been bitten into, or squeezed really hard and then spat back out. That smell is something that stuck with me for a long, long time. I can still smell it now if I try. For the rest of my time on that lighthouse deployment, I pretty much just sat in silence and just stared off into the distance. My sleep was becoming more and more sporadic, and by the time I got my next supply shipment, the guy who came to see me could tell I was really messed up. They called time right there and brought someone to replace me within the day. I never said why, but I quit right there and then, as soon as I got back to shore. I couldn't handle it anymore. And who would believe me? I wish I knew what I saw that day. I wish I could have some type of answers. I don't want to believe that things like that really do live underneath us without us even knowing. I want to tell you the story of how I almost ended up in prison and lost my job as a police officer. It's an odd one, and something I really still do not understand. I let my temper get the best of me, for sure, but I feel like most people would react like I did in this situation. Just to preface all of this did not occur in the United States, but I won't be specifying exactly what country I live in. Anyway, so we had a suspect who had been arrested and we had under questioning. I say suspect, but we basically had him dead to rights almost. We were really close to getting there. I don't want to spend too much time explaining the case, but essentially, a man and a woman had been murdered in their home. They were wealthy people in my country, very wealthy, and they had a very big house. The man was a politician in my country, and the man that we had arrested was most likely the suspect. He had no alibi. Witnesses could place him in the local area during the rough time frame that the murder occurred, and we found traces of gunshot residue on his clothes. That was, all of the evidence that we had at that time. We had no murder weapon. The man and the woman in the home were determined to have died from gunshot wounds, but it was not quite that simple. Someone had gone to great lengths to completely disfigure both of the faces. Like, the skin on the man's face was sliced off almost completely, and it looked like someone had taken a blunt object after the fact and slammed it down repeatedly onto his head. We probably never would have been able to identify the man, if not for the fact that the perpetrator was not able to completely finish the job or move the bodies somewhere else. Our working theory was that the plan was to move them, possibly with assistance from someone else. We did find tire tracks that had flattened some of the grass on the nearby field on the plot of land. It looked like a vehicle had rolled up, but had sped off pretty quickly. The theory was that he had someone else assisting him, but that they either got cold feet, or that the man was caught in the act and had to flee unexpectedly. So by this point, we had been grilling this man for hours, and he was pretty close to breaking. It seemed like his mind was unraveling, if I'm quite honest with you. When we hauled him in, he seemed a little bit dazed and kind of out of it. It was like he was dosed up on something that was dulling his senses. He could barely even form a coherent sentence, or even walk in a straight line. We actually had to carry him out of the car and into the station. But after some water and a few hours, we could tell that he was becoming really, really panicked. He was tweaking out in that room, picking at his skin, and he was just slurring his words and saying some really odd things. We would ask him a question about where the murder weapon was, or if he had an accomplice at the scene, and he would go into some weird spiel about stuff that seemed completely unrelated to me. He ranted for about 2 minutes straight about how his wife was never going to forgive him, about how he had to watch his kids die. He was clearly really out of it. The problem was that we could not risk agitating this guy or making him shut down completely. Not so much for the case. I think we still would have been able to prosecute him regardless, even with the limited information and evidence that we had. But there was still a key piece of information that he was withholding from us that we needed to know, and quickly. It was a desperate situation. See, there was a child involved, the son of the wealthy man and woman. He was probably only 13 years old, but he was at the house the night that the murder occurred. He had not been spotted anywhere since then, not in the nearby town. He had not contacted anyone on his phone. No bank cards connected to his parents or him had been used, etc. There was just nothing, no trace whatsoever. From what we could tell, the boy was still alive, likely abducted by whoever was helping this man. If we did not hurry it up, it might be too late for the boy, but if we pushed this guy too hard, he might lose it, and then we would never find him. He was spiraling and not really properly coherent, but we were getting there with him. We let him keep talking about his kids, even if it really didn't make any sense. As far as we were aware, this guy did not have kids. He never had a wife either. He had never been legally married, and he had been born here and stayed here his entire life, so there would have been a record. There was not so much as a record of him taking a flight out of the country on a holiday or whatever. He cried a lot and talked a lot about his memories with his son, and it seemed like he was getting close to relenting and telling us where the boy was. We got him to admit that his accomplice had taken him in the car but left him behind, and that was about when the worst possible thing that could happen started to happen. We got called out of the interrogation room. There were two men who wanted to speak to me, and then wanted to speak to the suspect. They produced credentials. 2 damn federal agents. Just what I needed. What were they even doing here? Worse still, they wanted to talk to the man, and there was nothing that I could do to stop it. My superior, and whoever was above them, had already approved it, and I had no power whatsoever to stop it. It would actually have been a federal offense for me to block them from going into that room. My partner and I were forced to wait outside the room, and we had to watch through the glass, because they wanted privacy for some reason. Didn't really make sense to me. If they were here to help us get a confession out of this guy, why would we not be allowed to hear? Why would we not be able to use that information to help our investigation? At the time, I was thinking super cynically. I thought maybe it was petty point scoring, so that these guys could get a win and take it away from us, but that didn't really turn out to be the case, at least not as far as I can tell. All of the audio in the room was cut off, so I had to just guess from reading their lips. They spoke for a while. I have no idea what about. I'm not really a good lip reader, and more than anything, I was just furious. I called up my supervisor, and let's just say he did not appreciate the way that I spoke to him. He told me to calm down and let the man do his job, that it was important and that I should not get involved or that there will be trouble for me. Why would you risk something like this is my problem. We were this close, and there was a fucking missing child involved. It was bullshit. My partner did not seem as incensed as me. In fact, he seemed oddly calm. He had been here longer than me, so I guess he just learned to tune it all out. These guys in suits, they pulled out this massive folder. I know that they pulled out photographs, but I could not see them. The assholes made the suspect stand up to see them, so he could face them away from the window. It was just super weird. After looking at the photos and talking for another who knows how long, the suspect sat back down, and he looked as if he just got hit by a truck from his facial expression. He looked shocked, scared even, more scared than ever before. The suspect actually stopped talking for most of this time, especially when he was shown whatever the photos were. He just nodded his head really meekly, and by the time that they were done, he had his head in his arms and he was just sobbing. When we finally got audio again, it sounded like a child having a tantrum. Again, I have no idea what they said to him. I was shouting at those idiots when they came outside about how I was so close to finding that kid and how they better not have screwed the case up. This motherfucker put his hand down beside his gun when I got close and I was shouting. He was obviously threatening me. I rushed back into the interrogation room. I did not even wait for my partner. When I got in there, the suspect had stopped crying. He was actually using an inhaler. I had to snatch it off of him. He wasn't asthmatic. He did not have an inhaler on his person when he was brought in and searched. He never even mentioned being asthmatic. There was nothing of the sort on his medical record. The only thing I could think of at the time was those agents. But that would have been ridiculous. To try and make a long story much shorter, the suspect would not talk anymore whatsoever. Once he wiped his tears away, that was it. He was like an emotionless robot. He would not give me any answers about the missing kid anymore. He downright denied ever admitting to having an accomplice or him taking the child. He said that I must have gotten confused, that his lawyer would rip me apart in court because I pressured and took advantage of a mentally unwell man into a confession. Those are the words that bastard said to me when he could not even string a sentence together just hours ago. And all of this was said in the same dead monotone cadence. He didn't even show a flicker of anxiety or anything at all in his voice. Then I made the worst mistake I ever did in my entire career. In fact, I'm probably lucky I only just got fired. I should have ended up in prison, or worse, I could have ended up shot. I let my emotions get the best of me, and I ran out of that interrogation room and all the way to the parking lot. Those two assholes had not left yet and were talking to each other in their car. I stormed over there and I pulled open the door. They hadn't locked it for whatever reason. The guy at the side I opened up was holding that folder and looked a little bit shocked to see me. I started laying into him and he kept threatening me and telling me to back off. I was furious. I asked him what the hell he did to that guy, and I told him he just caused the death of a child. The suit told me that he did not do anything, that all he did was have a conversation with the men. I was seeing red, and I just lost it. I grabbed the guy and pulled him out of the vehicle, which caused him to drop the folder onto the ground. A few photographs and a file flew out of the folder, but I wasn't fully really paying attention at that point. I didn't even get to punch the guy. That's the worst part. I lost my job and almost went to prison, and all I got to do was drag him out of an unmarked car. But in retrospect, not being able to punch him is probably what saved my ass. His partner drew a pistol on me. I think he was fully ready to shoot me right then and there. I would go as far as to say he was eager to shoot me. I don't know, that's just the impression I got from the look he was giving me. He was pointing it at my head and telling me to just walk away. I didn't want to, I really didn't want to, but I did. I managed to calm myself just enough to see sense, but the damage was done. He told me that I messed up and that I was going to go to prison for life for assaulting a federal officer. Well, I was suspended without pay almost immediately. It took all of 30 minutes for my superior to be down there and yelling at me. For tough guys like them, they sure went crying to papa pretty quickly. The trial was expedited, faster than any case I'd ever seen. Something smelled a little bit fishy to me, but it's not like I could really prove it. My lawyer, by the way, was a godsend. I was lucky because I think with any other lawyer, I think I really would have been screwed. I won't go into all of the details of the trial. I'm not sure if I'm even allowed to talk about it, but he managed to get me a few years, but suspended. I don't think it was entirely down to my lawyer being a pro. I think if they really wanted me behind bars for the rest of my life, it would have happened. There must have been some reason why they decided not to, why they changed their mind. He did plead my case pretty well though. He argued I was just overtaken by emotion due to there being a child involved and me also being a father. He also made sure to bring up my long service as an officer and the fact that I had a good track record, which I suppose helped a lot. I was of course still fired and blackballed, It took me a long time to get another job. It took a long time for me to move on, full stop. I tried to go solo for a while and dig up what I could find, but I found a total of nothing. It was just completely useless. I felt completely useless. I was never able to get an update to that case or what happened to the suspect. I never saw any public trials listed, nor any details released to any news outlets, so I fear the worst. I fear that maybe he got off scot-free, or at the very least, that they never found the child. I do have one last thing to share that I am hesitant to share, because it kind of makes me sound like a psycho, and it is very, very possible that my eyes could have just been playing tricks on me. Please just, hear me out though. Let me make it very clear that I only caught sight of this for maybe 10 seconds maximum, in a fit of rage, with a gun pointed at my head, before they were scooped up off of the floor, and I was forced to scuttle away back into the police station. But I saw 2 photographs on the ground that were previously in that folder that had fallen out. Photographs that I assume these men showed to the suspect. I could not read the file from where I was. The writing was a little too small and smudged. But both of the photos, I am not kidding, they looked like photos of the suspect. From what I could see in those 10 seconds, one of them looked to be a Polaroid. He was wearing a Hawaiian shirt, but I could not tell where he was. The other photograph was a big, blown-up, black and white still. It was this man in the town, not too far away from where I used to live, and I recognized it. I recognized one of the landmarks, which was an old clock tower. Only, there is usually a bank right next to this clock tower, and there has been for the last, I don't know, almost 100 years, longer than I've been alive at least. The bank was not there in this photograph. The photo looked old. It could have been my eyes playing tricks on me. It could have been an elaborate Photoshop, but that's what I think I saw. But even if it was Photoshopped, I don't know. The actual photo itself, it had damage from time, from aging. It was yellowed at the sides. But the man that was in both photos, it was definitely the suspect who was sitting across from me that I interrogated for hours. He was clean shaven all 3 times, and I am not kidding when I say he looked the exact same in those photos as he did in that room. If it was a Photoshop and I'm being fooled, my only question is, why? What would they possibly gain? And why did this man go from dazed to slurring to rambling to like a seasoned pro who knows how to keep his mouth shut? Why would those photographs have that effect? And why would my supervisor allow my interrogation to be interrupted, especially so close to closing down the case? I don't think I will ever get a proper answer, and it is driving me absolutely crazy. I used to work as a commercial diver many, many years ago now. I've seen stories floating around. Stories about people seeing things that they cannot explain that are living underneath our oceans. I wanted to post here just to get it off of my chest, really. Maybe someone will actually take this seriously for once. Everyone else I have ever told has just laughed in my face. Family members, friends, people I worked with. This experience actually made me never go near the ocean ever again. I'm not kidding. Commercial diving, if you're unfamiliar, it's not really like how you would picture it. I'm not floating around in scuba gear with a snorkel on. My job is essentially heavy construction work that is done in the pitch black underneath the ocean. You have to saturation dive. You have to go down in a bell. The diving suit that you wear is so heavy, and you have to train for a long time to get used to it, to get used to maneuvering and using the tools that you need to do underwater. The tools are obviously specifically designed for the buoyancy. It's not like you're taking a spanner underwater, but still, it's a really, really big adjustment from just simply diving down, which I also did for many years, even before this job. It all started as just a hobby for me. It's scary and isolating, and every single second The ocean is actively trying to crush your body into bits. The helmet that I wear is insanely heavy. It is this rigid brass and fiberglass thing that just completely locks around my head. Then I've got the thick rubber diving suit, and then I'm connected to the surface ship by an umbilical cable. That is via the diving bell, obviously. The umbilical cable connects to the diving bell, which then connects to the DSV. An umbilical cable is just what we call it. Just think of a big thick bundle of cable or hose all tied together. That's kind of what it's like. It's usually bright colors too, to make it easy to find in low visibility. It's my lifeline. Without it, I will be screwed. It supplies the main breathing air supply and does a whole host of other things. If that gets cut, then it is over. You go down with a small emergency bailout cylinder of air, but depending on the depth and the situation that you find yourself in, it might not be enough to surface safely in time. And believe me, you don't want to emergency ascend too quickly, because nothing good can ever come of that. Sorry, I didn't mean to vomit explanations everywhere. I will try to be concise from here on, and only explain if something is uncommon or doesn't immediately make sense. So, I was out on a repair job in the open ocean. Some pipeline had suffered some massive damage, and there were cracks forming all across it. Just tiny ones to begin with, but it needed to be fixed before catastrophic failure. I had to go down and patch it all up, and that is the best way that I can sum it up without going into technical details. I'm going to skip the preparations, the safety checks, the briefings, the hours of planning, etc. Just know that it's not as simple as suiting up and just diving in. I tested comms before I went, and they were crystal, and so I descended, which went just as usual. As soon as you get beyond 50 meters, the light just drops out, and you are in complete blackness. It's terrifying. I had a headlamp with me, a heavy halogen one, but it still does not fix everything. It only reaches a few feet, and then it's just blackness again. A little bit of light saving you, and then just another wall of blackness. Around 200 meters is about how far I had to descend for this job. At this depth, the pressure is absolute. You need specialized gas mixtures, lots of training, and you have to live in a SAT chamber for days at a time, depending on the job. It's a lot of explaining, so I will leave that out too, but just know that it's probably one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. All it takes is one slight variable, and you are dead, with nothing that you can really do. You can't really prepare for everything. I found the damaged section of the pipe. It was half buried in silt and covered in a thin layer of growth. I already had my tools sent down before me, and so I got to work. Underwater welding is intense and difficult. Every time you strike, you get flashbanged by a massive bit of greenish light. You have to focus at all times. I went on like this for an hour, possibly 2 hours. You really lose track of time down there. You kind of lose all of your senses by a point, if I'm honest. It's like being in one massive deprivation chamber. It's easy to just zone out and feel like you're not inside your body anymore, like you're just an observer. It did not take long before I started to realize that there was something insanely wrong. My air mixture, it tasted like copper. That's what I was breathing in, that's what it tasted like. The thick, metallic taste was unmistakable, and it was making it really difficult to breathe actually. I used my comms to communicate with the people watching over my gauges, and they said that they were all fine. Nothing was wrong with my mixture. They were concerned that I might be dizzy, or suffering from nitrogen narcosis or something of the like. It can happen. It makes you see things. It can make you feel like you are in a daze, like you're high on something. But this wasn't the case. I was perfectly fine, and I did some basic exercises, like lifting my hands, moving my fingers, blah blah blah. But everything was fine, and they were happy for me to continue. I went to go back to doing my job. I could still taste that coppery taste, and as I raised up my tool, I noticed that I couldn't raise my arm any further up. I managed to bring it up to about my waist, and it was like my entire arm had just become too heavy to lift all of a sudden, which is impossible. It just felt really, really heavy. I could feel the sharp, stinging pain in my arm. Not just a stinging. I could feel a burning pain that started at my elbow, and it was all the way up to my jaw after a point. I could move my jaw ever so slightly, but it was making a cracking sound inside my ears every time I moved it, and I could not speak. I couldn't form the words. I tried. My jaw was burning, but it also really, really ached when I tried to talk. There was something very, very wrong, and I was beginning to panic. I caught sight of something in the dark. It was just at the edge of my headlamp, so for quite a while, I could only see vague shapes and shadows. But closer to me, I noticed something else. I noticed that I was actually bleeding. I whipped my head around, trying to figure out the cause. My diving suit. There was a hole inside of it near the bicep. It wasn't nasty, but it was enough for a little bit of blood to come out. It looked as if something jagged or barbed had been scraped across my bicep and taken off the material and the little bit of skin. I still could not form any words. I don't know why people topside were not checking up on me and asking if things were all good. Time seemed to slow down completely in that moment. And then eventually, I started to see the thing. Just a little, bit by bit, as it started to come out of the shadows. It looked like some type of a jellyfish, but it couldn't possibly be. It was way, way too big. It looked just massive. It looked longer than me, and I'm around 5'11". It did not look like any regular jellyfish. There was some kind of a faint light that seemed to be pulsing out from it, from inside its body. It looked dark, like a red sort of color. It was just massive and floating, and had all of these tentacles that stretched longer than I could even see. It was just a huge mass. It's like I could see about halfway, and then the tentacles just descended into darkness, and I couldn't see them anymore. The tentacles were thick, and I couldn't be sure, but it looked like there was something on them, sticking out from them. And this is where I remember things getting so much worse. My breathing mixture, that copper taste, it was becoming stronger, if that's even possible. And I was starting to become really lightheaded. I felt like I was in a state of bliss. My entire body was completely numb. I could not even blink my eyes manually at this point. Whatever I tried to do, my body would not respond. I was fixed to the spot and forced to just stare at this thing move closer and closer to me. I saw it extend its tentacles. They moved so much quicker than I could even comprehend. They ended up curling around the umbilical cable, and all I could feel was a deep sense of dread inside my stomach. That was it, right there. I thought that was the end. I thought that was the moment that I was going to die. I could feel a slight pressure on the back of my head, a tug, and then it stopped. I was trying my best to get the words out. I was trying to say, "Pull me up right now," but it sounded like I was trying to speak without using my tongue. I don't even remember if I heard a response. I don't think I did. My vision was getting blurrier by now. I felt like I was going to pass out. And that is when I heard a voice. Not from the comms or anything, but actually inside my head. I think I imagined it, but it spoke to me. It was speaking to me and telling me that I should stay, that it misses me, that I should take off my helmet and just be free. And the thing is, I knew what this voice was saying was wrong, but I listened. I had this sense of euphoria when it spoke, like it was the most pleasant to listen to voice in the entire world, like I could not help but hang on to each and every single word and do exactly as it said. I was still bleeding at this point. I had another rip in the diving suit near my thigh, if I remember correctly. I don't know when that one happened. I never saw. Then the voice. It stopped making me feel euphoric. I was still somewhat resisting, but it started to make me feel panicked. The voice went from smooth and relaxing and comforting to really rough and scared, telling me that I was going to die, that the mixture I was breathing in, that it was killing me, that if I did not take off my helmet right that second, then I would never see my daughter ever again. All of a sudden, in that very moment, it all just clicked in my head. The voice that I was hearing inside my head, it was the voice of my wife, and that made it feel all the more real to me. I remember I just kind of went into autopilot mode, and I was moving my arms once again. I wasn't even controlling them, that I could tell. I wasn't making any conscious effort to move them, but I could feel them go towards my bicep. I was clawing at the diving suit and trying to rip off the fabric, but my hand kept slipping, and I could not get a proper grip. All I did was make a bigger hole, and then I felt both hands clasped near my helmet, gripping onto my umbilical cable. The voice kept urging me to do it, to get rid of the cable that was pumping poison into me, to take off my helmet and come back home, as the voice said. I remember that I was just mumbling to myself. I know this because the people on the comms confirmed it later on. They told me I just kept mumbling, "I'm coming home, honey," again and again and again, and that I would not respond to them whatsoever. I think I'm just lucky that commercial diving helmets are designed to stay locked into place and are almost impossible to rip off by yourself. Before I could even make any headway, I heard a voice start screaming at me. It was my supervisor down the comm line. He was screaming at me and asking me what I was doing. I could still hear that other voice in my head, my wife, side by side with the one that I was hearing on the comms. It was telling me to ignore him, that the people upstairs were evil, that they were trying to kill us all. My supervisor just kept shouting and shouting, and I could not pay attention to anything anymore. I took my hands away from my helmet, and they just drooped to my side. I still could not lift them up manually. I felt something. I felt a sudden ringing in my ears and a kind of a static shock feeling. I noticed that there was another cut in my diving suit, this time on the left thigh. I watched the tentacle slink away into the darkness. All I remember after that is my vision slowly going dark and feeling like I was drifting away into nothingness, into the dark void. I saw that thing bobbing up and down, further and further away from my light. The next thing that I remember is that I was in the diving bell. The standby diver had come and brought me back, and we were beginning the approach to the surface very slowly. We could not rush it, even if I was injured. At that depth, the risk of complications or death would be way, way too high. I don't want to go into the details after that, but it was a mess, to say the least. I remember that once we had made the full ascent, and I had decompressed after some time, I felt cold. I could feel the coldness in my actual bones. My cuts were stinging and were making my eyes water. I was fine, kind of, in a roundabout way. I explained my side of the story, and no one could really explain what happened. I probably should not have included each and every single thing that happened to me, but I did anyway. I couldn't think of a way to lie, and I don't know. I was laughed at and told it was just nitrogen narcosis or my mix or something. Despite being told that the entire time my gauges and my gas mix was fine. I pushed it and ended up being deemed a safety risk, that I needed to take some time off and to recover. And I ended up never going back. Even my close buddies who I used to dive with for years would not believe me. They knew me really well. They knew I wouldn't just make something up like this. We'd seen all sorts of things down there that you would not believe, and even they called me crazy and thought that I just had a mental break. I don't really know how to explain what I saw down there, and I don't think I will ever be able to. Does anyone here have any answers for me? Like I said, I have not been so much as near a lake since then, never mind the ocean. I will never go diving ever again. I was at the Bayside Marketplace on the 1st of January 2023. I know a lot of people online refer to it as the Miami Mall alien incident or something like that. I'm not sure really if I should be telling anyone what I saw. I know that there are so many conflicting reports from different people, cover stories put out by news outlets and such. I'm just going to tell you what I saw as best as I can describe and leave you to be the judge. I have no need to try and convince anyone. I just, I just wish I could find out more about what really happened. So, it was quite late on when I was there. I can't even fully remember why. For something stupid and random, I think. I remember I was in the area all day, and I was planning to meet with some friends at a bar later that evening. I decided I would just wander around and kill some time, and I stopped in at the marketplace and was looking through one of the stores. I don't even remember which one I was in when it happened. I know I was looking at sneakers, but I don't remember what brand. It was when I was walking down the escalators down to the bottom floor that I remember hearing some weird sounds. It sounded like a kind of a buzzing sound, like a bee flying back and forth past your ear, or that weird buzzing whine that drones make when you fly them. I remembered looking all around, and I could not work out where it was coming from, not until I looked up above me. By this point, I was feeling this weird feeling inside my body. That same buzzing sound, I could actually feel it vibrating inside of my body, like it was in the pit of my stomach. I had this horrible, sick feeling, like I wanted to vomit up everything I had just eaten for lunch. When I looked up, I saw this thing flying around. I got a pretty good look at it, not just then, but after that point as well. That's why I have such a good grasp on the details of this thing. It was this weird kind of sphere type thing. It was like this sphere, and it was made out of metal, but it didn't look shiny or anything. It looked quite rusted, and almost like it was assembled out of scrap. It had this grill kind of thing on the front of it, with some other material behind the grills, which made it kind of look like it was like a speaker of some kind. It wasn't smooth and spherical all around. There were these weird things coming off of it in different places. They looked like antennas, I guess I would say. And it had this thing attached to the bottom. It looked like a mini torch or something, but it was turned off. I have no idea where it came from, but I saw it buzzing around way above the heads of everyone, doing this weird flying formation. But it wasn't the only one. I saw more of them flying out from somewhere, but I just don't know where from. It's weird because it's like they were not there, and then they just were. I didn't see them fly up from a lower altitude. I saw this weird glimmer in the air, and I know it's going to sound strange, but I saw a glimmer just randomly in the air, not coming from anywhere in particular, like a glimmer of light, and then a sharp flash that was focused just on that spot. And then boom, the thing all of a sudden just became visible is the only way I can describe it. I want to say that there were maybe 4 of these things, but there could have been more elsewhere. They all seemed to line up, not in a row, but in a specific pattern, like a shape. Because there were more of them, the sound started to attract more eyes, and people were really loud, a big wave of muttering and conversation. I remember one guy behind me on the escalator tapped me on the shoulder and asked if they were doing some kind of light show for the new year. I just shook my head. I did not take my eyes off of the things because I could not stop staring. It was like I couldn't, even if I wanted to. Once I got down to the bottom of the escalator and was just watching these things, that's when things got weird. There was a decent crowd formed around now. Even people who were in the stores were peeking out their heads to see what the commotion was all about. I swear there was like this momentary flash of bright white light coming from them. My entire vision just filled up with pure white. I could not see anything in front of me, not even vague shapes. This lasted for probably a second or two at most, in which time I heard people start to panic. I heard some screams, people starting to scramble backwards, even some running. And when I could finally see again, that only got worse. It took an extra few seconds for the white to fade away from my eyes. There was some kind of consistent flickering light coming from those spheres. And now, in front of us, were these giant, almost pure black figures. They were tall, towering over everyone. I would say the 10-foot description that I saw online was pretty accurate. It's hard to describe how they looked. They were pure black, of course, but there were these things on their skin, like swirls or patterns that looked to be a white or a silvery color, but they were pretty dull, so you had to go looking. The hands were not much like human hands at all. It was more like it was just a fist, but without the spaces that would indicate fingers. The legs and feet were much the same. The feet were more like cement blocks than actual feet, and they had this wide stance. It like their limbs were so far spaced apart, but they were not fully solid. They were flickering in and out. People were screaming and shouting at first and starting to run, and after a while of these things just moving slightly and not interacting with anything, people started to realize that they weren't really there. It really was just like some kind of an elaborate light show. It's weird because you would think something like this would be heavily advertised, especially in such a high foot traffic area with businesses all around. It seemed like an easy way to get complaints from pissed off parents about their scared children to me. So for the next few minutes, people are just in awe, pointing upwards, laughing, and making jokes. I'd never seen such a sophisticated projection like this. These things looked like they were actually standing on the ground. They didn't really do all that much for those few minutes. They turned their heads and were looking all around, sometimes moved their hands and put them on the sides of the buildings. It looked like a very expensive project, like nothing I had ever seen before with the technology that we had. And it wasn't long before people started becoming braver and more stupid. This guy, I'm not sure how old he was, started to get closer and closer to this thing. I think he was maybe in his 20s. He did not look all that old. He was saying that he was going to touch them and see what kind of projection it was. No one said anything or tried to stop him because, why would they? It was a projection, and the projectors were way, way up in the sky. How much damage could he possibly do? Once he got closer and closer to the alien thing, I started to feel another horrible feeling. I'm not sure how to describe it. I felt off balance. I felt like it was taking up all of my energy just to stand upright, and like the whole world's gravity all of a sudden just shifted. I noticed a few people around me stumbling too. Someone's kid fell over backwards, I think I remember. This feeling became stronger and stronger as this man got closer. This all happened so quickly, but for me, it felt like time slowed down, and I was processing things so quickly. It felt like the man was moving in slow motion, like everything I was saying was in slow motion, but I know it was just a few seconds. This alien thing, where it was standing, I started to hear this thunderous crack, but again, really slowly, even though I know it happened all at once. I saw the ground starting to splinter, and this alien starting to sink into the ground. All of them did that at the same time. It was like they had become physically there all of a sudden, instead of just a projection. And then this alien, it reached down and it grabbed the man. At first, he did not react. The hands of this thing was clasped around him, and he was laughing, seeing how cool the projection was. Everyone around gasped in shock when this alien grabbed him like that. But within a few seconds, his laughter stopped. I heard his laughter turn into grunting, and I saw him struggling to breathe, until suddenly, he was flopping and struggling to try and get out of its grasp, saying that he needed help, shouting for anyone to help him, that the projection was grabbing him. I thought maybe he was part of the act. I think other people thought the same thing too. That was only until this man was lifted into the air and brought up to this alien's face. He was so high up in the air, I wasn't really sure what I was seeing. I was seeing him flail around, and I could see almost like some kind of a mist in between him and the thing. like some kind of thick, swirling fog. And I remember that he stopped struggling at one point, and this thing just let go. And then everyone started running and screaming. It was just chaos. My memory is pretty spotty for these next few parts because I was in such a panic with so much adrenaline just pumping through me. I barely even knew what to do. The man tumbled to the ground. He just hit the ground with so much force right in front of us all. He looked nothing like he did just moments ago. He looked mummified. His arms and his hands, they were all wrinkled up and tiny, like all of the moisture had been sucked out of them. He looked so pale and sickly. He wasn't even recognizable as human anymore. It was at this point I heard more cracks as I was running away, and once the cracking had finished, I heard the buzzing starting back up again. I only saw bits and pieces because I was scared for my life. I remember I followed someone who looked like a member of staff, like a janitor or a security guard or something. I saw them running away and they had something in their hands, and I stayed close behind them. I followed him around the corner to this locked, employees-only area. It had a little window in the door that you can see through, but only vaguely, enough to make out shapes at least. It's that kind of glass that you have in bathrooms that's frosted, but it wasn't as strong on this window. Initially, this guy tried to push me away, tried to tell me that I couldn't come in because I was not staff. He tried to lock the door without letting me inside, but I screamed and pushed him away before he could lock it. Once I was inside, I clung to the ground and I gave him no option. He just locked the door and let me stay inside. I clung to that window for I don't know how long. Those spheres, they were down near the ground now. I could hear the buzzing and see them floating around really quickly. The aliens, the images of them were still there. They were still moving, but the spheres were not projecting them anymore, so I don't understand how. I saw some horrible things. I heard so many people screaming, and I saw this one man who was running away. This sphere was following him, and it kind of opened up. Like the top of the sphere raised in height, and the bottom one adjusted downwards. And it revealed this in-between part that had, I don't know, I couldn't make it out clearly. Miscellaneous tools or sharp objects or something. I saw it rotating incredibly fast, and I saw it just fly insanely fast into the back of this man's head. I saw the blood spurt up from the back of his head. I saw the bits and pieces of his head just fall to the ground. It was horrible. I did not see much of those alien figures after that. I don't know where they went or what they were doing. They must have moved to a different part of the mall, I guess. Those spheres seemed like they were everywhere. It seemed like there were way more than just the 4 that we saw initially. I wish that was all that I saw. I saw a woman and her son running away and they died. She was carrying him on her shoulders, running as fast as she possibly could in such a panic, but she tripped over. She tried to protect her kid as she hit the ground, and the kid was just crying and screaming and begging to go home. I saw the sphere flying near them, and all of a sudden, the sound all just stopped. The kid was not crying anymore. I could not hear the mom anymore either. I didn't actually properly see what happened. I just saw a pile in front of me on the floor of the mall. It was like a pile of dust, but really thick, and there seemed to be a small bit of smoke rising up from it. I could smell it after a while too. It smelled like an electrical fire. We barricaded inside of that room for quite a while. I stopped looking outside at one point because I just couldn't bear it anymore. I sat with my back pressed up against the door. The guy I was in there with, I think he was trying to call someone. He kept getting really, really angry, punching at the walls, kicking his feet out. It was clear that whatever he was trying to do, it was not working. We kept hearing cries and screams intermittently. At one point, some people were banging on the door to let them in, the door that we were inside. I didn't even lift up my head. I slunk down even further so that they could not see me. I just watched as the guy in there with me told them no, to find their own spot. And I heard them scream and then just silence. I felt horrible, but more than anything I just wanted to go home. If we opened up that door, maybe we would have all ended up dead. I remember at one point I think I heard sirens. Just police, I think. I heard a lot of them. More than I'd ever heard for anything else. I heard their heavy boots slamming down. I heard them grabbing people, shouting orders at people. I could not help myself, and I took a look through the door window, and one of them spotted me. They told us to open up the door, otherwise they would breach it and be required to use force. The guy in there with me obliged with the key, and we both ended up face down on the ground and in cuffs. They told us that we were being arrested for questioning. These fuckers did not even read me my rights. They just hauled me off in something that clearly was not a police car. I got put in the back of a white van, all on my own. I was in cuffs and they put a blindfold on me. When I could next see again, all I could smell was bleach, and I was in some shitty, tiny room that barely had a desk and some terrible metal chairs. There were two guys in front of me, asking me all kinds of questions. But the questions that they were asking me, they didn't make sense. They were asking me if I was involved in the shooting, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They started asking me if I was in collusion with the armed men who stormed the place and waved around guns and then set off fireworks. They went around and around in this circle with me for hours, with me denying everything because, I'd never even heard of what they were talking about, so how could I be involved? I felt like I was going crazy. At one point, I had just had enough, and I did not care how crazy I would sound anymore. I asked them about the aliens that were in that mall, about the spheres that were flying around. Someone brought me something to drink, a plastic cup of water. I took a sip and I almost spat it back out when they started feeding me some stupid story. I sat in there for hours being grilled, and they would not let up until I started talking like their alleged story was the right one. I remember at one point I started to feel really dizzy. I told them that I needed air and tried to stand up, but my legs gave out from underneath me. I ended up back in my chair but slumped down. I don't really remember a lot after this point. I remember that they threatened me, told me that I was a liar, that I made up some make-believe story to get myself off scot-free, that if I told anyone what I saw, they would come looking for me. It's hard to believe, I know, with how ridiculous and cheesy it sounds, but I swear, that's what I remember them saying to me. When I woke back up again, I was in a local park, not that far away from the mall. I was sitting on a metal bench that felt like it was on fire. I have no idea how long I was passed out for. And that's pretty much the end of my story. It sounds like the delusions of a tweaker, I know, but I know what I saw. I have no idea how they managed to cover up something on such a massive scale like that. When I tried to check the local news or any papers, the story was all the same. Armed teens, fireworks set off, people in panic. That was it. That was all of the details that anyone would give. Not even any footage from a phone or a security camera. Even on Twitter, it was like I couldn't find a single mention of the topic. I made a tweet about it myself, but I didn't really get any replies or any impressions. It felt like I was shadow banned. I saw people die. I saw things destroyed. How do you even cover that up in a day? I don't know how long it was. Was anyone else there that day? I feel like I'm going crazy. What I'm about to share with you is horrible and disgusting, and I am filled with a deep sense of shame. A sense of shame for what I took part in. Shame that I could not do anything to stop it. Shame that I believed all of the lies I was fed, and how I did not see through the mask in the first place. I don't want to mention the country that I am from. I think it will get me into a lot of trouble. I do not live there anymore, thankfully, and I do not ever want to go back. My country's military, you are forced to serve. Every single citizen is, no matter what. You do not have a choice. I'm a little bit older now, but the second that you hit 18 years old, they come for you. For men, you have to serve I think a little bit over 2 years, and if you refuse, then they put you in jail. You are branded and everyone will shame you. Any jobs that you go for, they will know that you refuse to serve, and they are much less likely to hire you. That's only when you get out. They can hold you for up to 2 years. The guards come in and they beat you, and they give you so little food so that you just give in and say, yes, I will do my service. Even when you finally get out of there, they come and arrest you again if you refuse to join up for a second time, and your prison sentence basically doubles. I was not fully aware of all of the specifics when I turned 18 years old. All I knew was that I was a traitor and an evil person if I refused, that I would be locked away, and that my life would be pretty much ruined. So I agreed, because I figured it would just be easier. I did not last for very long at all. The military training that they gave me, I'm not sure how to even really describe it. You get taken to a camp where you live and do 4 months of basic training. You focus on counterterrorism drills, proficiency with weapons, following orders in a squad, etc. You also do drills for field intelligence and urban warfare and the like. That was possibly the longest 4 months of my entire life, but it wasn't the worst thing. Aside from officers treating you like human garbage and eating the worst tasting food known to man, most of the drills are done in the middle of nowhere, in giant empty fields or mock towns and villages set up specifically for training. After that, you move somewhere else for 4 months of advanced training. This is where things got uncomfortable for me. I figured it would just be more routine exercises in mock places. I was put in with a group of maybe 4 or 5 other people, and we were told that we would be carrying out a drill. We were given a vehicle, a van of some kind, and it was quite big. We were given a location, a small little town, and we were given a house. For this drill, we were supposed to sweep through this designated house and gather intel before breaching the house. After that, we had been informed that we needed to extract a potential prisoner of war and restrain them and put them in the back of the van. I figured, okay, that sounded pretty easy. But the second that we got there, I knew something was really, really wrong. The town was not some empty mock town. It was alive with people, lots of people. But it was a little town away from the big city, where people who were much poorer were from different places. That's where they lived. I thought maybe they all knew that it was set up like this to make it feel more real. We had live weapons for this drill. I don't even think that's normal, even for an advanced training drill. Surely we should only have blanks to train with in case of accidents. I remember that when we got out of the van, there were children playing in the streets. They were laughing and playing and just running around. One of the boys caught sight of us and stopped in his tracks. He just went dead silent and ran and grabbed his friend, and they ran through the house. I saw his mother drag him inside, but nobody said a word whatsoever. One of the other men with us circled the house to the rear of the property. I was on point, as that was how I had trained up until that point. My superior officer, who was assisting us, he was the second man. The front door, it was made of shitty wood, but had a lock on it. The breacher, I don't know the real English term, used a shotgun to fire these specialized rounds that we use at the hinges and hatch in order to destroy the locking mechanism. I heard a woman start screaming at the top of her lungs inside the second that we fired the first round. After that, he stepped aside, and I kicked in the door, which basically flew off of its hinges. Before I even had time to think, I had a full-grown man sprinting at me. He had something in his hands. It was all a blur, so I don't even know what it was. All I caught sight of in my vision was a blur of a man who looked so angry. He had a heavy beard, really scraggly and rough hair, and he was wearing something on his head. In his hand, I thought I saw something glint. I thought maybe he had an axe or something. I was in full panic mode. This was supposed to be a fucking training drill. Why was someone with a real-life weapon running at me? And I just panicked. They train you to just act, and I shot him square in the chest. They teach you to go for center mass so that you do not risk missing. I couldn't just not do anything. They train you to not hesitate, that you have to just act in the moment. And his legs just failed underneath him. He didn't just stop. His momentum carried him as his legs gave out, and he kind of flew forward and then hit the deck. He twitched a little bit once he hit the ground, but he did not get back up or move again. I was in shock. I could feel my heart beating insanely quickly, and my hands were just shaking non-stop. I felt these bumps all over me, like I felt cold all over the top of my skin. I saw that when he hit the ground, he did not have a weapon at all. He was holding a fucking water bottle full of water. I don't know if he picked it up specifically, or if he was already drinking it when we breached the house, but I guess the water must have caught the light and tricked my eyes, I guess. I just killed someone who was completely defenseless. My superior basically took over from here. Aside from the man dead on the floor, there was another man in the house. He was clinging to what I assume was his wife or someone that he knew, who was in turn wrapped around a little boy. She was trying to shield his face and get him to look away, but he kept fighting out of her grasp so that he could see. My superior ordered us to turn the place over and restrain everyone. The mother was in tears, but the boy seemed more confused than anything. He seemed happy to walk outside with the soldiers without much hesitation. One of the soldiers led him out the back of the house. The man took two of us to restrain. He was enraged and kept shouting things at us. For a rough translation, he was saying something like, "You always do this. Why always us? This isn't the first time. Why always our people?" The woman was inconsolable and just refused to get off of the ground. At one point, one of the soldiers, he just started beating her, slapping her in the face and then hitting her with the butt of the gun. I ran over and was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" But for my trouble, my superior took me aside and he hit me too. He told me not to interfere, that under no circumstances was I to do anything unless I was directly ordered to. I remember the look he had in his eyes. It was like a red-hot fury. He looked like he wanted to kill me. He looked like he could take me to the floor and strangle me to death right then and there. When he looked at the people in the house, he looked disgusted. I remember he spat on the floor next to the woman when walking by her. We eventually managed to restrain the man, and I don't know why I went along with it. I guess I thought I had no choice. I knew full well by this point that this was not a drill, that this was not just training. I should have known from the first second, but we were told to teach the man a lesson. One of the other soldiers was just laying into him. By this point, the man was bound and had a blindfold over his eyes. My superior told me that I had to beat him too, that this was part of my training, that I could not be weak on the battlefield and give the enemy any grace. He told me, and this stands out in my memory, he said that I should not be afraid, because that these people right here in this house, he told me that these people are not human. I asked him what he meant, and he told me that they were scum and a plague on the country. I wanted to just stop and cry, but I punched the man. I punched him once, then I kicked him in his chest. I could hear his breathing turn to wheezing and become more stuttered, until he was barely taking any breaths anymore. I had to listen as he begged us to stop, as he begged us to spare his family. and eventually, he just did not speak or breathe anymore. And my superior, he spat on him and told us to get rid of him, to get him out of his sight. I had to help the soldier next to me to lift him up. I picked him up by his legs, and I could feel the blood that had soaked into his clothes. It was thick and wet, and it made me feel so uncomfortable. I was told to carry him outside, around the back of the house. There was another soldier already standing there. He had a shovel in his hand. He told us to just dump him in the hole, that someone else would take care of the rest. I noticed that there were 2 holes dug up. I could see the freshly disturbed earth where another bit of dirt had been dug up and then filled back in. I did not ask. I did not want to know. The woman, when I finally came back, she was bloody around the face and her clothes had been torn. She was thrown inside the van, into the back. I have no idea what for. When I tried to ask what was going on back at the training camp, I was just told to be quiet. I would love to say that I immediately quit and fought back and did everything in my power to tell people and try to stop these things, but I didn't. I did not have the balls. I was too scared of what might happen to me. I did not want to go to prison, and so I continued doing the things they told me to do. I continued on for a long time. I had to convince myself that what I was doing was just training, that these people, well, it's okay, because they are not my people. I know that sounds evil. I guess it is evil. At one point, I even tricked myself into believing that I liked doing these things, that it was for the good of the country. But deep inside, I felt a guilt. It took maybe a year, but I refused to serve any longer, and that is where my life went downhill. I was in prison for a long time. Those things I told you about being beaten and given no food, they are true. I know they are true because I experienced them myself. I remember that one day, I finally got to shower. They sometimes only let me shower 1 time in a month to make myself feel filthy and miserable. And when I got in there, into the shower room, guards were waiting for me. They forced me under boiling hot water, and they would not let me go. They had kind of a hose-like thing, and they hosed me down with boiling water. I could feel my flesh peeling. I could smell it too. I screamed, and at one point I passed out because the pain was just too intense for my body to handle. I could not take it anymore after maybe a year. I agreed to continue my service like a coward. I didn't think I really had a choice. I believed I was either going to die in that prison, or that they would come back for me again once I got out, and that I would stay in prison for the rest of my life. I think I should have chosen death. I'm not sure how long I spent in service again, but eventually they discharged me, because I was unfit for service or something. I can't really remember what they said. I got away eventually. I left to a neighboring country where I found a small bit of safety. My family disowned me. They told me I was a traitor and that I brought shame on them and the country. They were not my family anymore. I'm not here writing this for sympathy. I know I deserve none. I know I am evil and that I was a part of something evil. I'm just writing so that people know, so that I can try and do some good with my life. I don't know. Even if it's pointless, even if nothing can ever take back what I did, I need to try. This happened to me back many years ago when I was much younger. I'm not really sure how to describe what I was attacked by. It certainly wasn't human, even if it kind of looked like one for a while. I think it might have been a vampire. This happened to me back in the 1990s when I was staying in New York City. I was in my 20s at the time, and I have thought about this event every single day without fail. I just can't get it out of my head. I think I was minutes away from death that day, or even worse. I'm not sure exactly what it wanted me for. It happened just on a normal street in a normal neighborhood. Everything was quiet and peaceful all day long. It was late at night, but the area was pretty well lit. I was at this party to celebrate one of my friend's birthdays. I'd gone there with a few other friends and my roommate just for the night. Everyone was having a good time and laughing, but I had this eerie feeling all night long, because pretty early on in the night, while I was in the house, I caught a sight of this guy in my peripheral vision. I tried to pretend I didn't notice him, but it was pretty clear that he was staring at me. At first I shrugged it off, but it became pretty clear that's all he was doing, all night long. I mean, I'd never seen this guy before in my life. I kept catching glimpses of him smiling when looking at me, and I shit you not, I kept catching him licking his lips, like just out of my peripheral vision or when I would glance to the side. Then when I would turn around fully, he would look away lightning quick like he was shy or something. I don't even know who he knew at the party, if anyone at all. I have no idea how he got an invite to that party. I remember I asked my friend at one point about him. I described the guy, and they were just like, "Huh? Who are you talking about?" I told them about the guy standing in that room, and my friend was like, "It was just us in that room. I didn't see any other guys standing across from us." I asked a couple of other friends, and they all said the same exact thing. What the fuck? Was I going crazy? Why was I the only person who could see this guy, or at least remember him? It didn't stop there though. It was like every single room I entered with my friends, he was also following closely behind. I was starting to panic and freak out. I had this deep feeling of dread. But no matter if I tried to tell my friends to look, they just kept saying that no one was there. They would look over, look directly at him, and then tell me with a straight face that there was no one standing there. This man, he was tall, probably a little over 6 feet tall, and he was incredibly pale. He had this short-cut black hair, and he was not wearing anything close to what the other guests were wearing. He was wearing these suit pants and a white shirt. They looked really expensive. He had this creepy stare, and one of his eyes was like glazed over with this golden kind of color. At one point, I had just had enough, and right in front of everyone, I went and loudly confronted this guy, which in hindsight, I think was the wrong move. I was like, "What the fuck is your problem? Why do you keep staring at me and following me around the house?" The music in the place was pretty loud, but aside from that, everything just went dead silent when I started talking to this guy. Everyone was looking around at me. There was this smell coming from this guy. That's what I can remember really clearly. This really pungent smell that I could not get out of my nostrils, even if I turned away or covered my face with my arm. It was like it was just a smog radiating from this guy. It smelled almost metallic, if I had to describe it, like a really old penny. For a time he did not say anything and just stared directly into my eyes. It seemed like forever, but was probably only a few seconds in reality. So I got louder and started asking him again, asking him why he was acting like a freak and why he was stalking me. People were chattering between each other back and forth now. The guy in front of me, his expression changed pretty rapidly. At first he was shocked when I approached him. I'm not sure why. But that shock quickly became anger. He looked like he was going to punch a wall. I swear at one point I saw his complexion change. I swear I saw it redden the more time I spent confronting him. One of my friends came over to me. It was the birthday girl actually. I'll just call her Becca for the purposes of the story. She told me that I should just give it a rest, that I was weirding everyone out, and that she didn't find it funny. She came over to grab my wrist and was like, "Come on, let's just go dance and have fun." I didn't even look back at her. I just started pointing at the guy, waving my finger around violently, saying, "I'll stop when this asshole stops." And the guy, he just lunged for me all of a sudden. It was so fast I could not even comprehend it. The movement was just a blur. One second he was stood stock still. The next his arm was already shooting out, seemingly without much movement. But he didn't grab me. I just instinctively jerked back, I guess. And that, combined with Becca approaching to grab me, he just grabbed Becca by accident. The next events happened all pretty quickly. The man standing there, again, he still looked angry, but he actually gasped when he grabbed Becca. It was the first time I'd even heard him make a noise. I would not have been surprised if he was mute before that point. Becca screamed and pulled back her arm and stared directly at the man. She looked between me and him, back and forth, and she looked to be really in a panic. Eventually she just tried to play it off and was like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. That's my bad," to the guy. And then she grabbed me by the arm with a pretty firm grip and pulled me back away to the group. I did not take my eyes off of the guy. I heard him scoff and then quickly walk out of the door, and when he left and the door slammed, only Becca shot a glance towards the door. I tried to just go back to having fun and have a drink or two with my friends, but I just couldn't shake it. I remember that not long after the interaction, my other friends were laughing about our prank and how Becca and I are so weird. I didn't even bother wasting my energy this time. Becca was looking really pale and unwell. At one point she ended up excusing herself and went upstairs. She said she just needed to lie down and not to bother following her. I could not even drink that much as I had to drive myself back home, so my plan of drinking to forget, it wasn't really much of a plan at all. A few hours passed by, and I could not even stand to be in that house anymore. I was worried about Becca, but I told everyone I was going to go and pee, and then I would go home. The upstairs was off limits for the party, unless you were going to the bathroom, so it was definitely quiet upstairs. Literally, you got up there, and all you could hear was the distant and muffled thump coming from downstairs, coming from the speakers. I could hear something weird coming from upstairs as I was walking up. Just some really strange sounds. I could hear what I can only describe now as sobbing. I thought maybe it was Becca, that she was upset, so I called out to her. But soon after I did, the sobbing pretty much stopped right on the spot. I could have sworn I saw movement at the top of the stairs too, but maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, the flicker of a shadow or something. It wasn't just the sobbing that I heard something else. It sounded like someone was eating something, like someone was biting into something wet. That sound completely stopped too. I figured maybe she just wanted to be left all alone, so I left it and I went to the bathroom. I almost peed my pants when I heard my name being called as I got to the entrance to the bathroom. It was Becca. She sounded really meek. She sounded like she had been crying. I asked her if she was okay, but she did not reply. She told me that she was in the bedroom and for me to come and see her. I'm not sure what it was about that moment, but I just got this insanely bad feeling. My body was screaming at me not to go into the bedroom for some reason. It was just this deep-seated feeling of dread telling me not to go in there. I started backing away incredibly slowly, trying desperately not to make the wooden flooring up there start creaking. I felt the back of my feet come into contact with something. It felt like something wet, something pooling on the ground, and when I spun around to see what it was, I had to grab my mouth to stop myself from screaming. I don't remember too much since I was in such a panic and had this sudden fear in my body. I remember seeing Becca slumped over in the bathtub. The bathtub was filled with blood. It was coming pretty high up. Her face was messed up. There were scratches all over her skin. There looked to be marks in her eyes. It looked like someone had taken something sharp and just jabbed it straight into her eyes as far as it would go, and then ripped it back out. There was something else that was really wrong. I can't quite remember fully because when I try to think about what I saw in my head right now, the image is just blurry. Other things, when I remember them, I can see a clear image when I close my eyes, when I try to think about it in my head, but this I just can't. But I think there was something wrong with the skin on her body, on her face and other places too. It looked like it was flaking, like it had been torn away by something sharp, and I could hear a drip, drip, drip constantly as I was seeing this, but the tap was turned off and no water was leaking. I started to make a move down the stairs to get out of there. I started running and I was screaming for help, but as I was moving down the stairs, I saw that man again. 1 second, no one was there, and the next second, he was suddenly at the top of the stairs. I stumbled because I was frightened and ended up slipping with my next step and skipping the last few steps all of the way to the bottom. My ankle felt like it was on fire, but I got up and ran outside to my car and made sure to slam the front door right behind me. I had this cold feeling in my body. It wasn't even cold outside, but I felt like I'd been freezing to death in the snow for hours. I wasn't even thinking. I wasn't even using my brain. I didn't really know what to do, and I couldn't really comprehend what I saw. This next part, it just kind of haunts me. I am really close to my car, and I just hear this pounding on the concrete behind me, something leather hitting the concrete again and again. And all of a sudden, I feel this ice-cold feeling all over my face. I can see these long fingernails that looked yellowed, blocking my vision. The hand, it smelled like pennies again. It was enough to make me throw up. I felt like my body dropped even further in temperature with this hand gripping me. I felt like I might pass out. I felt like all of the energy had been drained from my body all of a sudden. I was screaming all the while, and someone from the party, I guess they decided to check on me. It was this older guy. He was a bit of a sleazeball, and was only there because he would not take no for an answer. I was screaming at him for help when he came outside, and he stood there gawping at me, asking me what the hell was wrong with me. It took him forever to finally get close to me. He kept saying things like, "You're scaring me," and "This is not funny," until he got close enough to grab me, and he started shrieking. And then I heard shouts of, "What the fuck are you doing? Get off of her," and I felt myself being released from the grip of this man, and the second I unlocked my car, threw myself inside, and slammed it shut. I saw all of this next part from the car window. The guy who came outside, he was trying to grab and wrestle the strange man, but he could not even budge him an inch. The strange man just grabbed him by the face and lifted him into the air, and it was not long before he went limp and he just tossed him onto the ground. He wasn't dead, but I don't know what he did to him. It was like I blinked, and all of a sudden, he was up at the car window with his face pressed against it. His face looked almost entirely different now. His mouth was wider than any human mouth should ever be. It looked like it was stretched across his whole face. His 2 front teeth looked normal, but the incisors behind them and the canines, they looked long and pointed. He had flecks of something dark on his unnaturally white teeth. His eyes did not have that golden color to them anymore. They looked almost deep red in color. The second I got inside the car, I managed to use what was left of my common sense to start dialing the cops. I just rambled something about a home intruder who had attacked and killed my friend and gave them the address. All the while I did this, the strange man out of nowhere just hit the glass really quickly. Immediately, the glass was splintered and I let out a scream. After that, I felt heavy pounding on the car, 2 thumps, and I felt the entire car shaking back and forth. I thought I was going to die, but at some point, this thing just ran away. I didn't even see it run. It was honestly just like seeing a shadow move in the corner of your eye, except this was right in front of me, right in front of my vision, so there was no mistaking it. Before he disappeared, he sniffed at the air just a little bit. then looked directly at me, and then that was it. He was just gone. I never saw him again. At this point, more people started to leave the party and come outside. There was a massive commotion. The music was all turned off by now. I guess they must have heard everything that happened. They saw the sleaze on the ground, and people rushed to help him up. It wasn't long before the police were there. Pretty surprising for New York City cops to not take their time. After the cops rolled up, it was a bit of a whirlwind. I told them about the body inside, which made people go nuts. They had no idea. No one in the party had any idea of what was really going on. Tons of girls just started crying. Everyone was beside themselves. People were in a panic. It took forever to get them all to calm down. Even the cops had to help because there was such a commotion. I gave a description of the man and what happened as best as I could, and the sleaze backed me up, saying he tried to fight him off. I left out the part where he basically did nothing to help me. More cops rolled up after that. I had never seen such a response. I'm talking so many cops that the entire block was basically shut down. Unmarked cars, plainclothes officers, and the works. I eventually got taken down to the station to give a formal statement. I wasn't really thinking straight, and decided to just get it all out. I started rambling about what it did and how fast it was. I probably sounded like a nut job. They downplayed my story, to say the least. Said it was likely trauma, making things seem faster than what they actually were. That traumatic events like that, they can make time seem to speed up. I was like, no, I saw this specifically, and they challenged me on it again until eventually, and just gave up trying. They were obviously never going to believe me. Apparently, no one else they interviewed ever saw the guy at the party. I remember that a few days later, they showed up at my house and asked me about something that happened. They told me that people talked about Becca and I playing a prank on them, but I set them straight. I said I was confronting the assailant. They talked to me for a long time about this part. It seemed particularly interesting to them. All these years later, and they still never tracked the guy down. Becca's mother was distraught. I talked to her a few times. She didn't blame me. She actually broke down crying one night after a bit too much wine. She hugged me and thanked me for being such a good friend to her daughter. I felt like a pretty horrible one, but I comforted her all the same. It's something I don't think I will ever be able to get out of my head. I miss Becca more and more every day. This didn't happen to me, it actually happened to my uncle. This happened to my uncle back when he was still in his early 20s. He lived in southeast Kansas, just north of the Oklahoma border. He was living in a tiny-ass town which was practically a village. There was no bank, and the post office only had about 70 boxes. There's nothing to do except drink and hang around and loiter. It gets to Halloween day. My friend calls and says he's picked up 3 girls that they know and they are on the way. They're gonna visit some spooky places for Halloween. My uncle is pretty excited. They swing by in a shitty convertible held together with wire and duct tape. The first place the friend can think of is a rundown barn a good 30 miles away from the town. The barn served as an improvised shelter / hospital for a small Confederate detachment to tend to their wounded. The legend goes that Union soldiers found the Confederates and killed them all one by one in the middle of the night as they slept. The legend goes that the barn is so haunted, no one wanted it, so it sits abandoned in ruin. They show up to the barn, which is practically about to collapse, and go inside for a gaping hole in the side. My uncle pulls out a shitty little flashlight to look around with and explore the piles of shit laying around. One of the girls lets out a little squeak and says she heard something coming from the other end of the barn. My uncle, trying to be alpha, says it's probably just a raccoon or a mouse crawling around. Just as he finishes saying that, they all hear this clicking sound that starts from right above them. My uncle gets really scared and whips his flashlight upwards. There is a damn barn owl looking down at them with big black eyes, clacking its beak at them and hissing. The girls all scream as the owl swoops down and flies outside a window. Damn. An hour passes by, and there's nothing more to do at the barn because nothing spooky has happened. The girls say they want to go home because they are scared. The friend convinces the girls to check out another place with them before they go home. The place is a particular field on the state border where lights are seen at night. The urban legend says if you go out at the middle of the night and whistle, a light will appear out in the rolling hills. The light is described as being approximately 7 feet off of the ground and appears several hundred yards away and floats towards you. The light is a torch of a group of Native American warriors, long dead, who respond to the whistle, thinking they're being signaled by another warrior group to fend off lands from invaders. Friend decides it's a perfect place to go and see if the legend is true. Spend a good hour driving to this field on a single lane back roads. The girls are beginning to complain about how long it's been and whether or not they are lost. They arrive and know they're at the right spot based off of landmarks. They all get out of the car and friend whistles long and hard into the night. They all stand in silence and look out into the fields that are barely visible by moonlight. My uncle does not believe the legend, so he doesn't really expect anything to happen. About 5 minutes later, the friend lets out another whistle. Time passes by and nothing happens again. The girls say it's time to go as they move towards the car. At this time, Uncle agrees and moves around the car to get in. Right as he looks up to his friend to tell him it's time to leave, he notices his friend is still and that there is a faint noise in the air. The noise is barely audible and way out in the distance. It sounds like a cow making its way through a patch of mud, stomping and sloshing. Suddenly, there is a faint whistling sound all the way away, and it's changing tune from low to high pitch. The whistle is followed by distinctive drumming. My uncle describes it as approximately 1 to 2 beats a second. Quiet, but definitely drums. Everyone stops what they are doing, and they focus in hard at the noise's direction, and that's when they see it. It's a dim flickering light that just crested a hill, and it's coming towards them. At this time, my uncle notices 2 things. One of the girls has come up to him, practically shitting herself, babbling incoherently, and is grabbing at his arm. His friend, who up to this point has been still, is now shaking, almost convulsing from fear. The light gets close enough that Uncle can make out the outline of a figure underneath the light. Holy fucking shit. The girls are going apeshit and screaming at this point, trying to drag my uncle back into the car. The friend finally snaps out of whatever fear-induced trance they were in, and he literally jumps into the car. The light is now only 100 feet away as friend kicks up dirt and hauls ass. My uncle looks back to see that the figure is now standing still and watching. The face is just barely illuminated by the light. They speed back to town, doing no less than 30 miles over the limit. The girls are crying their eyes out. One has pissed all over herself. My uncle is dropped off at his house. He is about to go to bed when he notices a burning pain on his arm, and he looks to see, and it's red. There is a bruise where the girl squeezed his arm during the encounter. He slept with all of the lights on that night. He never talked to that friend ever again. He only told me this story once, and when I tried to ask him details about the figure under the light, his face changed, and he could not bring himself to tell me. I've got a couple of stories, mostly from my friends and I screwing around in the rural Northeast since starting college. I was a suburbanite, despite that having its own happenings until I left, so a lot of this shit is new to me. This was from in between my first and second semesters. I'm not great at green text, so I will only do some if I feel it's pertinent. I was 17 at the time, and had just finished my first semester. During winter break, some of my friends and I made plans to spend the weekend of New Year's together at my friend's house in rural New Jersey. Plenty of woods and hills for sledding, skiing, snowmobiling, what have you. I had arrived the night before everyone else was going, so it was just me and him. Let's call him T. Something T and I have done over the course of the fall season was made a habit of walking and driving around our region late into the morning and just talking. Our sleep schedules were pretty screwed up, and we had some unresolved emotional trauma, and they are pretty powerful tools for friendship building. Anyway, it was like 2 a.m., and we decided that we were going to go out for a drive. I usually drove, because I was the one with a car, but he had just bought a used Ford Bronco that he loved to drive, so I let him. We are about 2 hours into our drive, and we are a good hour or so away from his house, driving forest roads that he was not familiar with. At some point, I am rambling and looking off into the woods, and I feel myself lurch forward hard. Broncos are heavy cars, and we had a good bit of speed going. Over the sound of the tires screeching, I hear him yelling, "Fuck," and then I'm thrown back into my seat by a big crunchy funk sound. Despite never hitting an animal before, I put 2 and 2 together and figured a deer had been on the pool receiving end of the car. Once the car had settled and I raised my head, I found out I was right. About 30 feet or so in front of us, off to the right, there was a deer on the side of the road, covered in what was probably blood. I looked over to T and saw him white-knuckling the steering wheel and taking shallow breaths. He was pretty white-faced. I asked him if he was okay, and despite a quiver in his voice, he said yeah. At the time, I was pretty out of it, but I was sure I'd heard something about checking if a deer you hit is alive and calling local police if so. I said as such, and I went for the door handle, only for him to relock it as soon as I hit the button. I asked him what was up, and, without even taking his eyes off of the road, he said that he thought that something was wrong. He stuttered out that it looked like the deer flew in front of the car, and that it was bloody before he even hit the thing. I turned around to face him, and as I did, I involuntarily scanned the tree line off to the left of the car, and I thought I saw something in the distance. I narrowed my eyes, and what I saw quite literally scared me into complete silence. Whatever it was really, really long, and was slumped up against a tree trunk the way a squirrel would be, but think like the size of a person. After my gaze settled on the thing, I saw it was moving, breathing in the same way that a dog would pant and their whole body moves. I was completely stunned, and after about 3 seconds of silence, T, still not moving his gaze, says, "You see it too?" After another second, he slams on the accelerator. As we haul ass away, I see it react and sliver down the tree and back into the forest. By the time either of us are back in the present and lucid, we'd already broke 70 miles per hour and were far gone. We did not talk much about the event until we got back to his house. I tried to bring it up, but he was clearly very upset by it, so I left it alone. The rest of the week went by uneventfully, but he did not let us screw around in the woods on his property after dark, understandably so. I have an experience that I've never shared with anyone outside of my immediate family for fear of ridicule. For context, I live in Peru, and I have done for my entire life. We have a lot of stories and legends, a lot that you may have heard before, actually. But the thing is, they're not actually legends, they are true accounts. There are things in Peru that people will dismiss, but it's only out of fear or a lack of understanding. The thing I encountered, other people have seen it too, or I suppose I should say, them. I'm not sure how many there are, or if it's the same beings being spotted multiple times. This happened when I was hanging around with a couple of friends of mine. I will call them Tiago and Enzo for the purposes of the story. My homestead is pretty much in the middle of nowhere, smack dab in a forest almost. I live in the Loreto region of Peru, and I pretty much have no neighbors anywhere near me for a good mile or so at least. My homestead, it's entirely made of wood, and it isn't really the fanciest thing ever. Growing up, I lived in a lot of poverty, and that did not exactly go away once I reached adulthood. Anyway, so I was outside with my friends near this homestead, and we had set up a bit of a campfire. We had marshmallows and some shitty canned foods that we were planning on cooking. These two guys, they grew up in a much richer part of the country. They would like to come and visit me for the experience, I guess you could call it. I think most people would find it offensive, but I wasn't really delusional about my reality. So they brought some good food and some good beer, and we would laugh and talk about the old days. The campfire that we had set up, it was a little way into the woods away from my home, just for safety. I'm always really paranoid about things like that. There are animals in the area. Some are quite dangerous too. I'm talking venomous snakes, sometimes jaguars or pumas roaming around depending on the area. They tend to stay away from fires or areas with lots of humans, so we figured that the noise we were making would not be too much of a problem. Not only that, but I obviously had a shotgun in case of emergencies, as I acquired my firearm permit as soon as I was old enough to. Tiago also owned a rifle, but Enzo didn't really believe in owning guns. The perks of being rich, right? I had a Baikal MP153 because they are dirt cheap, and even in shitty condition, they get the job done. Tiago, I think, owned a CZ527 or something like that. I don't really fully remember. I'm not really a gun expert, sorry. Anyway, it wasn't long before we both started to hear and see some weird things. The first thing that we heard was some kind of a whistling sound. It was quite loud and really grating actually. It was pretty faint at first, and us laughing and joking made it hard for us to make it out, or even realize it was there at first, but eventually it got really loud. It sounded like harsh wind rattling metal or glass and causing that heavy groaning kind of noise. It built up and built up until it felt like it was right on top of us. I heard a few cat calls the louder it got, like a jaguar roaring and then letting out a yelp. I heard twigs and branches being snapped rapidly, one after another, in a few different directions. It sounded like something with a lot of weight tore through some tall grass at pretty high speed. Then there were the lights. There was a lot of smoke coming from the campfire, and that, combined with the bright flame, it helped to drown out most of what was in the night sky. You could still see some stars and the like, but not super clearly. But at one point, I saw this light just sweeping back and forth, like coming from a helicopter, back and forth, really quickly scanning in a line. It was a strange color, is what made me take notice. Some kind of a turquoise hue, and it made my eyes sting a little when it hit my eyes. Like, it felt like an instinctive thing. Not just because of the brightness, it felt like something else. It made my head ache a little, and my eyes were instantly streaming, like I was peeling onions. We were on alert at this point, and was wondering what the hell was going on. We saw the light sweeping back and forth a few times before stopping, and then I swear I saw something in the sky. I couldn't even really make out the shape of it at first. It was weird. It was like there was nothing there when I looked, but then I could almost see the air shimmering, and then my eyes would recognize the outline of something quite large, and in the shape of a disc, it looked like. It blended in with whatever was behind it, unless you stared for a really long time, and then you could make out the dark shape. It was hard to focus, obviously, because of that light sweeping back and forth and hurting your eyes. I saw it move. Tiago saw it too, and he was up on his feet and shouting. He was always the more brash one of us, always wanted to go storming ahead and was strong and confident. Enzo was a little more normal, I guess, and I guess I was the most apprehensive of all of us. When I saw it moving, and it moved fast, by the way, really incredibly fast, I could feel air coming in our direction, like a strong wind. I could see the leaves on trees shaking, and I felt the air hitting my face with quite a lot of pressure. It was so hard to track with my eyes, and eventually I could not see it anymore. Tiago, of course, wanted to sprint into the woods and look, but Enzo and I were refusing. Tiago had brought flashlights and other gear with him. I think exploring was his goal all along. At one point, he basically said, "Screw you, I will go on my own if I have to," and then he just ran off. He's a quick runner, and so by the time Enzo and I decided that we should run after him, he was already pretty far away. We could hear him running through the grass and stepping on twigs. At one point, we found ourselves near the edge of a clearing that had this really tall and thick grass. I am around 5'6", and it was taller than me standing up. It basically fully concealed me. We got to near the edge of this grass, and we could hear weird sounds, and I could see a light going into the air that was rocking back and forth. I think I heard groaning. It sounded like someone was in pain. It sounded like Tiago. I pulled Enzo backwards and told him to wait, and we peeked our heads through the grass. He was annoyed with me, but I told him to be quiet, because Tiago, he was being held up into the air by something. My memory is hazy, so I will try my best with the details. There were 2 of these things, and they were tall, maybe around 7 feet tall. They towered over Tiago. They made him look tiny. One of them was gripping him by the throat with just one hand, and Tiago was kicking his feet while suspended in the air and trying to wriggle free. His gun had dropped down to the floor, and it seemed like he could not break free. The thing holding him up, it was really weird. It looked to be all black, but the blackness, it didn't look like the thing's skin. It looked like material, like it was actually wearing something. Tiago still had a partial grip on his flashlight, which is why it was moving so rapidly. When the light hit this thing every so often, it looked shiny almost, like maybe it wasn't skin, but I'm not sure. The head as well, the head seemed to be reflective partially. The head was green, but it had these ridges and gaps that made it look like it wasn't a head, and more like a helmet being worn, like this thing was wearing a suit of armor. The eyes were almond-shaped and red in color, but because of the pattern and the way the light reflected, it looked like the head was made of some kind of metal. The other one, it looked to be scanning around. It was crouched down low, and I could see it scanning rapidly in a full 360 degrees. The eyes moved side to side, but not like normal eyes. I could see the eyes change shape and almost retract closer to the face and get further away from the face at points. I could also hear this clinking sound whenever the eyes moved or it crouched down lower. It was so strange. This all happened quite quickly, but it was not the only look I got at the things. I told Enzo that we had to save him now and that I was going to use my shotgun. Enzo begged me not to, but I stepped out of the tall grass and shouted at whatever this thing was to drop my friend immediately. I heard the sound of grass being trampled rapidly, and I could see that out of the corner of my eyes that Enzo was running all the way back to camp. The one of those things that was low to the ground and scanning, it chased after him on all fours. I tried to go to shoot it, but I missed because the thing was too damn fast. There was nothing I could do. I had to focus on just saving Tiago right in front of me. I shouted at the thing again, but it just tilted its head to the side while looking at me. I was scared to shoot because I did not want to accidentally hurt my friend, so I started trying to circle around to get a better angle. But when I did, every time I moved or moved my shotgun, this thing moved in parallel to me and kept holding Tiago out in front of me, like it knew what it was doing. Tiago was struggling for breath and trying to beg me for help, and I knew he was screwed if I did not do anything. His voice was really breathy and hoarse, and he could barely even get the words out of his mouth. He sounded weak, like he was about to just pass out. So I decided to just fire, but my hands were shaking, and I fucked up my shot. Half of the buckshot pellets missed, but I know I connected with a few. I heard Tiago cry out in pain because a few of the pellets skimmed across his exposed legs. I saw that I made contact with this thing in the head, but it did not do much. It stumbled back slightly and threw Tiago onto the floor, onto his ass. When the pellets hit, I think I saw something, like a brief spark or flash where they connected, but it could have just been my eyes playing tricks on me. It tossed him down to the ground casually, like it took no effort at all. At this point, things just got worse. I could hear screaming in the distance, which I knew was Enzo. It couldn't be anyone else. It sounded like he was in severe pain, like he was frightened for his life. Tiago was crawling for his gun and trying to scramble to his feet. I readied my shotgun for another attempt, but this thing did something to me. It pulled something out. I'm not sure from where. It was small, maybe slightly larger than the size of a human hand, and it was shaped oddly. It was curved in the middle and had something reflective on the end, something see-through. It pointed it outwards towards me, and by this point I had raised my shotgun and was ready to shoot the thing again. I was telling Tiago to just run back to the house and to try and get some help, maybe call the police, but he was not listening. Before I could even hit the trigger, this light just suddenly blinded me and just completely enveloped my face. Instantly, I felt every single one of my limbs just go limp. My hands instinctively let go of my weapon. I felt my legs collapse underneath me like they had just turned to jelly, and I hit the ground, knees first. It was a heavy impact, but I did not even feel the pain. I had no feeling in my legs whatsoever. All I could feel was my face. My face felt like it was on fire. I was on the ground, clutching at my face and clawing at it because it hurt so much. I couldn't even feel my arms or my hands or my fingers. When I scratched at my face, I couldn't really feel it. All I could feel was my face burning. It felt like my entire face was sizzling. I swore I could hear the sound of my own skin cooking. That light, it was similar to the light I had seen earlier sweeping across the forest, but it felt so much more intense now. It was all that I could see for a good 2 or 3 minutes while I just clawed at my own face, praying that the pain would just stop. The light faded after a while, but my vision was still spotty. When I could finally see again, I noticed I was laying on the ground, on my side. I could feel the muscles in my legs twitching and spasming, but I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I just could not move them, not even an inch. I couldn't even wiggle my toes. It was like the signals were just not reaching my muscles coming from my brain. This thing was now standing over Tiago. In fact, it was already mid-action when I could see again. I did not know how much time had passed, but it was like all sound had stopped when that light was in my face, so I had no idea what was happening. The rifle that Tiago had, it was on the ground. I could see it now, and it was in pieces. Tiago was screaming. He was screaming so loudly, but he wasn't even moving or fighting back. He had his arms by his sides, just laying flat on his back. And this thing, it looked to be holding something. I'm not sure what it was, some kind of tool or something maybe. It looked sharp but had a curve, I think I remember, and it had it close to Tiago's face. And all I could do was watch and scream as I saw it press it close to his face and just drag it downwards ever so slowly. I could see bits of skin flicking off and his face starting to become a bloody mess, until eventually Tiago stopped screaming, and that thing, it was holding a mass of skin in its hand. I could see it. I don't know what it did with it. I didn't remember that part. I do remember it removed something from its hand, some kind of gloves, I think. It revealed what I can only describe as some kind of talon-like things where hands should be on a human. By this point, I was fading in and out of reality pretty rapidly. Nothing felt real whatsoever, and I found it really hard to focus on anything at all. Everything seemed like it was blurred in the background like it wasn't in my main vision. My vision was becoming blurry, and it felt like time was passing so rapidly. But I know that it used these talons on Tiago. I saw it ripping more skin, and eventually jamming them into him in places until he just had these gaping holes. It removed all of his clothes and just did whatever it was doing to him. I'm not sure. At one point, I'm not sure how much time had passed by, but I felt my legs become responsive again. This thing was so focused on what it was doing, it had actually completely turned its back on me and, I don't know, forgot about me. I knew I only had one chance, and I decided to take it right then and there. I mean, what else could I do? Stay there and die? When I got up onto my feet, I could see that there was something pinned to a tree, and this thing was still over Tiago's body. His body just looked like a mess, just completely soaked in red. He was unrecognizable now. I tried to sneak away slowly, and as soon as I got into the tall grass, I just ran. I ran, and even when I fell over because my legs felt weak and they gave way, I got up and I just ran again. I ran until I got back to my homestead, and I got in Tiago's car, and I just drove away. He had left his keys inside of his car since we were so out of the way, and he didn't want to risk losing them. It took me a little while to reach the shitty police station closest to me. It was really late, and I was surprised that anyone was even there at this hour. Peru police, they're a little bit lazy, and if they can get away with it, they give you a stupid explanation and tell you to go away. They only really do their jobs if they're forced to. I didn't even know where I was driving to, really. I had not driven all that much in my life, and so I was really bad and swerving already from the panic. Well, when I got there, the police couldn't just wave anything away. It was much too serious for that. They looked shocked when they saw me. I hadn't really noticed because I did not have the time to stop and check myself over. But they showed me my face in a mirror. I had burns and marks all over my face. They looked like harsh chemical burns. I told them my story as best as I could without being too specific. I mentioned where we were, that we were attacked, that I think Tiago is dead, etc., etc. They seemed to at least believe that I was telling the truth about people being hurt. I did not see the remains myself, but they found one of them. Tiago was like I told them. They found his broken rifle and his flashlight, just like I said he would be. Enzo, I think they said they found traces of someone running in the grass and trampling things, but they never ever found a body. Still to this day, he never turned up. I don't even know what happened to him. I think I was pretty lucky that the police did not consider me the killer. I suppose they could have done that so easily and gone on with their day. But they told me that they had seen something like this before, in this very region, many, many years ago, but that it wasn't a new thing. They warned me not to talk about it, that it was a bad thing and would only bring evil on people, that I should not scare people with my story. They told me to move away to somewhere else. It's the only time I've ever seen anything so horrible in my entire life, but now, I'm finding out that many others have seen them too. Some only have injuries and escape with their lives, but that it's happened so many times that there are full witness accounts. This completely shocked me. For much of my life, I did not even have the internet, so I had no idea whatsoever. I still have a messed up face. It's all bumpy and raised from the burns, and I still have little scars on my cheek. I wish I had more details to share with you. Alright, so I actually got two stories. I was a witness in one of them, and I will write what the guys told me before they came to me. The other story happened to a friend of mine. She was really skeptical about everything before what she saw. The year this happened is 2009. It's in the first days of August. The winter is super freaky here. I'm in Chile, by the way. I'm 21 years old at the time. I work as a nurse assistant in a hospital. I work at night and just sleep in the afternoon, so I basically feel like a vampire all of the time. All I have to do is treat a few patients and take care of them. It gets to 2 a.m. on my shift and I am incredibly bored. I decide to help the security staff because the wind moved a sheet of metal in front of a camera outside the building. The security guy tells me to stay and he will check, but I told him to stay and that I will do it for him because he was as old as a mummy. I go outside. The sky is clear, which is weird because it was raining just a few hours ago. I remove the sheet. Everything is fine. Suddenly I hear two voices yelling out for help. I hear someone running through a long grass field. I look into that direction, and I poorly saw two guys running like if the devil were chasing them. They see me and run to me. They went through a wired fence just to get to me. They were bleeding and crying. I thought they were burglars and someone maybe chased them, but they were wearing quite fancy clothing. When I was about to ask them to come inside to treat their wounds and call the police, I hear something from the direction from where they came from. It was like a humming noise. It was low, but it sounds incredibly loud inside my head. Then I saw a figure going upwards. It was a bright and orange-reddish color. It was whiter at the center. This thing changed its shape, like if it went from a shape akin to a toy soldier to a ball. It shot straight up through the skies and left some dim glowing light on its wake. I was really shocked. The guys carried me to the hospital. In fact, that is how shocked I was. Security asked me what happened. One of the guys told us they were fixing some farming equipment. They were about to leave when they saw something crashing near the barn. They were about 50 meters away or so from the barn when they heard the same noise that I heard, and then they saw a figure crouching down. They flashed their flashlights at the thing, and then it stood up. They said it was like 3 meters tall, and it started hovering and moving closer to them. Needless to say, they ran away as fast as they possibly could. Apparently, this thing could go through the fences. Apparently this thing even fired something that landed next to a fence and left burnt grass. The guys apparently ran until they reached me. The next day, the police saw the spot where the grass was burned, and it was still hot. I moved away from that hospital because I was finishing my practice. I will now write down the other one since I'm done with my lunch. It's not a night shift story, but it's still creepy, and it's about my friend. She studies law at Santiago. She lives with her sister. This happened around 2011 or so. It was 9 p.m. She was just reading some books for her next test. The lights suddenly go out. She goes to check if her niece is okay. She is fine, so my friend goes to her room to rest. Then she hears static, like when the TV gets gray and starts buzzing. That shit is getting louder. She is getting really worried. She runs to her room when she sees something that looks like a guy in an old diving suit materializing in front of her. She starts whimpering, and this thing looks at her and then just vanishes. She had to go to a psychologist because of that. She even had to suspend her year. This happened to me back in the 1980s when I was working as a prison security guard. Prisons back then, they weren't really anything like they are now. You don't have all of your comforts and your luxuries and your standards. Back then, prison was actually prison, and not just a damn vacation where everyone gets pampered and treated with respect. The prisons were a lot more cramped and a lot shittier too. You could actually punish an inmate for talking back. If you do that in the modern day, they will send you packing with no pay. I was working in a really run-down prison that was in a rural area of Kentucky. There were a few prisons in the area, and yet it still was not enough. The place was overrun, and we were having to squeeze 4 inmates into one cell at certain times, and this prison was really not built for that shit, especially with how little staff that we had. It did not bother me so much, but it meant that the prisoners were always rowdy, always raring for a fight, and to make it seem like they were the big dogs. The prison was not really all that much to look at. It was just rows and rows of cells with a tiny cafeteria and not really all that much else. Even the yard was not all that big, so most inmates spent rec time either exercising, running, or just talking amongst themselves, which meant that lots of fights broke out, since a lot of people would get really bored. The fights, they were like a pandemic back then. They were doing this tough on crime shit, not caring about us schmucks who had to look after them. I tell ya, we had more people in that prison for taking drugs than we had real criminals. I mean, hey, we could not even get any dealers or kingpins. It was always some bozo who was too dumb not to do it outside their house, or who got busted because they were yapping to everyone around them. My job was mostly doing the rounds at night and checking on the prisoners. My exact duties changed from day to day, which was a little bit annoying actually. Sometimes I would be out in the yard, sometimes I would be watching over the cafeteria. Like I said, we barely had enough staff to even run the place, so I just had to suck it up. Anyway, so one night, we get a van rolling in. I was stationed outside at the time and I was like, what the hell? This was practically unheard of, but this van rolled in with 2 suits driving, and they had a new inmate in the back. In all of my years, I'd never seen a new inmate arrive at nighttime, especially without prior warning like that. Usually we'd at least get a heads up. They were the real deal. IDs checked out and everything, and I had to call down my superior because I didn't know what to do. This was unprecedented. They took my superior off to the side and talked to him for a little while until he eventually looked back at me and called me over. There was another guy with me too. The suits explained that he was just being detained here temporarily, that he was bound for another correctional facility, more specialized for his needs, but that there was a delay or something. They told us specifically to free up a cell and toss him in there alone. They went to great lengths to emphasize that he should be alone and that no one else should be in the cell with him. They then proceed to say that he should be monitored at all times and that they would be in the nearby area making additional preparations. We were also told specifically that he should not be granted rec time and be kept in the cell at all times. I asked if we should just shove a tray of fruit through the bars for the guy, and they told me it would not be necessary. They straight up told us he won't be hungry, which seemed exceptionally weird, not even just in retrospect. Even just hearing it in the moment, it really weirded me out. After the spiel from the suits, they brought the man out of the van, and they had to carry him. He looked like he was out cold. His eyes were closed at the very least, and he refused to use his legs to walk. He had one of those bite mask things on. I'm not even shitting you. It was like some Hannibal Lecter type shit, and I had never seen that before at this prison. He was just wearing a standard jumpsuit of the time, but he had those manacle things around both his arms and his ankles. I could not really make out much about him, other than that he was balding, and that he had a weird mark on his neck. I figured it was a birthmark of some kind. I remember it pretty clearly because of the weird shape. If you squinted, you could kinda see a boot, but more messed up. A little bit like Italy looks on the map. The front part was pretty dark compared to his pale skin, but the tail end of it looked almost bluish, like it was a bruise or something. The suits did not even bother to bring him inside. They just handed him off to us. They said not to remove any of the chains and to house him immediately. Well, my boss did not really care for suits like that. He thought that they were all uppity and that they think that they're better than everyone else. He told me that we did not have room to house this guy separately, that this guy would have to share a cell just like everyone else, and if they didn't like it, he said that they could sit and swivel. So, in the middle of the night, I have to dump this guy into his bunk because he is still out cold. No introductions, no nothing. The 2 guys already in this cell wanted to start a fight with me over it. They were the only cell in the entire block to not already have 3 people inside, and they were kicking up a fuss about how it was absolute bullshit. They were giving me this tough guy shtick, but when they realized they couldn't really do anything, they started saying they were going to beat the new guy, black and blue, give him a warm welcome, make sure he begs for a transfer. I mean shit. Usually I wouldn't care, but I gave him a stern warning just to say I told him so, that the Bureau boys would not be happy if they got caught, that their sentence could end up doubled or tripled just for interfering. It stopped them from chirping, well, at least for a couple of hours. I think it was around 9 p.m. when I dumped him in there, so it was just about to be lights out. One of them was being a jackass and refused to move to the top bunk, so I said screw it. I just had another guard help me lift him up top. He just laid there flat on his back. He did not move a muscle. Heck, he could have stopped breathing for all I knew. So I went away. I took a break for a quick puff of my cigarette. I got a bite to eat, and then I started on my rounds. All in all, I think a few hours went by. I am on the opposite side of the prison, making sure that these guys are actually asleep and that they do not have any contraband. Next thing I know, I'm hearing screams echoing throughout the place, some really, really loud ones too. It sounds like someone is being slowly tortured. I started sprinting the second I heard the sounds. My heart dropped as I was running because I realized where they were coming from. It was near where the new inmate was. I had other prisoners waking up and asking what was going on as I was running. I had to just tell them to shut up and get back in bed. I was on the complete opposite side of the prison, and I was still the first bozo to reach the cell, which kind of figures. But what I saw, man, I was not expecting it at all. I thought maybe there was a little bit of a tussle or something. Just a little roughhousing with the new guy, it's pretty common stuff. But no, not at all. One guy is on the floor. He stopped screaming by now. His eyes are just lifeless. He's giving this dead-eyed stare right up to the ceiling. He isn't even struggling. The new inmate, he is on top of this guy. He is tearing chunks out of this guy with his teeth. I mean, literally. I have no idea how he managed to get out of the mask. Part of it was still attached to his face somehow, while other bits of the mask were ripped up and scattered on the floor. The prisoner on the floor, he had holes in his neck near his cheek. He was literally just dripping blood into a massive pool on the floor. I am fumbling with the keys, shouting for anyone nearby to me to come and help me urgently. Meanwhile, the third prisoner is holding the new inmate's neck from behind, trying to choke him. He looks like he's crying. This is a grown man, a really hardened guy, and he's just fucking sobbing. He is punching him repeatedly in the back with his free hand too. Just again and again in the back, but it's doing nothing. The guy he's holding, he's not even reacting. He is trying to force him backwards, but he just does not budge an inch, until wham, new inmate sinks his teeth into the wrist of the guy. I finally get the door open, and meanwhile, this guy is on top of the third prisoner. The new inmate is still being hampered by the chains, but he is using his hands to make this grabbing motion, and trying to do, I don't even know what to the guy. The guy on the bottom cannot move. I am in there now, trying to pull the new inmate away, but he is strong, really, really strong. He's got this insane heat coming off of him, coming off of his body. I could feel it the second that I touched him, but not just that. It felt almost like I was in a sauna, just being that close to him. I noticed that the back of his neck is all messed up. He has got cuts and bruises that look like they had healed and scarred over before being ripped open again. On one spot of them, it looked tinged blue slightly, kind of, and you could see one of the veins popping out a little bit. I pulled out my baton by this point and was pounding him on the back of the neck. It made him cry out a little and stumble, but it did not stop him straight away. Guards on the inside, they would not let you carry a gun. You would only get defensive weapons to prevent an inmate from snatching it and killing all of you. So, the new inmate has his hands clasped around the third inmate's ear, and he is just tugging. Every time he tugs, the guy on the floor is screaming his heart out. I have never seen such a tough guy look so deathly scared. Backup has finally arrived. We are a couple of seconds away from swarming in and smothering this guy so that he cannot do anything else. But it's too late. In just one swift motion, he just rips off this guy's ears. I'd never seen anything like it in my entire life. The sound that it made, I can't even begin to describe it properly. That squelching sound, combined with the ripping of bone and cartilage. Man, sometimes even to this day, I could not even finish eating my meal because I remember that sound, and it makes me just wanna throw up. This crazy bastard, he takes them and he just puts them in his mouth. He is literally like chomping down on these ears as we all start grabbing him and putting him up against the wall. We have got more and more people swarming in. Basically every single spare man is here now, and this fucker is up against the wall. He is moving his head side to side and just making the most horrible sounds as his face is pressed up against the wall. The sick fuck is still chewing. I can hear it. I can hear him biting down. At one point, he spits something out against the wall, and it makes such a thick, horrible noise. It is what's left of the ear, along with a lot of thick and clotted blood and mucus. Maybe something else too. I couldn't really tell. Medical staff are here by this point. They are tending to the guy on the ground immediately, who I think passed out from the trauma. He did not die that day, somehow. He was a lucky, lucky boy. The whole place is on high alert. We had to put the new inmate under. The aftermath of that night was really not pretty. We had to call in those suits and, man, they were not happy, to say the least. My superior and the rest of us got a lot more than an earful. They were threatening all of us with sanctions and maybe even jail time for such a colossal fuck-up. The whole block of that prison had to be sealed off for more than a day. We had to move out each and every prisoner and shove them into other blocks. 24 hours of cells with 5 or 6 prisoners inside of them. They could not even breathe, let alone move. There were not even enough beds for them to sleep in. At one point, we just had to let a ton of them out into the yard and let them fuck around there all night because there was really not much that we could do. It's not like they were gonna sleep anyway, and hey, we were already up shit creek. That new inmate, well, he did have his own cell now. I think they had a word with that third inmate. Well, I guess not, since he did not have any damn ears anymore, but I imagine they communicated with him somehow. They took away the body, cleaned it up. None of the inmates were to know. That was the rule, that it had to be covered up entirely. Rumors spread, and they did so like wildfire. We had to crack down on it hard. That's what we were ordered to do. Anyone mentioning the event, or spreading rumors about what actually happened, we had to teach a lesson. We had to come up with cover stories, and make it clear that it was not to be talked about. That went about as well as you would expect, but we did what we could. Eventually, I saw the suits leave with 2 body bags. I have no idea what that was about. The new inmate was not dead, last I saw. Maybe it was the only way they could get him around without him going crazy. I never found out what really went on that day. That was the first and last time I ever heard about it. Nothing else I ever experienced as a prison guard ever even came close to that event. I spent close to 2 decades working for the Department of National Resources. 10 of those years were with wildlife enforcement, and let me tell you, it's not an easy gig. The hours are brutal, the land is massive, and you have to cover all of it. And out there, miles from pavement, you see some extremes of what people are capable of, both good and bad, and no 2 encounters are ever the same. Before that, I logged timber in the same region, but those early years gave me an eye for things. I learned how to read tire tracks, how to recognize a camp someone didn't want found, how to spot the difference between a legal hunter and one banking on not getting checked. I learned how to read people, their body language, what they were like, etc. Most of the time, I really liked the job. It just gave me something to do. It was tiring, but The days they pass by quite quickly once you get used to it. My territory was a span of protected wilderness that straddled the state line. It was old too, really old. Some of my coworkers liked the game tags, others stuck to traffic violations or ATV enforcement, but I like to roam around and do different jobs. I've experienced a lot of weird stuff and weird people, but mostly I'm able to just laugh it off. But there was one afternoon that freaked me out more than most. It was late spring a couple years back. The snow melt was over and everything was coming back to life. The woods looked like something out of a diorama. It was just all lush and quiet, and it was perfect for me. I'd been assigned to check on several remote fishing access points, ones that were buried miles deep off of narrow service roads. Most of it was just routine. I would check permits, radio in coordinates, note any violations, etc., etc. I was just carrying my standard gear. I have to reiterate that out here, if something goes wrong, help is not coming, at least not soon enough, so you have to be smart, you have to be careful, you have to be able to handle your problems, and at the very least, delay. There was one lake I always hated checking. Not because of the water or the wildlife, but because of the terrain itself. The place was hidden in a hollow of old volcanic rock, wrapped in thorn brush and loose shale. Getting there meant dealing with snakes, bad footing, and dense overgrowth. It took half an hour of crawling just to get eyes on the shoreline. It was annoying and frustrating. It took me longer than all of the other lakes combined. Worse still, the place always gave me that feeling that you are being watched. Most people, when you say that, they think it's just hogwash, but I felt it. And obviously, I can't just skip on a site because it's my job and I want to keep it, so you just get on with it. I reached the trailhead around noon. I ate a sandwich on the way when I took a couple minutes break. I made sure to check my firearm, adjust my vest, and I started the hike in. The trail wasn't really much of a trail. It was more a path of footprints and boot prints worn into the dirt over the long years, and deer hooves too. I passed a creek halfway up. There were no signs of animal kills or fresh tracks out of the place. I checked the usual corners where people stashed trash or camped off grid, but there was nothing. So I logged the coordinates, gave dispatch a quick update, and kept on moving. I reached the lake itself around 2 in the afternoon. It was all still. Nothing was going on in the area. It was super quiet, no animal sounds at all. I started my perimeter loop, scanning for signs of any squatters or anything of the like. About halfway around, I spotted a glint of something metallic that was off color. Through the tangle of brush, I saw 2 figures crouched low on the far side. They didn't look to be moving or talking. They looked like they were just sitting there and waiting for something. That's never a good sign. I lifted up a hand and gave them a casual wave. It was obvious they could see me. There was no hiding from them. I tried to be as non-threatening as possible and made sure to try and hide my firearm. One of them raised his arm in return. It was lazy. It looked almost sarcastic, but the other one did not bother at all. I circled the lake slowly and carefully. The rocks were loose, and I had slipped on here a couple of times. As I got closer, the smell hit me. It was beer and sweat, and the sour funk of too many days without a shower. I saw their cooler, their mess of empty cans, and then I saw them. 2 men who were maybe in their 20s. One of them had a scraggly beard and mirrored sunglasses. He was sunburnt. The other was wiry and shirtless. He had tattoos all over his body, like he just got out of prison. They were all stick and pokes. They both looked cooked, drunk, high, or both at the same time. And leaning casually against the cooler between them was a small rifle, a .22 that was beat up, bolt action. And that instantly put me on edge. I knew I had to be careful now. I greeted them. I said afternoon, and I asked if either of them had a fishing license. The guy with the beard looked up and just started laughing, and he told me to get lost. The tattooed one spat on the ground into the bush and started grinning at me. He was like, "You serious? Ain't nobody checking way out here." I tried to keep the situation calm and not escalate. I was just like, it's all good. If you've got licenses, I will leave, and if not, I will just be on my way too. I'll give you a warning for now. The beard guy stood up slow. It looked like he was trying to be intimidating and tower over me, and he was like, we've been fishing here since we were kids, man. You don't get to come up here with your clipboard and tell us jack shit. The tattoo guy stood next to him, cracking his neck, looking like he was ready to start fighting, and he was like, the water don't belong to the feds. This is our land. I shifted back a single step. You don't want to show fear in this situation, but also, you don't want to come across as if you were squaring up and looking for a fight. I just tried to speak clearly and firm, but not threatening. I was like, this doesn't need to be a thing. If you just tell me yes or no, that's it, I can leave. But then I made the mistake of telling them that if they laid their hands on me, I'm a federal officer, so they will be waking up in county jail. I probably should have just left it at the first part, but in retrospect, I think it didn't really matter. These guys were itching for a fight, no matter what I did, and they took this as a challenge. They glanced at each other, and the bearded guy lunged for me and shoved me. I stumbled over a rock, caught my balance, and told them that's enough. I said that we shouldn't do this. The tattoo guy grabbed a fistful of my shirt and yanked me hard. I lost my footing, and the next second I was falling onto the floor, onto my ass, into the lake. My gear hit the water with a splash. The holstered cig on my hip jerked me down immediately. I came up sputtering and coughing, and my eyes were stinging from the cold lake. There was something in that fucking water. I'm surprised I didn't get some kind of eye-eating infection. I was expecting to get shot in the head, but they were just laughing at me. I dragged myself out and said, screw it, whatever, I'm walking away. You had your fun. I'm going. But the tattoo guy, he snatched up the rifle and swung it lazily in my direction. He wasn't aiming, he was just gesturing with it. It's clear he was still fucked up. And then he called me some insults, and then, before I could even react or realize, he pulled the trigger. Crack. The bullet snapped and slapped the water near my boots, way too close. I dove into the brush. I was not giving them a chance. Another one snapped off, but it landed really far away. This guy clearly could not aim properly in his state. He was really messed up. Once I was out of their line of sight, I just bolted, full sprint. My boots were soaked and heavy, but I had to get out of there. There was no point trying to turn and reason with them or even shooting back while they were in that state. They were too unpredictable. I don't like unpredictable. I made it to a ridge high enough so that my radio caught a signal, and I radioed the base saying that I had been assaulted by two intoxicated males who had a gun, and I requested backup. There was a pause, and then they told me that someone would be on the way. I dropped next to a tree, drew my sidearm, and just waited. I had to be on alert. That hour that I waited there, it felt like forever. When help finally arrived, they came in full force, 2 trucks, 4 rangers, and a sheriff's deputy named Carson. I had worked with him once before during a poaching sting. He was a good guy. I was glad to have him at my back. They eventually found me and I was still dripping. I gave them the rundown, showed them where it happened, then we started back up the trail. They asked me if I thought the rifle was still loaded. I told them they fired at least a dozen rounds, but there might be more. We reached the ridge and fanned out. I smelled the smoke before I saw them. Charcoal, cheap beer, piss, same cooler, same wrecked mess, same 2 jackasses lounging like nothing had ever happened. Guy with the beard was now shirtless, just tanning himself. He was just laying out on a rock. The other guy was standing in the water. We moved fast, with guns out. We told them to get down, to get on your stomach, hands where I can see them. The guy with the tattoo just ran as fast as he could. The guy with the beard just froze. He couldn't exactly get up off the rock. I hit the runner. I put a shoulder into his back and drove him into the dirt. He thrashed and cursed at me and was trying to throw elbows at me, but I pinned him by the neck until backup got his wrists in zip ties. He wasn't laughing anymore. Beard guy just laid there, dumb and blinking, until someone hauled him down too. The rifle was still there. They still had 5 rounds in the tube. We cuffed them both and walked them down the trail. The whole way they just ran their mouths, calling us fascist government thugs trying to steal the people's land. They sobered up pretty quickly in that cell, and they didn't look so tough. Couple days later, turns out they both have active warrants, assault and weapons charges, even charges for domestic violence. One had a fake ID from Nevada and was on the run. The other had plates tied to some girl in Flagstaff. Their entire story was bunk. They were just trying to hide out here. Thankfully, the charges stuck and they both did some serious time. I'm just thankful that that day, they were too fucked up to shoot me properly, because if they weren't drunk and high, who knows how that would have gone down. I could have easily ended up dead. I'm posting this here because I can't sleep at night, and I need some kind of answers for what I saw. Now, my story probably is not going to make a whole lot of sense, and it doesn't really have a satisfying conclusion. I'm sorry in advance for that, but it's something that really keeps me up at night. For context, I've been working as a security guard for many years of my life. I'm getting on in the years now, and have been trying to look for jobs that aren't as physically strenuous as I wind down for retirement. I have worked all sorts of jobs over the years. I have licenses for close protection, working as a bodyguard basically, and I have worked for some big names in some big places. Most recently though, I was hired as a private security guard for this man who was quite wealthy. He owned a pretty big home in a gated community in California, which you would think would mean he'd be fine for security, but he hired me to work nights mostly and to help with some jobs here and there. I can't even remember how I found out about the job. I think a friend in the industry gave me a heads up. I think the guy was scouting for someone. He told me it would be a perfect fit for me and that it shouldn't take too much of a toll on my body. So I agreed to do it because the pay was pretty nice. I would basically work from around 9 p.m. or whenever it got dark until sunup. His house was massive and was like a compound really. Even though he was already in a gated community, he had these high metal fences with barbed wire and shit. He had surveillance covering basically every single corner of the home. He had even erected this little guard booth outside that I could sit in and use to watch the external cameras. And that was pretty much my job. Do patrols around the perimeter of the house at night, watch the cameras, and then head home. This guy barely left his house and would occasionally ask me for help with carrying things, like wooden crates or bags of sand or just whatever he had to move. I didn't really find out much about him. Like, I didn't know what he did for work or in his spare time. He seemed like a nice dude, just closed off. For the first week or so that I worked this job, I had no complaints whatsoever. But I was under the impression that this man lived alone. I was sitting in my guard booth, and I would be lying if I said I was not nodding off. I was doing that thing where you jolt awake and try every trick in the book to keep your eyes open, but then you end up dropping straight back off without even realizing. This happened a couple of times until I noticed an alert. Someone or something had tripped a motion alert somewhere outside the house. I think it was around the back of the house, so I rushed there immediately. I could see the giant, blinding white floodlight just engulfing the area, and I noticed that right around the edge of this floodlight, there was a figure, a person. It was a woman. I couldn't really say how old she was, and she was just walking across the grounds. She seemed to just be bobbling from side to side and not really having a particular destination. She looked drowsy, like maybe she was sleepwalking or something, or like she was on medication or even drunk. She looked unsteady on her feet, and like at any point she was just going to misstep and hit the ground. I was shocked. How the hell had this woman found her way into the compound? She didn't seem anywhere near athletic enough to scale the fence. She would have had cuts and bruises if she managed it. I patrolled the perimeter enough to know that there were no gaps or back entrances. I'm licensed to carry a gun while on duty. I have a firearm permit issued by the Bureau of Security that allows me to carry an authorized firearm. By authorized, it's basically just anything that's 9mm, .357, .40, or .45, as long as it's under 10 rounds mag capacity and not an assault weapon. My gut feeling though was that this woman was not a threat, and so I didn't reach for my weapon or anything. I just called out to her and asked her who she was and what she was doing. When I called her name, she kinda just stopped all at once. Instead of just turning her head towards me, she turned her entire body at once in a slow shuffle, and she waited there on the spot until I walked closer. She was moving her mouth a little before I started walking, but I could not hear her or make out what she was saying. And no amount of speak up or I can't hear yous was making her raise her voice. So I got closer and leaned my head in, and I was like, "This is private property. Who are you? How did you get in? What's your business here?" etc. And at first she seemed okay. She was like, "My name is Marilyn. I'm a dog walker." But after that she just stopped finishing her sentences. The more she talked, the more she started to slur her words, until eventually her sentences were just, "I'm here, Becca, I use..." And then she would just stare at me instead of finishing her sentence. I was like, okay, you're clearly either very drunk or not very well, so let me call the owner, who I'll just call O from now on instead of using his real name. So I stepped back and pulled out my radio, and I was like, "Hey, O, I've got a lady down here on your property who seems out of sorts. I have no idea where she came from, but she seems either very drunk or mentally unsound. Should I call the police?" The second I finished my question, O was like, "No, definitely don't call them. I will be right down. Just wait there." And so I tried to walk to this woman while I waited, and tried to make sure that she did not go anywhere. And let's just say it went horribly. I was just like, "O is going to come and get you. Are you okay?" I said this while putting my hand on her shoulder, and I just saw something in her eyes, some kind of spark. And she just went crazy. She started screaming and clawing at me and trying to slap me. And when I retreated and hit the dirt, she started running away as fast as she could towards the front gate. She was stumbling and swaying from side to side and had to keep stopping so she did not get far. I was able to catch up and stop her, but she continued to try and scratch at me. At this point, I basically have her pinned face down into the dirt, and O was quite distressed when he finally got there. He told me to help her up immediately and that I needed to be careful with her, that she's fragile. He told me to just wait there and took her inside, and he was gone for quite some time. When he came back outside, I asked what the hell was going on. He just sighed and made me sit down in the main hall of the house and told me everything. He told me that she was seriously mentally unwell. He said that in his house, in all of the guest rooms, he has patients that he cares for. He told me that his family has a long history of mental illness and that most either succumb to it and perish or just go crazy. He went on to explain that he would feel evil just putting them into a care home to rot, and that he would want someone to care for him just the same way. It all really took me by surprise, but I understood completely why he wanted to keep that a secret. I reassured him that it was okay by me, and that I would be here to help, but that he needed to tell me exactly what he wanted from me. When I first signed on to do this job, there were strict zones in the house that I was not allowed to enter. Mostly I was supposed to stay outside, but O occasionally invited me inside to do extra jobs. But there were certain places I absolutely could not go, like the cellar and the outhouse and the garage. He told me that he had a couple of family members in the guest houses, that he fetches the medication and provides care himself. He proceeded to tell me that if I saw them out wandering on the grounds, that I should leave them be and not approach them. That unless they were in distress or trying to do something that might get them hurt, that I should not intervene and just call O to come and gather them. That sounded fine to me. Now, don't get me wrong, this was a strange situation. It's not something I had ever had to deal with before in this profession. But I mean, the pay packet was large, and the job load had not exactly increased by that much. It was no different than just keeping an eye out for intruders. So, another chunk of time goes by with no problems whatsoever. I'd say I probably had a week without even seeing any of his family members on the grounds. But this one night, I'm doing a standard perimeter patrol. I probably do one once an hour, or sometimes every 30 minutes, depending on how things are going. It's mostly up to my discretion. Some nights you just want to keep your legs moving, especially when it's cold. So I'm on the left side of the property, and I've walked down this side passage. At the end of this side passage, there is this metal gate that allows you to get access to the cellar, and I think the back windows on the house. There is a sunroom back there too that's pretty big. Anyway, so I'm walking down the passage and it is pretty dark, and I hear some sounds coming from the end of the passage. It sounds like something scraping metal. So I scramble to pull out my flashlight, and there is a man right at the end of this passage. He is just gripping onto the metal gate and trying to claw at it with his fingers. His fingernails are just stubs, and I can see blood all around them and little cuts from where he must have tried this before. I could not tell you how long this guy had been there. I stood and watched for a few seconds before revealing myself because I was not sure whether to intervene or not. But I watched this man start to bite down on the metal of the gate. He was just chomping and chewing, and so I called out to him while slowly approaching. I asked if he was okay, and he did not even stop biting to respond to me. I just heard a muffled reply, since he kept biting at the gate. It sounded almost like he was sobbing, if I'm not mistaken. He was saying, "Please let me out. Please let me out," while he had his mouth around the metal. And at one point I heard a snap, and I saw something, a chunk of something, fall out of this man's mouth and hit the floor. It was white, and it had blood on it, and he just kept going, biting and clawing. I called for O on the radio and explained the situation. I grabbed the man from behind and led him away. He didn't try to resist, thankfully. He had tears streaming down his face, and when he opened up his mouth to talk, it was a bloody mess. He had a few cracked and snapped teeth. I felt so bad for the guy. He was asking me to let him out, but he was trying to get back in the house, so it didn't really make sense. It's kind of insane what age and mental illness can do to the human mind. I felt horrible. O eventually got down there, and I helped escort the man to his bed. The whole walk there, he kept trying to mumble something else, but it was not understandable. The time between that event and this last one was only maybe 48 hours at most. I was so tired that night. I had been working myself silly and struggling to sleep. I think that encounter with that man, I think it just really got to me. I felt like I couldn't really get the image of him out of my head. Still, every single shift was a day closer to retirement, and so I clocked in all the same. I think I dozed off in the guardhouse for close to 2 hours. I did not do any of my patrols at all, which was pretty negligent of me. Any other job, and I would have been fired on the spot. Anyway, I awoke to a shock that really got my heart going. I was jolted awake by the sound of some kind of alarm going off. It was coming from somewhere around the rear of the house. It almost sounded like a military siren, maybe even an air raid siren from World War II. This was really strange. Even when some of the patients had gotten out of bed and outside before, there had never been any kind of alarm. Most of the alerts for lights and other things were designed to be silent and to keep a low profile. I jumped up, and I started doing a full sprint, something I had not done for years at that point. It did not take me long to figure out what was going on. I saw two people jogging down to the front gate. Well, one was jogging and pulling the other one along by the arm. It looked like they were trying to climb the gate. It was two women. I ran down and started shouting and asking what was going on, and one of them looked really panicked. And I realized something pretty quickly, and I started stuttering because I had no idea what was going on or what to say. The two women that were stood directly in front of me, they were identical. One of the women was clearly the first lady I had seen wandering on the grounds. She was still quiet and seemed as distant as ever. She did not look panicked or scared or even like she was all there. She just stood there, gazing off into space. The other woman, she looked identical. I assume they must have been twins. But this twin, she was the opposite of the first one. She was in a complete panic and was shaking, trying to get her words out. She was wearing this plain white dress that was more like a gown, and it had mud and flecks of blood at the bottom of it. The other woman, the first one, she seemed to be perfectly fine. Her clothes were fine, and she did not respond to me at all. But the panicked one, I asked her what the hell was going on, and she just started grabbing me and begging me for help. I told her to slow down because she was not making any sense at all, but she just kept on going and going. I really did not catch much of what she was saying. She was rambling about the cellar, that she was being kept in the cellar. The O was an evil man doing horrible things to people. That was about the most I could make out from what she was saying. She was saying all kinds of other things. She was clearly going crazy, and so I went to Radio O to come down, but she grabbed the radio from my hand and she broke it. She threw it to the ground and stomped on it, and I went to grab her. I noticed that her face was a little messed up when I went to grab her. Her lips seemed swollen and had gone almost a purple color. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the whites in one of the eyes had gone almost entirely red. She kept on begging me to call the police, telling me that everyone inside the house needed help. I mean, yeah, that's what they were there for. I asked her what was going on with her twin and what had gotten her so riled up. I explained I knew about the family being mentally unwell. All she managed was she's not, before she kind of yelped mid-sentence and started trying to scale the gate once again. I went to grab her and bring her down, and I heard O behind me shouting for me to be careful. He told me he called the police and the medical services and that they were on their way. Things calmed down quite a lot after that. The police in the ambulance, I'd never seen them arrive so quickly. I had not heard any sirens at any point, and they did not have them on when they arrived. It was only one squad car and one ambulance, 2 people in each. I let them inside and they did not say all that much to me, but they eventually sedated the 2 women and took them inside. She tried to fight back for a while, the panicked one. Eventually, she started trying to scratch and bite just like the first time, the both of them did. O brought me inside for a while and made me a drink and sat me down for a talk. He explained that I was not in any trouble at all, and he actually thanked me for doing such a good job. He explained that care had become so taxing on him that he was planning on hiring some live-in experts so that he could share the load without feeling like he was dumping his family. He explained that because of this, more security would be needed, and so he was opting to contract a company rather than any individuals. He actually gave me a pretty large bonus, and he kept on apologizing and explained that he did not want it to come to this, but I reassured him and then I was on my way. At the time, I thought pretty highly of O. He always seemed like the independent sort who didn't want to burden others, and who wanted to take care of all of his problems all by himself. I could tell that even just hiring me was a last resort, and so he obviously must have been fed up to take such drastic measures. The thing is though, looking back on things, I can't help but feel like something was amiss. Like maybe I'd been blinded somehow. I did not think about any of it for a long while, but one night I had a nightmare, and, well, it all just came flooding back. I'm really not sure what the deal was there. Maybe it really was as O told me, but I can't help but feel like maybe there was more that he wasn't telling me. Can anyone offer an explanation? I'd really like some reassurance that I'm not crazy. This happened to me over a decade ago now. It's crazy to think just how much time has flown by. I'm going to keep details to a minimum and slightly vague to try and protect my identity, but in reality, I think if someone actually knows me in real life, they will work it out from this post. I just have to hope that no one that I know uses this site. I will start by saying that I was in a SWAT entry team in a pretty big city in the United States, and I was there for around 9 years or so. That doesn't include the intense training that you go through, or the amount of time I spent as a beat cop beforehand and what have you. But I don't want to bog down the story when there is already so much to explain, and even things that I don't think I can explain. Anyway, there is one call that we received around 16 years ago, so around 2010, that still really irks me, and that I still do not have the full picture of. It's gonna sound insane, but please try to bear with me. So I was actually in my mid-30s when this happened, and I had already gotten to the point where I thought I had seen it all on the job. I've been deployed in a team to deal with active shooter situations, potential hostage scenarios, etc. I don't even say it to sound tough. This job is a grueling one and sapped away at my psyche for years. I've had to make tough, split-second decisions and even take someone else's life just to defend myself. Not every call is as extreme as that. Sometimes it's a lot of waiting around in a van and sweating your ass off, or holding a position with a rifle and praying to God you don't blink a second too early and fuck everything up. I swear, that job aged me twice as fast as any other job. Most of the action is over in just seconds. That's usually the best case scenario. Even from minute one, this call started out really badly, and from the initial report, we knew that things might go south. A patrol was dispatched to an apartment because the neighbors reported what sounded like a woman screaming for her life, like full-blown yells at the top of her lungs until her voice broke or gave out. They said they also heard lots of banging and what sounded like a deep male voice. When the patrol got to the building, they immediately reported hearing gunshots. They were told to wait, but one of the responding officers feared that it would be too late. He reported that he could hear people inside, but that no one would open the door. Someone inside apparently yelled to the officer that if he did not back away and give them a chance to leave, then they would start killing people. That sounded like hostages. We were already well on the way. The building was downtown and was an older place, one of those mid-rises, but it had not been renovated in a long time and was starting to degrade. There wasn't a single non-dirty window in sight, and the entire inside smelled like someone had tried to mask dirty socks and gym sweat with copious amounts of deodorant. The specific apartment was actually on the first floor and was a corner unit. There was only one guy on the lease who was in his 40s or something and lived alone. He had no listed wife or kids or even roommates. He didn't have a record of any kind. He was squeaky clean, invisible even. Building management after the fact said that he was a quiet guy and that he was not often seen. In fact, he was only ever seen when paying rent, never left for a job of any kind or even to grab any groceries. When one of the neighbors was interviewed after everything went down, she reported that delivery drivers would arrive at weird hours of the night with these crates of stuff. She said that she could never see what was inside, but it was just these massive, massive containers making rattling sounds and waking her up only a few hours before she had to go to work. We got staged in the hallway pretty quickly. I could not hear a single sound coming from that apartment. I could not hear so much as a TV on in the background, or even any breathing or walking around. Although, that's a lie, actually. Now that I think about it, I could hear this low humming sound. It sounded like a pretty big chest freezer or something. Just that kind of mechanical buzz, or however you would describe it, the buzz of electricity. One of our guys in the hallway was using a thermal device. I'm not a tech guy, so I will probably explain this all badly, but apparently, he wanted us to delay our entry while he checked something. He said that something was not adding up, and that it looked like there were way more heat signatures in the apartment than was reported. We believed there to be the one occupant plus the screaming woman, but there were probably around closer to 10 people somewhere in the very back of the apartment, and they were low to the ground, either sitting or laying down if I had to hazard a guess. He said it looked like they were all fairly close together, like shoulder to shoulder. What made it even stranger was that we had the exact floor plan of this apartment. It was 2 bedrooms with a living room, a tiny kitchen, and a small bathroom. A small utility closet too, in which I think the boiler was. Like I said, this was a much older place. But these thermals were coming from much further back than the layout would allow for. At least, that's what it looked like. We couldn't really tell properly. I was incredibly worried at this point. From what we could see, there was no way to tell whether they may be additional assailants or hostages. We had to prepare for both scenarios. We had a negotiator try to contact them. A force breach was our last resort, as we wanted to ensure the safety of the people inside if they were indeed hostages. It took a few attempts for them to even pick up, and even when they did, the guy on the line was refusing to come outside. He was asking to be allowed to leave, otherwise he would kill everyone. He heard someone else on the line in a hushed tone saying, "Leave it, man. It's done. It's over. Just cut them loose." The man hung up right after that. There was a woman in the apartment down the hall trying to come outside, and someone had to stop her and force her back inside. She was crying and said that she had a baby who couldn't sleep. We tried to reassure her, but man, she was in a panic. Said that she'd been hearing weird sounds in the vents for weeks and just wanted it to stop. I mean, what the hell was she thinking? She actually had the baby in her hands when she came outside. Why would you do that in the middle of all of this? We had to breach quickly with a ram. We did not have any more time to sit and wait for the higher-ups or the negotiator. We could hear pounding footsteps inside, and there was a chemical smell wafting underneath the door, bleach or something. I think I was the 3rd or 4th man in the stack. We cleared the place pretty quickly, and was able to apprehend the man who had the lease. The apartment was just completely stripped bare. Couches, rugs, TV, curtains, etc. All of them were stripped out of the room. There was just nothing at all, not even a rug. There was just this black masking tape taped over all of the windows. It was like taped multiple times so that it was really thick in places to block all of the lights out the windows. The apartment was really, really cold, unusually so, especially for the time of year. I could feel a breeze flowing from somewhere. There were plastic sheets taped over the vents, and there were sheets and cling film put down over all of the floor and on the kitchen counters. There were stains on pretty much all of them, very old stains. That humming sound was even louder now, and sounded like it was behind one of the rooms. Within seconds, the man who had the lease, he was down on his knees and just sobbing and begging us, kept saying he had to and stuff like that. Bullshit. I had no sympathy for him. He knew exactly what he was doing, despite him pleading with us and telling us that he had no choice, and that if he didn't, then it would be him, is what he said to us. We had him face down and in cuffs pretty quickly, and he did not even make an attempt to fight back. Once he was in cuffs, he just clammed up and would not answer any questions. It was like he just flicked a switch and turned off his tears and was now just following a script. We found shit in the bedroom, but it was clear that they had managed to dump some stuff. There was a laptop that looked to have been smashed with a hammer. They were prepaid phones that had the same done to them. Forensics later found traces of numerous drugs in the apartment, but they never found a stash anywhere. There were tons of medical supplies stashed everywhere. There were plastic disposable gloves, lots of cleaning supplies like bleach. There was also tons of gauze and syringes, and even other medical equipment. They had a damn heart rate monitor and even an IV drip set up. The bathroom door was locked from the outside with a slide bolt. I remember that because one of our guys kicked it open and found 3 people sitting in the bathtub with their hands zip-tied in front of them. 2 women and 1 man. All adults, I think. It was hard to tell ages. They were so thin and bruised up that everyone looked both young and old at the same time. One of the women started making this breathy sound like she was trying to scream but couldn't really get the noise out. None of them spoke English, none whatsoever. The man had tape residue around his mouth and bruises around both eyes. He kept blinking and his eyes were watering, like our flashlights were hurting his eyes, like he wasn't used to the light. That should have been it, but we could not find a trace of the woman who was reported to have been screaming. She was screaming in English, so it clearly was not one of the people in the bathroom. Not only that, but the thermals still were not adding up. The second bedroom was locked with a keyed deadbolt, which for an interior bedroom door is kind of insane. When we forced it open, we saw that there was a big mattress shoved on the floor. This thing also had old stains seeped into it. Blood, if I had to take a guess. There were actually what looked like shackles near the top where a headboard would be that were really rusted. There were also more medical supplies and also buckets placed around the room. Just plain black ones with the handle. They had God knows what inside of them. All I know is they smelled like puke and something else, and one of our guys was gagging and had to leave that room. There were mounds of flies crawling over the ledge near the window, and they looked to be festering near the buckets and other places too. There were also maggots in some parts of the room. There was also this huge metal shelving unit pushed against the far wall that looked to have lots of medical tools on top of it. There were scalpels, more syringes, and the like, as well as other more general tools like screwdrivers and wrenches. They all looked brand new and like they had been sterilized recently. They were the opposite to the state of the room. The thermals were pointing towards more heat signatures somewhere near this room. It did not take long for our team leader to work out that there were some pretty heavy scratch marks piercing into the wood near the bottom. It was obvious someone had been dragging it to and from this wall multiple times. I helped another one of our guys to pull it, and it did not budge at first. Turns out that there were 2 latch points that were hidden that we just had to cut through. The whole shelving unit just swung out like a door immediately when we did. We found a hole cut out into the damn dry wall. It was like a cave entrance with how low and small to the ground it was. We shouted for people to come outside, but no one would respond, so we actually had to smash open more parts of the wall just to make a bigger path for us to enter. No way we were going to crawl one by one into that place. It was much too big of a safety risk. I remember that once we got inside and I shined my flashlight, I could see multiple eyes all just watching me. Everybody was staring at me, but just sitting there and not moving. It was even colder inside here. This was definitely where the humming was coming from. We pulled around 7 people out of there, if I remember correctly, but we couldn't ID any of them as the woman who was screaming. Again, all of them had really thick accents and could not speak English whatsoever. The person who reported it to the police, they reported distinctly it was a woman who was saying English, fluent English, with no accent. Most of the people that we pulled out of there could not even really walk properly and had to be helped along. One of them looked to have a really infected leg. It looked like his leg had been shot or cut open and had gotten infected and become gangrenous. He was a sickly pale color, and he seemed to be having a lot of trouble breathing. He was one of just a couple of deaths that we had that day. He had clearly been on death's door for a while, and passed away from the infection en route to the hospital. All of their clothes were torn and filthy. None of them had any shoes, and not a single one of them could speak English to tell us what had gone on and what happened here, where they were from, etc. I think they were interviewed later with a translator, but I was not present for that, or told about what they had said. One of the guys that was in there had this metal collar around his neck that was attached to a little metal box. I have no idea what it was for. It looked like animal control gear. A few of them had these thick, padded mitts taped around their hands too. They had clearly been abused. They had bruises and cuts all on their wrists and ankles and such. A lot of them had scars from some kind of knife or sharp object. One of them even had burn marks going all along their spine. It looked like a branding gone wrong, but I just don't understand for what purpose. Just why? The same one with the burns, he had a feeding tube taped around his face with the same black tape that was used in the windows, but it was done really poorly and was not even connected to anything anymore. The crawl space itself went a little further. Let me reiterate, this is an old-ass apartment complex. There should not have been any space for any of this unless it was already on the plans and constructed when the complex was built. It should have ended probably at the exterior wall, but it looked like the path bent to the left. It looked like it actually descended, possibly to some kind of a basement. Again, it wasn't on the plans. I'm not sure. All I know is that there was a freezer in there. That was the source of the humming. It was like one of those industrial walk-in freezers, only a lot smaller than you might imagine at first, and was clearly custom constructed to fit into this space specifically. It did not have any branding or anything like that. It still should not have fit into the space, even with that. Surely someone should have noticed how much power was being drawn from this apartment and shut it down. When I opened up the freezer, I found a body inside. It was a young kid. I had to leave immediately because it made me think of my young boy, and I just wanted to cry. All I can tell you is that he had not been dead for very long at all. It probably happened just before we got there, probably that very day, if I were to guess. It still hurts to think about, that maybe we could have saved his life. He was shirtless and looked incredibly pale and malnourished. He had this long scar going from just underneath his nipple all the way down to the bottom of his stomach. He had clearly been cut open and then sewn back up. You're probably thinking that all of that was bad enough, but it did not even end there. I wish that it did. I called attention to the freezer and the crawl space, and once we had pulled more people outside, we had a few more people just doing a cursory clear. But this guy popped out. He came out of the damn freezer. I don't know how I missed him or why he didn't kill me right then and there. I was so focused on not seeing that dead boy that I almost got one of our guys killed. He had a gun drawn and was screaming, and he fired off one round before he got put down. Luckily he missed and hit the ceiling above the head of the guy who shot him. My guess is he was not able to get out of the building in time through whatever weird entrance they were using. I did not see any of this go down personally. All I saw was the aftermath. I was still reeling at that point. That asshole that we detained, he still was not talking. He was like a damn robot now. He did not so much as flinch. We did not get to go deeper. That's the part that makes me angriest. We had an active scene with victims still possibly inside somewhere, and someone above us made the call to hold position. At the time, I thought it was because of the shooting and the unknown layout. That would have made sense. We almost lost one man already, and taking such a big risk is always a no-no. But people arrived pretty quickly and basically just shut us out. I know it sounds stupid and cliche, but that is what happened, I swear on my life. I was not in a position to deal with anything else, so while I was angry, I did think it was for the best. There were lots of fed-looking guys in suits with badges. I didn't really take everything in. I was asked to leave, and I did what I was told to do. I helped EMS take a few people into the ambulance, and figure out who needed immediate medical attention. After that, I was told to just go home and rest, and boy, did I need it. I fell asleep on the couch the second that I got through the door. I forgot to mention, but they took my body camera before I left, like, immediately, one of the feds. I thought it was odd, but I figured with this being such a high-profile thing, with it potentially occurring across state lines or national lines, that they wanted to act very, very quickly. We were instructed not to discuss the case, which is also pretty standard. I woke up after a couple of hours to my phone going off. There was apparently a mix-up, and I needed to head straight back in, which I did. They needed to speak to me urgently and give a statement, and then write up my report. I basically told them to a T what I told you here. I was in there for a while with them grilling me. I remember my buddy who was there that day telling me that the victims who were not critical got taken out the back in a service elevator with blankets over their heads. Apparently, it was to keep their identities hidden due to the nature of the case and for their safety. It was all new to me. I'd never experienced a situation like this before. It seemed odd, but I thought maybe that was just the way these things were handled. Our officers, as well as the police, had to keep people in their apartments for hours, even though they were begging to leave. It caused quite a commotion, and the people were not happy. When I was being grilled, I remember them asking me multiple times whether anyone spoke to me or told me anything. I kept saying no, because they did not speak English. I don't know, it just seemed odd, given that they obviously already knew the situation. The case was obviously sealed due to an ongoing investigation into a possible trafficking organization, so I never found out anything more. Even to this day, I don't think it was ever mentioned on the news or in any papers due to the nature of the investigation and how it could ruin the apprehension of other persons involved. This case still fucks with me to this day. I tried not to think about it for a long time, but the image of that kid, I still see him in my head. I just don't understand how something like that could have been allowed to happen for so long. For all of that, it must have taken either major incompetence at multiple levels, or, and I dread to think, a lot of underhanded compliance. Surely someone on some level must have noticed something before that day. I don't know, man. I don't think I will ever get an answer that gets that sinking feeling out of my gut. This happened to me while I was camping in North Dakota, on a dried-up lake bed / mudflat. The trip had been mostly ordinary stuff. I spent much of my time waiting for buffalo to get out of the road instead of actually driving. The campground was set up at the bottom of a steep ridge to the south, but came in from the north. I can see the entire campground. Nobody is even there yet. It would just be me and my dog for the night. I set up the camp, leave my dog to guard the campsite, then I blast off to go and get some firewood from the local camp warden just as night falls. When I come back, my dog is not in plain sight. We've gone camping together dozens of times, and he knows protocol. He would not just leave like that. I hear whimpering. It's coming from inside the tent. I open up my tent. My dog is inside, with his tail between his legs, but still wagging, with his ears down. The dog must have opened up the tent and closed it again somehow. My dog was never too bright at understanding things like doors and drawers, so I'm wondering how he even managed to do that. I let him out. He's walking around, still with his tail between his legs and wagging, occasionally stopping to stare at the ridge. I ignore my dog because acting worried just makes the dogs more angsty. I drink a little. The stars start to come outside, and I'm the only one at the entire campground, so I light up. I hear a repressed chuckle. I instantly tweak and walk around. There could not possibly be another human here. I can't work out where I heard that chuckle coming from. There are no trees, no rocks, no nothing. There's just the ridge, 300 meters or so to the south, stretching east and west, and endless mudflats that stretch north into the Badlands, where spiky rock formations dotted the distant horizon. There was a half-dozen wooden kiosks for protection from the Dakotan sun, but you could not possibly conceal yourself behind one. It's probably just some gear settling in the car, is what I tell myself, but that's obviously not what it was. Fast forward a little while and I am dozing off. I jostle awake to a snort. I look up. There is a buffalo sniffing my car. I jump up and yell, then yell in surprise. A buffalo herd snuck down the ridge and invaded the campground. It's encircling my tent and my car passively. My dog is freaked out and clinging to my side, but he is absolutely silent. I'm afraid he'd bark and scare a buffalo and cause something bad to happen. I bring him into the tent again. I piss out the low embers and start to finish the bowl I had packed earlier. I start to hear a murmur. Buffalo do not make that sound. I am just holding the bowl, and as I do, I hear a clear snickering. I'm getting pissed off now, so I am looking around, trying to figure out what is making that noise. There are just buffalo standing around and snoozing outside of my campsite. I imagine some goons dressed up as buffalo out in the wilderness to scare some poor camper, and I laugh a little. I'm probably just imagining things. I'm probably just so stressed, my mind is making things up. I go into the tent. The dog licks my ear and lets out a contented whine. I tuck him underneath my arm and roll up in my blanket. My dog feels safe, so I feel safe. I hear some rustling near my tent, but I can't see outside because I always put on my rain tarp despite the weather. It always seems to rain on me. I hear footsteps, soft feet with toes, not hooves. What the fuck? I swear to God, I am hearing whispering coming from somewhere. I yell outside, "Get the hell away from me, I have a gun." I did, in fear of strangers. The noise stops, I hear nothing. I poke my head out of the tent, look around. All of the buffalo are just gone. What? I back into my tent, I shrug it off. I continue hugging my dog, and then I finally fall asleep. I dream that I'm running through the mud flats barefoot, surrounded by laughter. I jolt awake again. Something is messing with the tent zipper. Now I'm just too scared to move. I've heard some legend about Native American spirits harassing white people on cloudless nights in the Badlands. The zipper opens just an inch. The dog wakes up and starts growling, looking right at the door. My bowl starts squeezing through the gap. I am both paralyzed and intrigued. The bowl pops through. The zipper shuts immediately. I hear no footsteps, no laughter, no nothing. I grab my gun, I rip open the zipper, and I jump outside. I brandish it and scan around. I'm like, come on, come and fuck with me. Come here, right now. I hear nothing but a slight breeze. I circle the car, then the tent, then the entire campsite. There is nothing. The only tracks were mine, my dog's, and some hooves. I go back inside the tent. My dog is waiting and not doing jack shit as always. The bowl is still by the door. I am almost afraid to touch it by this point. I'm pretty sure I had packed it away after using it. There is something actually inside the bowl that I can see. I don't even know. It's like some kind of thick liquid, black, like mucus or, I don't know, like really thick blood. It's just all over it, like someone had just stood there drooling. That's the last encounter I had that night. I still don't know what the fuck was going on. I'm not sure if I'm in the right place to post this, but I've held on to this story for the last 6 years because it sounds crazy, and I got told not to talk about it ever again. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite that we picked was beautiful. We were able to drive in through some rough trails. The spot that we picked was next to some hiking trails that were not very far away from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely no one was around. We set up camp next to the car, went hiking, soaked in the hot springs, came back and had dinner. It was all very normal. Until we woke up the next day. I need to give some context as to how we slept that night, so you can understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food cooler and the stereo that we brought in the car and locked it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack and put the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent, away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest the door of the tent with a gun next to him. We woke up the next morning, and I felt fine. I had slept pretty hard, and from the inside of the tent, everything seemed normal. When we got outside, our campsite was in absolute chaos. The fire pit that we had made was absolutely ruined. The cooler had been thrown, and food was scattered all over the place. The stereo was smashed to pieces, laying next to a tree. All of the car doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt off now. It was quiet, and not the beautiful campsite that I saw yesterday. Everything about those woods felt wrong now. My ex accused me of not locking the car the night before, and that an animal had gotten into our stuff. I promised him that I had locked it, and I went into the tent to grab the keys from my backpack, but they were not there anymore. I found them later on the ground right next to the car. We quickly threw everything in the trunk and just left. My boyfriend was quiet and would not talk to me about what had just happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home and told me that he had a dream the night before about something kneeling over him in the tent, holding his gun and just staring at him. When I tried to ask him more questions, he got quiet again and said he did not want to talk about it and that I should not talk about it anymore either. I tried to forget about what happened, but I just can't. Something really wrong happened to us in the woods that night. I have two stories that involve the same general location. Here is the first one. This happened to my friends and I several years ago. We used to play a lot of paintball during our high school years. We lived in southwest Michigan. It was a smaller redneck town. It had lots of forest and farmland, but we got lucky and got permission to use this large plot of land about 10 acres around for paintball. This land had deep forests, sand dunes, and a few abandoned structures near a train track that hardly was ever used. So we began playing about every single week for several years. We would get to that field at about noon and fuck around all day. We started to notice that once the sun began to set, the forest became really tense. Like, we could not explain it, but you felt fine all day. But once night started to fall, you felt eyes watching you. You felt like something was just near, and it was very upset that you were in the woods. This feeling was so intense, we would often cut off our game short once nightfall came. One weekend, the three of us decided to take a night trip. We wanted to play night games, but we have been putting it off because no one honestly felt comfortable staying out all night at this location. So we wanted to scout the place out and see what nighttime really felt like out there. We get to our usual place, the buildings near the tracks, and get our gear on. This time we left the paintball guns at home though, and had a few machetes instead, and my oldest friend took his dad's handgun with us as well. We also had a flashlight and one pair of night vision goggles. So we get moving through our normal playing areas into the thick woods that had no trails and pretty much no sign of human interference. The three of us are on edge because the woods are so damn still and quiet. There are no bugs, no birds, no nothing, no sounds at all, just pure silence. The tension that I mentioned earlier was so thick in the air, and each of us were pretty much in kill mode. We are moving really slowly and hunched down, making our way over a ridge. Our friend with the night vision goggles freezes and whispers to himself, "Holy fuck, what the fuck, shit." We all freeze as well and pull out our weapons. He hands the goggles over to the guy with the gun, who then takes aim and tells us to get the hell out of here. We just bolt as quickly as we can, and he fired his gun twice and then follows us. We run back about maybe 2 football fields of length before we stop. Both of them are scanning the area, and they look like they have seen a damn ghost. I keep on asking what they saw, but all they could do was keep moving back to the buildings where we left the Jeep. After we get back and get ourselves back in the Jeep, they still are not talking. They just keep on checking the mirrors. I am pretty spooked, and we get back to the closest guy's house. After heading up the stairs, they finally told me what they saw. The first guy was scanning the ground when he saw something hunched over, and he said he thought at first it was just a coyote. But it turned, and it had a longish face that wasn't quite dog, but almost human as well. This thing smiled at him, and that's when he tore the goggles off and handed them over to the guy with the gun. So he spots this creature that was now moving towards us at a pretty damn fast pace, hence why he fired his gun. After shooting, the creature ducked out of his vision, and that's when he ran with us. The first friend was so spooked that he never went back to play paintball with us there again. We never did hold a night game, and we, after that experience, always packed up and left right before the sun would set. Here is the second story. So it's about a year after we see this creature in the woods. I have been dabbling in some occult magic. I made contact with Lilith after several attempts, and overall felt really open to energy and unseen things. I was heading home, which at this time in my life was about an hour's drive north of the paintball field. I get on the road that takes you up to the field, and as I pass by the woods, I just feel that heavy tension, and I think back to that night that we explored and decided to stop the Jeep. I get on outside and call out to this pressure that I feel, and I basically let it know that I am not scared of you anymore and that you can't hurt me. After feeling proud of myself, I get back into my Jeep and I head down the road. I don't even drive for 30 seconds in total, and I suddenly get hit with this horrible, negative energy. I feel as if two knives are shoved into my gut on either side of me. The radio that was playing just fine now goes staticky and basically faded out, and the windows literally frosted over, and I could not defrost them. I felt held and stuck in place by this painful feeling, and even though I could not see anything, I just had such a strong feeling that something was sitting in my passenger seat, right next to me. I get about halfway home, and it just stops. My radio comes back on, the frost leaves, and the pain is finally gone. It was so damn strange and surreal, I didn't know what to think. I get home, and I'm talking to my grandmother. She is in the kitchen, and I am sitting at the table. Behind her is the door to the garage. It's a glass door that you can see through pretty easily. So I'm talking to her, and she moves, and in that glass door, I see a tall figure with a red face, smiling ear to ear, looking down at me. I am literally getting chills just typing this, to be honest. So this figure is there for just a few moments, and then it's just gone. I am so damn spooked I head on to my room and spend most of the night doing banishing spells and trying to cleanse myself from whatever it was I provoked and brought back with me. I was about 14 years old when this happened to me. I was on vacation in the Dominican Republic, near the border to Haiti. My cousin and his friend showed me around his hometown, where my mom and my uncles grew up. There were huge grass fields in the back of our house. I can see a rather big-looking tree in the horizon. I asked them about it. Everyone goes awkward and kinda murmurs to themselves, "We don't go there." They tell me that a witch lives in the tree, and that she enslaves anyone who wanders near. I start laughing and make fun of them for being country bumpkins for believing this shit. It takes me about 2 days to convince them that there are no such thing as witches. We walk towards the tree. The grass is tall enough to cover our vision. About 200 yards away from the tree, this thing is absolutely massive. It makes the Animal Kingdom tree look small in comparison. There is a makeshift barbed wire fence around the tree. We go through the fence and continue walking towards the base of the tree. The tree seems to be hollow, but it's huge and we cannot see inside. There are little huts around the base of the tree, small enough for Ewoks or something. That's how small they are. I hear a low grumble come from inside the tree. I look towards the tree. I see a face looking back. The eyes are white. The mouth is open in a silent scream. I hear a pack of dogs coming from behind the tree. I'm still staring at the face. I hear my cousin's friend scream. I look towards him. There is a 3-headed pit bull running after him. I shit you not. We dash towards the barbed wire. I lift it out with my shoulder and stop at the bottom of the fence to make a gap large enough for everyone to just run. I manage to close it just as the pit bull slams into it. It missed me by probably only a couple of inches. We all dash out of there. We ran for about 10 minutes straight while listening to the dog bark at our heels. We make it back to the house. We tell everyone the story. Parents laugh at us for being kids and get into trouble. Later that night, my uncle came up to me and my cousin. He told us, never go back there. We have an understanding. We do not bother them and they do not bother us. Your grandfather did it as his father before that. Do not anger them. This is the maddest I have ever seen my uncle in forever. Over the next 8 years, I would ask him about the tree in the face. He would never answer, and my cousin knew better than to speak about it. 10 years passed by. My uncle died, and the very next day, the tree actually disappeared. In about 2 weeks' time, all the grassland is gone and replaced by dry earth. I heard that all of my cousin's friends died from illness or bad luck. I comment this to my cousins. They all laugh nervously and try to dismiss it. The last conversation I ever had with my cousin, he told me, stop asking about it, Anon. She doesn't like it. You don't know how lucky you are. She does not want anything from you. 2 months after this, my cousin disappeared for 2 years. When he came back, he had no memory as to where he had been or what he was even doing. I don't even want to know anymore. I was between around 9 and 12 years old when this happened to me. When I turned up to my mom's houses, there were 3 houses there. 2 of the houses looked fairly new. The big barn house looking thing was completely run down. The windows were smashed everywhere, etc. I never saw anyone in there, nor in any of the other houses. Every now and then when I would walk past, I would see something move in there. Mostly, you could just see old sewing machines and the like, but sometimes you would see a shape that would usually stay around for a while and then move. One time, me and a friend went to go and check it out because he did not believe me. It's getting fairly late. We get there and immediately see something run past the door inside. I hear a loud sound that sounded like a tractor starting. We get out of there. We force another poor friend to join us, and one night, we set out to explore the house properly this time. The old broken door creaks open horribly loud. I hear a grinding noise coming from upstairs. Nobody wants to go in, and the second I took one step further, the lights on the floor above flickered for a second. I hear a loud tractor noise. We run like hell. About half a year later in the winter, I see footprints go in and out of the house. No cars or people or tire tracks or anything, just footsteps. I try to peek inside. That grinding noise starts again, so I just go home. At around age 12, I see that there is a car parked outside. I walk up to it and try to see if anyone is home anywhere. I see nobody. I yell out, "Hello?" I hear a voice pretty close by. It sounds like it's only a few meters behind me, pretty close. I turn around, but there is nobody there. I keep on looking around and I still can't see anyone, so I leave. A few days later, I see people outside carrying boxes and junk and stuff. They all look rather distressed. I go up to a middle-aged guy. I ask him if he knows what happened to the barn house. The barn is fine, no? I ask him if he's the original owner. No, my mother was. Everyone has slowed down and is looking at me all weird. Was? Look, we got a lot of stuff to move out of here, and we all just want to go back home. I leave. As I look back, they are all watching me walk away. I get out of there one last time. I never went back there again. To preface the story, I am a paramedic, and I have been for about 10 years. Working in emergency medicine, you get to see the weirdest and the worst of people, so it's not too uncommon for these types of stories to exist. However, in my 10 years, I have never experienced pure terror incarnate like I had about 6 years ago. I will not be revealing specific or identifying details as it pertains to privacy and HIPAA. This may be a bit long, but I hope it's worth the read. About 6 years ago, I moved to another city for work. I work for a 911 ambulance service that responds to calls in the city, as well as the county, which had a few other small towns. The city itself was not a large city. It was sub 100,000 people. Working for that service required working 24-hour shifts. It wasn't particularly busy. Maybe you get like 5 to 10 calls within 24 hours and generally get some decent sleep at night. The city was a pretty rough place as the oil industry had boomed there, which drew all sorts of folk from around the country to work in the oil fields nearby. One night in January, me and my partner, who was an EMT basic, received a call in the next town over. It was about 2 a.m. when the call came out, and the only information that we had was that a person in an apartment called 911 after hearing the downstairs neighbor screaming for help. We responded emergent as the details were very limited. When we arrived on scene, police and fire department were already there, and we were getting ready to make an entrance into the building with them. The person who called 911 was there and told us which apartment she heard the screaming coming from. We attempted to pound on the door at first to get the resident to come to the door. When no one answered, the fire department got ready to spread the door and make entry. Luckily, the landlord showed up and gave us the keys to get into the unit normally. As we opened up the door, the creepiness started. The apartment was pitch black. Not a single light was on, as if no one was home. Police entered first, and with our flashlights, we followed along. Looking around the apartment, the kitchen and dining room, they all looked like a hoarder's nest. I am not exaggerating when I say that there were literally like 5-foot-tall mountains of garbage, food, and dishes in the kitchen, and the same thing in the living room, but with magazines and clothes and garbage in the living room. This meant that there was only a very narrow walkway to navigate the apartment. Officers proceeded down the hallway ahead, where the bedroom and the bathroom was. One of the officers stopped at the bathroom door, as there was a light shining from underneath. The officer opened up the door and just stood in the hallway. With a flat tone, he said, "She's in there." I walk in first to the bathroom. The first thing I notice is the peculiarity of the light in the bathroom. It was a very pale yellow light coming from a single bulb on the ceiling, similar to those old heat lamps that used to be common in bathrooms. The light gave off an odd vibe, as it was just such unnatural light. The next thing I noticed is the lack of anything in the bathroom. No floor mats, no toilet cover, no towels, no knickknacks, just nothing. It was empty, except the vanity which contained the sink. On top, in the bowl of the sink, were approximately 20 to 30 makeup bottles piled up. Some were opened and leaking, causing there to be powders and liquids everywhere. The last thing I noticed was the body of an elderly woman lying naked in the tub. As I walk closer, I can see her lying in her side, nearly in the fetal position. Her skin is pale, and there is about 8 inches of water in the tub. Looking at her face, her eyes are closed, and her head is against the bottom of the tub, with her mouth and nose completely submerged underneath the water. My partner steps in behind me. He suggests that we just call the coroner and inform them of the body. 2 officers pile into the bathroom behind my partner, so that there are 4 of us in this tiny little bathroom, with me next to the lady in the tub. With me being who I am, I decide to do my due diligence and at least make sure that the lady is dead. I kneel down next to the tub and reach my arm inside and put my fingers on her neck and attempted to check for a carotid pulse. In an instant, without warning or the slightest hint of movement, the woman springs out of the tub with the agility and speed of a feral cat. The only reaction I was able to manage was to just stand up as quickly as possible, and I just stood there, staring at her. She stared back at me, eyes as wide as can be, before she started screaming at me. She attempted to cover herself with her hands as best as she could, while sitting in the water still. I quickly look around, and notice everyone else who was in the bathroom with me had bolted out of there, not a single soul in sight. I tried to steel myself and try calming the lady down, telling her who I was and why I was there. She denied screaming and told me that she does this every morning, as she has some kind of a joint condition, and soaking in warm water apparently helps to ease her joint pain. Now at this point, I have my doubts, and I have to question this woman's sanity. I question her regarding self-harm and address what potentially could be interpreted as suicidal behavior. She denies all of it. The next step is to determine her mental capacity, and ensure that she is in the right frame of mind to make reasonable and appropriate decisions. She answers all my other questions appropriately, and at this point, per the law, she is able to refuse any and all care as she is mentally sound. I ask her if she will at least allow me to check her vitals so that I can be sure that she is healthy and I can add it to my report. She vehemently refuses and tells me to get out of her house, which she has the right to do. I acknowledge and have her sign a refusal of service form. As I leave the bathroom, my partner, the 2 officers that were in the bathroom with me, along with 2 other officers and firefighters that were waiting in the apartment, are just staring at me with eyes wide and gaping mouths. They are all speechless. I don't say a word, and we all leave the apartment. Once we all got outside, I had the most uneasy, uncontrolled fit of laughter. My partner and the officers start laughing too. I thought I might have shit myself. My partner told me later, all he remembers is seeing her move, hearing me say, "Oh fuck," which I don't even remember, and running out of the bathroom. I wish I could say I never saw this lady ever again, but that would be untrue. This one should be a little bit shorter since you already have the backstory. Like I said after this call, I was able to just laugh about the situation once my heart stopped racing. I figured I would never have to see this lady ever again, and that gave me comfort. I told this story several times to family members, friends, and coworkers too, just because of the sheer shock value. This part of the story, I've only told to a couple of people, because most probably cannot stomach it, so be warned. About 3 months after the first call with the Bathtub Lady, I was working with another EMT basic partner. Not the same one as before, but he is well aware of the story. So the day is going by like normal, and nightfall comes around. I'm hoping to get some sleep, as generally, night is a little bit calmer. Each of our stations have a few bedrooms with twin beds to allow us to sleep at least somewhat comfortably. I take off my boots and lay down and doze off. I always keep my radio turned way up and by my head so I can wake up if we get a call. Sure enough, tones drop on the radio and I wake up. Looking at the clock, it's around 4 a.m. Radio traffic requests the ambulance for a welfare check on an individual who has not been seen for a while. Me and my partner get up, put our boots on, and start responding to the address. As we get closer, I start recognizing the area. Before I even see the building, I tell my partner, I swear to God, if it's the same fucking lady. He just laughs and we continue. As we pull up on the scene, sure as shit, same damn building. At this point, my heart starts to race again. A few officers are already on scene. As I get out of the ambulance, one of the other officers comes up and tells me, the lady that we are here for has a friend that works at the gas station nearby. The friend told 911 that the lady usually comes and visits him every day, but that the friend has not seen her in a few weeks. The officer also tells me that there is an odor coming from the apartment complex. If you work in EMS or have been around such, you know what that means. If not, then I will not tell you just yet. I ask the officer if she is familiar with this person or has heard the story of the last encounter. The officer tells me she is not, but her 2 co-workers behind her were on the original call with me and are smiling, but not saying a word. I tell the officer who the person is and our last run-in with her. The officer just raises her eyebrows a bit and says, okay. So, we approach the apartment complex yet again. As I open up the main door, you can immediately smell the odor permeating through the entire complex. We walk downstairs to the door of this lady's apartment. I bang on the door a few times and shout, ambulance, but we get no response. Officers bang on the door, no response again. We try to get hold of the landlord again to give us access, but he is unavailable. Over the radio, I request the fire department and request that they bring the door spreader. The fire department arrives and they come downstairs and set up the door spreader. If you don't know, a door spreader is a tool that the fire department places between the 2 door jambs and use a lever to start pressing the door jambs apart, freeing the latch from the door frame so that you can get in. As they finally get the door open, That awful wafting smell spills out of the apartment. Same thing as last time. Pitch black in the apartment, like no one is home. Piles of garbage all around the apartment, 5 feet high, that barely allows you to move through. Though this time, it's a little bit different. There are thousands of flies all buzzing around. Again, the officers enter first, with us following along with our flashlights. One of the male officers gets down the hallway to the bathroom and opens up the door. He looks back at me, shakes his head, and continues forward. My EMT partner, who is pretty new, is right behind me. I turn to him and tell him to wait in the hallway, and I will let him know if I need him. I was trying to be nice and spare him. The officer continues down the hallway toward the bedroom. At this point, the anxiety is increasing inside of me because now, we are in uncharted territory, and once again, I have no idea what we are going to find. The officer eventually makes it to the bedroom. I see him shine his light into the bedroom, then uses the bend of his elbow to cover his mouth and nose. He waves me over. As I walk towards him, the smell only gets stronger and stronger with each and every step. I peer into the bedroom with my flashlight, and that is when I see her. The bedroom is set up so that the bed is right in the middle of the room, with the head pressed against the wall. So there is some space on either side and at the foot of the bed. Or, at least, there would be, if her floors were not filled up to the height of the bed with clothes, magazines, books, food, and garbage. At the foot of the bed, there are 2 large 4-foot-tall piles of random shit that at the base are probably 4 feet in diameter. I know it's hard to visualize, but picture 2 large conical-shaped mounds side by side at the foot of the bed. In the tiny space between the 2 huge mounds and the foot of the bed lies Bathtub Lady. Now, this lady is a very small old lady. When I saw her the first time, she weighed maybe 90 pounds. She is also a white lady. Stunned for a moment, I stand there next to the officer and just look. This is the part that gets grotesque. Bathtub Lady is laying perfectly on her back, with her arms folded up and crossed in front of her, like you would see a skeleton doing in the movies. Bathtub Lady's skin looks almost like paper. It is dried out and shrunken, turning black and rotting. The level of decomposition from her is one I had not seen before. Her hip bones were visible where the skin had cracked and receded. Her kneecaps were coming through her skin. A few ribs were just barely visible, poking through the skin on the sides of her upper abdomen. Her hair was beginning to fall out. Her lips were gone. Her eyes were gone. I got a bit closer to look. All I kept thinking was, if you wake up, the officers probably are gonna draw and shoot you in the head. I walked a little closer to look. She was almost perfectly preserved, like a mummy. There was absolutely nothing left of her eyes. The sockets were completely empty, with the exception of maggots crawling around in the sockets. From behind me, I hear a couple of quiet, muffled gags. I walk back out to my partner. I tell him, "Sorry man, but we need the body back and I need your help." Everyone walks outside to get some fresh air. The officer who was in the bedroom with me, he gagged a few more times outside, but luckily he did not vomit. The only good thing about this is that we had recently been given some really nice PAP respirators from FEMA for a recent Ebola outbreak. My partner grabbed the body bag, and I grabbed the respirators. We put our gear on and walked back inside. The officer that was with me, like a fucking champ, came back inside as well, without a respirator, and held the flashlight for us. Me and my partner had to spend 10 minutes just clearing out all the trash, so we had enough room to put the body bag down next to the Bathtub Lady. Once we got enough room, the sketchy part came. If you have ever seen a body with that amount of decomposition, it is very brittle. We attempted to move her over as carefully as we could, as to not break anything. However, when we attempted to move her, she was stuck. I could not figure out what was going on. I was at the head. My partner was at the feet, trying to move her over. I put my arms down her back and neck to support the head, so it did not break off. I got down to look as I lifted to see what we were getting stuck on. As I lifted, I saw, but it was already too late. As I lifted, The skin on her back was stuck to the carpet, so as I lifted, it started peeling off of her ribs and her spine. We had no other choice, as we were unable to cut the carpet at this time. As we lifted her up, all the skin came off her back and stayed stuck to the floor, almost like some sick chalk outline, which is when I saw it. What seemed to be like 1,000 maggots crawling around on the inside of her skin, between the skin and her back. We moved her gently into the bag, luckily not breaking anything. We got the bag out and into the ambulance, where we would then transport her to the funeral home, with our windows rolled down and emergent, so that we would not have to stay in that ambulance for very long at all. So, that's my story of the Bathtub Lady. Sorry for the gross details. What we figured is she died shortly after our first encounter with her, and that we may have been the last ones to see her alive. Hello everyone, my name is Sam, and some weird-ass stuff has been happening to me. First, let me give you some backstory. In 8th grade, my friends and I dug a huge 6-foot deep pit that we just called the trench in a park across from my house. The park is mostly just woods and unkept plant growth. The property used to belong to a millionaire who lived in my city, and it used to be a really nice open park with paths and pine trees and stuff, but she passed away in the 1950s or something, and her family sold the land to the city, and the city has been much too lazy to maintain what it used to be, so now there's just a big wooded area in the middle of the neighborhood. Anyway, we dug this pit out of boredom, and it's been there for several years. We would usually check up on it from time to time to see if it's still there, and to keep the hobos from sleeping inside of it. It was last year that we started to notice some weird stuff surrounding the trench. One time we were just hanging out at my house, and at around 3 a.m., we went outside and ran to the trench just to check it out. We got there, and we heard rustling in the bushes. When we turned around to go back home, we all had this strange feeling that we were being watched. Now, we did not think much of this because there were a ton of hobos in that park, but then things just got weirder. Deeper in the park, the trees and the plants got denser, and the hard ground turns into mush because there is a little bay right outside the trees. And my friends and I have been back there before, but we show up, and there is a huge opening in the trees, and the ground is normal, like the ground near the edge of the woods by my house, almost like something just came in, destroyed the trees, pounded down the ground, and then just left. And there used to be 2 old wells in that same place, and now they are both gone. So, that was weird, but okay, there could just be some construction going on maybe. And I kid you not, after 1.5 years of no one doing anything with that land, not a single plant has grown in the opening. And you might be thinking, how does this tie back to the trench? The same thing is happening where we dug the trench. There were no plants growing there. So, that's all of the backstory and all of the supernatural shit that's been surrounding this trench and this park in general. But here's the main part of the story. Last Friday, some friends and I were sitting on my front porch having a drink and chatting while a radio was playing on a table right next to me. You know those severe thunderstorm warning alarms and how they sound? Well, the radio show that we were listening to suddenly shifted to that warning, telling us that there was a severe thunderstorm in our area, even though it was perfectly clear outside. We thought that was the freakiest thing ever, until we saw a fucking spotlight coming from the park across my house. It was moving all over the place, as if someone was using it. This is also freaky, because it is almost midnight, and no one is usually out in the park with a spotlight. Not only that, but after we turned off the radio, we could feel vibrations in the ground, as if there was an earthquake or something. One of my friends is not scared of anything, so he jumps off the porch and runs straight into the woods towards the spotlight. We all follow behind. The further that we get into the park, the more we start to realize that the spotlight is coming from the trench area. Soon before we arrive, the spotlight turns off and it is pitch black. None of us grabbed our phones and we did not have a flashlight, so we're just kind of standing there in the darkness. We found our way to the trench after our eyes adjusted to the darkness, and saw that all of the trees around the trench had been removed and the trench was filled in. And you have to take into the consideration that the trench was at least 6 to 7 feet deep. It had been there for 4+ years, and all of the dirt that had been taken out of the ground had been packed into the ground, so there is no way someone could have filled it in that fast. So, what the actual hell? What the hell was with the radio? What was with the spotlight? And what the fuck is with the trench filling in? And what is with the forest randomly disappearing and plants not growing? Is this park cursed? The picture included is a view of the park from my front lawn. I was 7 years old when this happened to me. I was living in bumfuck nowhere, Texas, on 30 acres of wooded property. My parents saved up money to build a cool house after having lived in a shack in the back of the property for many years. We move into the new house. The first thing they do is get me a bunk bed. Heck yeah. I sleep on the top bunk for a while, then start switching where I feel like sleeping that night. I end up having sleep paralysis pretty frequently whenever I'm on the bottom bunk. It's scary but kind of cool sometimes. I am always staring straight up at the board of the top bunk when it happens. I sleep on my side, but sleep paralysis happens on my back. Every time I figure out how to move, it wakes me up. One night, during one of my sleep paralysis times, I find myself on my back, but with my head to the side. I am looking at the other side of the room. My bed is against a wall in a corner. There is a figure in between my bookshelf and my TV stand. I had one of those tiny TVs with a VCR built in that we got from an old secondhand store that does not exist anymore one town over. My peripherals show two other figures in the room, but they are shadows. The one directly in my vision has a white face. I am freaking out. I try really hard to move, and I'm able to swing my right arm over. I fall out of bed. That arm works for some reason, and I start crawling towards the figure. What the hell? Why? Vampire is all my little brain can think, but I keep going towards it. I get to its feet and then I just black out. I wake up next to the window. I scramble to the window just in time to see red, blue, and white lights on a disc zooming out of the yard. Every time I think about that event, it makes my eyes water, like I'm not supposed to remember it at all, like I'm not supposed to think about it. I am an adult now, and I still want to know what the hell happened to me. My eyes still water when I think about it. Here's another story from my childhood. I was around 5 years old, I think, when this happened. This was when we lived in the shack further back on the property. I was kind of a shitty 5-year-old. I said something to my mom that made my dad mad. My dad refuses to talk or look at me for the whole night. My dad works as a nurse at a local hospital and is always on call. He gets a call while we're at the dinner table and he goes to work. I am woken up in the middle of the night by my dad. He tells me to get my shoes on. I'm trying to ask him questions about what the hell is going on, and he just says, "Get your shoes on and on." He walks outside of the room. I find my dad outside my door. He takes me by the hand and leads me outside. It's completely pitch black. I have no idea what time it is at all. He leads me into the woods. I keep trying to ask him questions about where we're going and what is going on, but he just shushes me. We make it a ways into the woods. I am freaking out now. I'm thinking about wolves, snakes, creepy crawly things in the night. I'm thinking that anything could happen, that anything could be out here. He lets go of my hand. I follow the sound of footsteps. I can't even see my dad. I just hear pine needles crunching. I have no idea of how much time passed by. I find myself less scared by the time we loop back to the house. I don't see my dad anymore, but I know that I'm home. I go to bed and try to forget it even happened. My dad insists to this day that it never happened, but I know that it did. Here is another story from that same property. I think I was around 10 years old at the time of this one. This is after the house has been built. I like to go explore in the woods with my dog. So I'm there and I'm having a good time. I'm gonna go back to the old house, the shack. A tree has fallen in the driveway that leads back to it, so I can't ride my bike. The dog is old. It sometimes likes to wander back to the new house to his favorite hole that he dug, sometimes just lay down. I hang around and play with the antlions underneath the old porch. The dog wanders back. My parents have an old trailer house on the property that they lived in before I was born while they were fixing up the shack. It's all sorts of messed up by this time. I hear this loud clunk sound coming from behind me. I think it's just my dog messing with something. I hear this sound again. I realize it came from the old trailer about 30 yards away. I turn around and stand up. I start walking towards the trailer. Bad idea. I'm about 20 feet away when I see what looks like a giant rat hop up on top of the trailer. It looks like it's about 3 feet tall, standing on its hind legs. I am paralyzed with fear. It looks at me. I swear, this thing had red eyes. I freak the hell out and run all the way back to the new house without looking behind me for even a second. I tell my parents, but they do not believe me. They don't even give me possible explanations. They just tell me it was my imagination. I am scared to go back into the woods for about 2 weeks, let alone go near that trailer for a very long time. I have since moved away from that property, but my parents still live there. On that note, my parents leave me into the next story. I'm around 5 years old this time. Quite a few of my stories take place when we were in that shack at the back of the property. My mom wakes up in the middle of the night. My dad is missing. We get on our clothes and our shoes and walk up the driveway. Me, I am obviously scared because I am young and it is dark in the woods. My mom uses a flashlight. That makes it a little bit better. We walk a lot and it's deeply wooded. The trees had not been cut down yet to make a lot for the new house. We get to the end of the driveway where the gate is. It's about the length of 2 football fields, 200 yards to get there. My dad is there. He is silent. He says helicopters came and men came down from the helicopters into the pasture across the road. What the fuck? My dad is visibly shook. We walk back to the house and do not talk about it. In the morning, my dad insists that he was awake and remembers everything. New development. My mom remembers being there with him. What the fuck? My mom, my dad, and myself all remember that one. Here is one final one. I think I was 5 again at this time. I can't really remember. I'm in the shack house. I had a red metal rail bed. It was moved into in the new house before I got my bunk bed. My mom tucks me in. I really like the covers being tight when I was a kid. It feels pretty good. I look at the window. I see these blinking white lights. There are lots of them. They make like a filled circle. Fairies is what my little brain screams. I don't know if to be excited or scared. I struggle to get out of bed because the covers are tight. I run to go and tell my mom and my dad. Thank God I didn't see something I shouldn't have. I tell them that I saw fairies. They say that there is no such thing. It was probably just lightning bugs. My mom tucks me back in and leaves the room. I feel good again. I look at the window because I'm still a little bit scared. Big mistake. There is this glowing white cow skull in my window. I freak the hell out and slip out of the covers from the pillow end. I run to my parents' room. I sleep there for the night. I am married at the time that this story happens. My wife's sister is married too. Her and her husband have a 12-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl. The girl is playing in the backyard with her brother. The brother goes inside to get them drinks. The sister vanishes by the time that he comes back outside. The family goes absolutely nuts. She is missing for around 2 days. I spend 2 sleepless days helping them search for her in the woods and searching the fields behind their house. She suddenly shows up outside the house. The wife happened to be there at the time. She calls everyone to get them home. Her family takes her to the emergency room. She is filthy. She stinks. Her muscles are a little bit weak, but Otherwise, she is okay. She says that she does not remember where she was. They bring her home after a couple of days. Of course, her family clings to her for the next week or so. Eventually, things go more or less back to normal. The girl is a little bit off though. She is very clingy to her mom. No one is really paying attention. They figure she is just upset after everything that happened. After about 4 weeks of her being back, her mom collapses on her way to work. They take her to the emergency room. The doctors say that she is extremely fatigued. She said that everything was pretty normal. She slept a lot and she ate right. She spends a night in the hospital and is released. She collapses again, this time at work. She spends some more time in the hospital. The doctors say that she might need to take some more time off work. She agrees. Her and her husband decide to take a vacation. She asks if we could keep the kids for a couple of weeks while they were away. I say, of course. Her mom is really reluctant to leave the girl. Not surprising, given what happened. She's really kind of weird about it though. She is in tears as they are dropping them off with us. Just over the girl though, not even the boy. The boy is already upstairs playing Xbox. I don't think much about it. A couple of days pass by. The girl is a little strange. She does not want to play games with us or watch movies with her brother. She just kinda hangs out with my wife. Not doing really anything, just sitting with her. I write it off, given what happened. Her mom is calling, pretty often too. Sometimes like 10 times a day, I'm not even kidding. It was a little bit strange. She is sometimes screaming and crying to talk to her. My brother-in-law apologizes for her bothering us at all hours of the night. A couple more days goes by. My brother-in-law calls. She says that she is really sick and throwing up. Thinks she probably ate something bad, and they will likely cut the trip short and come home as soon as she is feeling a little bit better. He mentions that they have not done anything anyway, because she just stays in the hotel room crying to go home to their daughter. He calls back the next day, says she felt a little bit better, and that they were going to go ahead and stay until their original flight home. It is now late in the second week with the kids. My wife is coming in from the garden. She staggers a little. She falls to her knee. I made sure that she was alright and asked if she wanted to go to the doctor or something. She said that she just felt a little lightheaded and was fine. I insist that she spend some time in bed. The little girl wants to sit in the bedroom with her. I explain that she is not feeling very well and just needs some rest and some time alone. The kid is pretty annoyed about it, pretty angry and hateful if I'm being honest. Whatever. I made the little shit spend the night downstairs watching cartoons and shit with her brother and I. My wife slept for hours. My wife spends the rest of the week not feeling so great. She's always a little bit dizzy. My brother and sister-in-law finally come home. They pick up their kids. I'm pretty happy to see them go, if I'm honest. My wife cries. I'm like, hey, it's not like we can't see them whenever we want. She is really weird about everything. She spends most of the night crying. The next day, my wife is acting insane. She wants to call off work and go to her sister's house. It's totally not like her. Things get to the point where I have to physically restrain her to keep her from going over there. I tell her that she has been feeling pretty crappy for the last few days and needs to spend some time relaxing. All evening and night, we fight and bicker about it. The next day, she wakes up. She wants to call off again. If you feel good enough to go over there, why don't you just go to work and then visit them on the way home? She agrees. We go to work. We work in the same building. She ends up getting sick and throws up. We go home together. She is shaking and she cannot keep anything down at all, neither food nor liquid. We go to the hospital. The doctor says that she is showing some symptoms of withdrawal and asked if she drank heavily. She never drank before. They drug test her, but nothing shows up on the results. She has a really rough night. She feels a lot better the next day. My wife's sister gets sick again. She collapses one evening after work. She hit her head on the edge of the kitchen table. She spends several days in the hospital. The little boy wakes his dad up one night while she is in the hospital. He said that the little girl got out of bed and went downstairs. My brother-in-law freaks out and begins searching for her. She is laying down in the yard. She is freezing cold. He immediately takes her to the emergency room. She spends a couple days in the hospital with her mom. She eats like a moose. She perks right up after a couple of days. She says she only vaguely remembers the past month or so. She acts totally normally from then on. Her mom stops getting sick. My wife is around her without getting sick too. She plays games with me and her brother when they're over. She starts acting like a normal kid. I don't think it was their daughter that came back the first time. I wouldn't venture to guess what it was, but it did something to her mom and my wife while it was around them. It made them sick and weak, and it created some sort of dependence on it. It scares the hell out of me just thinking about it. Okay, just for a reference for the story that I am about to tell you, I made a shitty Microsoft Paint map of the general area. The black lines are where the fences are. I was in 5th grade when this happened. My parents moved into this new house in the middle of nowhere. The house is massive. It has a couple of acres of property as well. It's situated in a field that is hidden from the road by some trees, quite a lot of trees. There are several houses next to ours. One of them is owned by this ASCPA dude who does karaoke all the time. One is owned by this old lady and a literal NEET who lives on a fucking barn on the other side of their pond. One is behind our house and is owned by someone who I will call Rancher Bro. Then there's the one that's next to the old lady. They don't come out much, if at all. The land that the old lady owns goes back about a mile. There is no trees though, so we can see their house. Nothing really much happens for a couple of years. We think nothing of them as they never really talk with us. One day, I'm flying a kite in my backyard that I got for my birthday. The line breaks. The kite flies across the field and onto the creepy neighbor's land. Ah, crap. I have to go through the field to find the kite. I am looking around for it when I hear someone yelling from their house to get over here. I run like a world-class sprinter back home. I never found the kite. Fast forward a couple years later, I managed to make a massive loft in my room. I have a great view of the land. Hell yeah. I can see the creepy neighbor's back porch from the loft. They have a playground and a pool. I have never seen them out there. Okay, that's weird. Fast forward another year or two. I am walking up to the loft. I want to look outside and see the stars. I notice something in creepy neighbor's field. Lights. Lots and lots of lights. Okay then. I go to bed and think they were maybe just looking for something. This next incident takes place a couple of years later, although it was not witnessed by me, but by my mom. Be my mom. Talking with some pool guy about filter problems. I notice something walking along the fence. It's a woman in weird clothes. The pool guy notices the woman too and falls silent. I watch as she goes past and disappears into the woods by the house, staring at us while she walks away. She comes back out 10 minutes later. Repeat a few times, still staring. My mom notices that she's got something in her hand. It's a big ass knife. The woman walks off onto the road and we do not see her again. The creepiest thing happened a few weeks later. It's Super Bowl Sunday. My parents left for Disney World, leaving me in charge of the house for the weekend. Hell yeah. I go downstairs at like midnight to just get a soda. I notice something outside. It's a ring of small fires in a circle. Oh shit. I rationalize that maybe it's just a Super Bowl party. I go outside to see if I hear music. It is dead silent. Nope. I run upstairs and get my machete just in case. I realize that no one will believe me if I tell them without proof. I remember that we just bought a 4K video camera. I sneak downstairs and get it. I record the video. I lock every single door. I fall asleep with the machete. I never quite had the nerve to go out there and see what went down. I was worried that I was going to get killed by these motherfuckers. This next part is last summer. I had a friend over, and I mentioned the weird neighbors. He says that we should go and check around the area. I nervously agree. We walk over to the general area where the fires were. There's nothing. We keep walking further into their property. I find a dried up pond with tons of burned shit inside of it. I take a photo. I look around some more. Don't find anything. We get bored and so we go back home. Sometime later that night, my friend looks out one of the loft windows. He loses his shit. He tells me to get over there. I go to the window and I look outside. There is someone in the field where we were, with a lantern, and they are looking around for something. My friend thinks that he is looking for us. I don't tell anyone because I'm way too tired. I fall asleep. This is confirmed when the person starts following the trail that we took. Oh shit. I eventually go to sleep. I am damn scared though. And finally, the most recent event that led me to write all of this shit up. This happened around a week ago. I was chilling in my room. I decided to look out the window to view the sunset because I am bored. I look outside. There is a massive fire in creepy neighbor's land. It looks like someone is throwing stuff inside of it. They keep at it for hours. I'm really confused. I don't tell anyone because I am tired. When I woke up, all of the shit was completely gone, and I know it was not a dream or anything like that. 4 days ago, I was talking with my dad about all of the weird shit in the house. I mentioned the fires and shit in my neighbor's property. He says that they have always been weird. I ask him why. He says that ever since we moved there, they never leave their house, they homeschool their kids, and they never go outside. Suddenly it all makes sense. The neighbors know about the freaky shit because they are doing it. Nothing else has happened so far, but I will try to keep you all updated as best as I can. I'm getting a damn gun soon, I know that for sure. This is another story which was told to me by some people in the Arizona state government, who would have nothing to gain from making up a story like this, and instead would have a lot to lose due to people ridiculing them. The story that was told to me, it goes as follows. About 10 years ago, this person and his wife were in the backwoods area, in a very isolated region, not far away from Sedona. They were planning on camping in the area, and were looking for a nice place to set up their camp. They hiked about 3 or 4 miles into the backcountry, and were on government lands that belonged either to the Bureau of Land Management or the U.S. Forest Service. Anyway, as they reached a clearing in a scenic spot, they stopped and started to make a camp. As they did, they both felt very uneasy, as if someone was watching them. The feeling began to get so intense, they both decided to pack up and hike a little bit further. As they did, they came to an area where they heard lots of people talking, but no one was around. While they were walking, all of a sudden out of nowhere, there was a large tank sitting right in front of them that was running, with about 20 military personnel running around in a frenzy. Curiously, they approached the soldiers and asked what was going on and if it was some kind of an exercise. Immediately, they both had automatic rifles shoved into their faces, and a barrage of questions came from an angry man in uniform. He very aggressively asked, "How the hell did you end up here, and what are you doing here?" The men threatened them with arrest, and they both explained that they were simply hiking and they came across this scene. The man explained that he was a state official and well known, and demanded to know what was happening. The military man, still with a rifle pointed at them, said, "This is none of your goddamn business, and if you want to go back to your lives, you better get the fuck out of here, right now." So, they both quickly packed up as quickly as they possibly could and left there. Now, here is something that is strange. The man told me that on the military guy's shoulder, there was a symbol of an upside down triangle with a snake inside of it. On the outside of the triangle was the earth. The patch said Special Forces, and also had some kind of very strange writing he described as being like hieroglyphics. He later told me it reminded him of the symbols that they said they found at Roswell by the witnesses there. He said that the tank was most likely an Abrams tank and that it did say US Army on the side. He later asked someone in the State National Guard, and he was told by that person that it was classified information that they did not know much about, but that it had to do with some kind of a underground base and testing in the area. Once again, this is only from what I was told, and I did not witness it myself, but when I was told the story, it resonated with me as true, since the person telling me had nothing to gain from lying, and I do not think that they would want to make up such a story to bring unwanted attention onto themselves. I go someplace when I dream. You likely do not remember me, which is fine. I'm forgettable IRL, so I am accustomed to that. But some time ago I posted here concerning troubling dreams, wherein I visit the foundry, or refinery. I know nothing about industrial buildings. Why I might dream of one every night and where I am getting the imagery is a complete mystery to me. Literally every night without fail, I appear in the same spot, curled up on the floor of what appears to be an abandoned and decaying industrial building. At first it was novel, then became distressing. But while I still talk about it in therapy, it's no longer an unwelcome experience. Instead, I regard it as sort of a second home. There's nothing especially welcoming about it, but in exploring the foundry, I've discovered that the layout is persistent, and anything I break or move remains that way in the next dream. Additionally, the machinery makes no sense. I don't know much about how such machinery works, which is why I figured this was the case, but I'm not an idiot. I know what a gear does, I know what a piston does. But in the dream, the machinery is assembled as though by someone with no conception of what machinery is in general. Gears working against each other, belts driving wheels which drive belts, which drive wheels back to the original wheel, with no apparent purpose. It became difficult to accept that my own subconscious was coming up with something like this. At the recommendation of my therapist, I began mapping it out on paper and taking note of any anomalies. For example, on some items there are labels or other blurbs of text in a language which I don't recognize. I can see abstract shapes while dreaming, but they change as I move the object and look at it from different angles, and I cannot clearly recall any individual character when I awaken. In every single dream, I am wearing whatever I had on when I went to bed. I began to experiment by stripping off my clothing in the dream. Of course, when I woke up, I was still wearing that clothing. I don't know what I expected to happen. Once I began mapping and experimenting, a new element of the dream appeared. One or more people following and monitoring me. I would initially never see them, only hear their footsteps or walkways above me, fleeing from me when I tried to chase. There is light coming through windows, but it cannot be natural sunlight. It is a rich shade of sickly orange, and while shadows cast by the sun are all perpendicular to one another, shadows cast by light coming in through the windows are at angles that suggest the light source is much closer. I have tried on many occasions to wipe clean the dirty windows so I can see where the light comes from, or to break them with rocks and rusted tools. Neither of these things works. All the while, I hear the shifting feet of watchers lingering nearby. At any rate, the last time I posted here, you requested that I learn 3D software so that I could provide a map of the area that I have explored so far. I apologize if this is crude, but it's the best I can do with what I've learned in that time. I have color-coded the various relevant portions so I can refer to them if you have any questions. The yellow, rounded room with the tall windows is where I wake up. The green room contains the rows of machinery, the orange things. The blue cylinder is a shaft containing a spiral staircase, with several decks at intervals on the way down. These rounded, carved-out rooms, seemingly concrete or very smoothly cut rock, contain cages all around the outer wall. Sometimes sound or movement comes from them, but they are dark. I cannot see what they contain, and they are locked. One is open and empty. For a long time, I thought the spiral staircase was endless. I shortened it in the 3D map for the sake of showing everything in one picture. It continues for such a distance that, unless I devote the entire duration of my time in the dream to descending it, I do not reach the bottom before waking up. For that reason, I have not explored much at the very bottom beyond what you see. The staircase ends in what looks like some type of old-fashioned office, a rusting metal chair at a wooden desk with a few filing cabinets to one side, looking out over an abyss. Outside, it becomes apparent that the room hangs by the concrete shaft containing the stairwell from the roof of a massive subterranean cavern. Outside, there are a few platforms hanging from the cavern roof by chains, with wooden walkways between them. Below, rather than darkness, there are what look like slowly moving grey storm clouds. I have thrown stuff down into that abyss and never hear an impact, nor can I see any walls of the cavern. The ceiling of it seems to stretch on for miles, receding into darkness. Here is another shot of the hanging building in the cavern, which gives a better sense of scale. The platforms originally had some rotting cardboard boxes and tools on them, all of which I have long since dropped off of the edge, trying to get a sense of how deep the cavern is, to no avail. The clouds below look exactly as you might expect storm clouds to look from an airplane. I am powerfully curious to know what is below them, but too frightened to let myself drop from one of the hanging platforms in order to find out. It isn't really clear what would happen to me. I used to have normal dreams, and some night no dreams at all. This just started all of a sudden one night, and continued ever since, never letting up. If it were someplace pleasant, representative of my desires, it would be explicable. But if I feel anything while there, it is cold, weary, and slightly nauseous. There is a sense that something is wrong with the place. The angles, the colors, the nonsense machinery. Every electric light in there emits the exact sickly orange light that also comes in through the windows, presumably from the outside. There is very little variation in color, from grays to very subdued browns. It feels like decay everywhere. Sometimes I try to fix the machinery, usually without result since it was apparently never designed to work in the first place. But occasionally, I can rearrange it into something that at least moves or makes noise when activated. I feel most intensely watched while doing this, like my observers are trying to learn what the machinery means to me and how it's supposed to be assembled. My therapist is too confident in her interpretations, and they are flattering to an uncomfortable degree. She believes that the incompetently designed abstract do-nothing machinery represents my frustration with an inefficiently organized and operated society, and my struggles to fix some of it and make it work, to whatever small degree, represent struggles in my day-to-day life to change the order of things for the better. This is entirely, in my view, a product of her fondness for me. She is too impressed by what is objectively a pretty dull person, except for these strange nighttime escapades. Perhaps she feels sorry for me. No, to answer your question, I have never tried to write anything in the dreams. I apologize for the delay. I can try writing. I expect some anticlimactic result, like when I experimented with the clothing. The experience seems designed to thwart any effort to try and pry it apart and see it from the outside, literally, with regards to my efforts to get outside of the building. I have this lingering, deep-seated suspicion that if I could see what's outside, it would answer many of my questions about that place. The parts are not the same from machine to machine. They are in some places similar, but never of identical dimensions. The tools are seemingly random in shape. It isn't obvious that they are even designed to do anything. I have searched for similar tools online and found nothing. Some change shape slightly if I look away even for a moment and then look back. I have managed to use them awkwardly to effect minor repairs, only because some are coincidentally shaped such that I can use them as levers or as badly fitting wrenches. Some implements, found mainly on the cage levels, are not tools so far as I can tell. They have sharp jutting points or blades. They might be weapons, but they have hinges, handles, all the trappings of tools. Not all of them can even be used safely without injuring the user. Who designed them and what are they for? I feel like the answers are outside the building, but the harder I try to escape, the further away it becomes. Something always prevents it. There's this strong sense that it's a charade, an inward-facing bubble of illusion, like the set of a television show. If I could find some hole in it, somewhere that the builder forgot to patch up, and get outside, I'm certain I would see it for what it really is. If there is a world outside of it, I cannot imagine it will simply be a city, or countryside, or anywhere intuitive. The cavern seems to preclude that, as does the deep tungsten light coming in through the tall windows at angles all wrong for sunlight. Perhaps it's all underground, or perhaps there is some land outside of it, with something other than the sun, bathing it in that nauseating orange light. I am desperate to find out, and in the past few nights, every effort has gone towards probing the furthest reaches of the building for some kind of escape. So far, nothing. Have you ever tried holding onto some object like a tool until you woke up, to see if you could bring it with you out of the dream? Yes, with the same result as the clothing experiment. For a time, I accepted that as proof positive that it was in fact just a very persistent, recurring dream. I moved from that to taking very seriously the possibility that I was losing my mind. Following some soul-searching and self-testing, I determined that I am still in fact sane, just rattled by an unusual experience that won't stop. There is something wrong with it. Little things, like there are not any plants. In a lot of these urbex photos of abandoned industrial buildings, there's grass, moss, whatever. Not in the dream. No plants, no rats, no living things other than myself. Little things like that, and the chairs are not all the same size. Some are small enough to not quite be plausibly child-sized, but still difficult to sit in. Others large enough you must hop to get onto them. Often skewed at a slight angle, like slightly melted. Like the tools, none of them are right. I can't believe this is, or a reflection of, any actual industrial building that ever existed. Didn't you say that you saw a creature previously? The boy in the overalls. It was exciting when I finally caught him. I believe he was the source of the footsteps that I had been hearing previously, but even when holding him down, trying to get a look at his face, and discovering only a smooth, featureless expanse of skin where it should be, smooth as an egg, even then I heard the footsteps and shuffling of nearby observers. He has also been following and watching me, but he is not one of them. I have not seen them yet. I think he used to be in the one cage that is not locked, part way down the stairwell. He got outside or someone let him out. Possibly that's what's in the rest of the cages. This is a close approximation of the color of the light, from outside and from the bulbs. Why this color? I thought it was grime on the bulbs, or that they were tinted. They are not tinted. The glass is dingy but clear. All light, regardless of source, is the same gross orange. The only respite from that is darkness. Sometimes I turn off the lights in the stairwell just to escape that color. That was before I found the cages. Now I don't want to be in that stairwell with the lights off. I can't entertain the thought of being in that cage for more than a moment. That's where the boy in the overalls came from, and I have an unwelcome suspicion that I am intended to take his place. I avoid it now, but it is always in the back of my mind. You should perform some experiments on the boy. See if he or she is in pain. Most likely not. If so, try to cut him a mouth. He is scared. He writhed under me and made muffled, distressed noises through the skin. There was no jaw movement when he made those noises. If I cut into that smooth face, I'm not certain there will be teeth and a tongue underneath it, perhaps just an equally smooth, featureless skull. I think he knows what is wrong with this place. It could be that he was changed to prevent him from telling me. I've also thought that he might have been someone else who had this dream, that I might end up like him. If I could see into the cages, it might answer that. I tried rigging up a light on a cord, but the shadow inside has substance, volume, like a mist or a cloud. The light only penetrates so far. I can hear something, a grinding and a dull, muffled moaning. I can see hints of motion in the shadow, but nothing more. I hate that part of the building, and I do not want to visit again without good reason. You just said that there were no living things, and now you're saying there was a kid. Why did you not bring up this kid from the start? I meant plants and animals. There is no growth typical of abandoned buildings, nor rats that you would also normally find there. The boy is clearly not a normal human being, and maybe something like a hallucination. His anatomy is impossible. There are no orifices through which he could breathe, for example. Like the machines, there are obvious problems with the logic of how he works. I have tried taking things with me before. I don't think the camera would work. It's like I'm punished for trying to color outside the lines. There's always a carrot being dangled, and I am thwarted every time. Only my clothes ever make it through. I think what is being transferred here is my outer appearance, not objects near or on me. Like a projection of me, almost. Yes, if I make a scratch on the wall or break or move something, it is in fact persistent. Everything is, each night, the way I left it the prior night. That's one aspect that makes it difficult to accept as a recurring dream. Why is it so specific? Why the particular, unusual properties that are consistent throughout the structure? Why that color of light from every single source? Why no bathrooms? Why no exit signs? The drawers have no handles. It's like it was built by someone who only had descriptions of factories, refineries, and so on to work from, but didn't actually understand what they are for. I need to see what's outside to know how much, if any, of my suspicions are accurate. Leave something organic, probably some small amount of food. I'm curious if it will rot until your next visit. I can try to bring food with me, but I don't expect I will have any more success with food than with any other object I've tried to transfer. Is there some removable part of my body, like hair or nails, that would show visible signs of decay over time? I'm not going to cut off a finger or something. I have injured myself, just cuts, in an attempt to see if there would be a fresh wound, or at least a scar when I woke up, and there wasn't. But the pain was absolutely real. I can hurt myself there, and feel it exactly as if I were awake, hence my reluctance to drop from the suspended platforms in the cavern. I have no idea what might happen if I die there. What about feces or vomit? I never feel the need to eat or defecate there, but it stands to reason I should be able to if I try. The time that you undressed yourself in the dream, did you find your clothes where you left them the next time, or were they gone? They were gone. I did think of taking them off every time and building a gradually larger pile. Anything to try and provoke some kind of intervention from whoever watches me while I am there. They might have been taken away and burned after I awoke, or somehow returned to my body, as, of course, I woke up in those same clothes. I could catch the boy in the overalls, but so far, I cannot corner the source of the other footsteps. It is more than one person, and they move as a group, but I cannot so much as catch a glimpse of them. There are so many things I want to ask. Also, try and polish the metal with your clothes, and use it as a makeshift mirror to try and see your reflection. I did this once. I won't do it again. The least rusted metal surface I could find was a boiler. Boilers aren't usually made of reflective metals to my knowledge, but this one was reflective enough that when wiped clean with some spit and my sleeve, I could see myself reflected in it. My face was featureless, identical to the boy in the overalls. It's wrong, or the reflection was distorted. I can see while I'm there, so obviously, I have working eyes. I don't want to try again. I don't want to see that. It's enough to know that I have eyes. I can speak, so I know I have a mouth. When I touch my face, I can feel my mouth and my eyes. I don't need to see my reflection. I am not doing that again. It is not necessary. Hey, Ope, if this is an experiment, I'm betting everything that it's to test the lengths that you will go in order to satisfy your curiosity. That includes experimenting on the boy and self-harm, like cutting off a limb or jumping to your death. That's either the success or failure condition of the test, and the only surefire way to bring it to a conclusion. I am afraid to try this, but at the same time, what you say makes a lot of sense. But so did an earlier suggestion that I try to create order and symmetry by returning the boy to its cage. Both assume it's a game or a puzzle with some way to win or lose. That could also be a red herring. What are you seeing the therapist about? The dreams, originally, but she's part of a university training thing for psychology students. She is not properly qualified, but it's free. I am no longer distressed by the dreams, nor do I still think I am losing my mind, but that doesn't mean I'm okay with it. You have some sense of normalcy and continuity to your life, where nothing obviously abnormal happens in day-to-day experiences, but it happens to me every single night. We aren't made to cope with that. We can handle short bursts of it, but when it's there, night after night, and there is no escape, the anxiety makes it difficult to think clearly. Sometimes I get locked in these patterns of thought where I don't want to remember being in the cage room or looking at my reflection, but I am pulled back to it over and over, like a computational loop, like having to return there every single night. Can you draw one of the rooms up with detail? Not too much, just to understand what it looks like. If you could do the room with the machines, that would be cool, from what you could see if you walked in from the door. I can try that for the next thread. I am not a very good artist. I've been choosing pictures that are as close as I can find. But yeah, if you can tolerate poor drawing skills, I'll do that for the next thread. Why no mirror? It has taken a long time to come to terms with this. I am just now to the point where I've made peace with the knowledge that, based on what I've seen, this will never end, and that each night, regardless of what I want, I have to go back there. It is not so much seeing my reflection that I can't handle on top of all of that. It's what some in this thread have suggested that it means, with regards to the cage and the boy. I'm tired. It's 5 a.m. I have put this off for longer than usual. Once I stayed up for as long as I could, it wrecked me, and it was a useless attempt at defiance. In the end, I still woke up in that room. So long as I need sleep, I won't be able to stay away longer than a few days. Soon I will be there again. I will open up my eyes and see the windows, then the staircase. The full extent of my power is to avoid it as caffeine pills and some other drugs that can delay this for maybe 72 hours, tops. But it's futile. It's like eating a calorie-restricted diet, just to gain it all back in a few years. You still inevitably die. Your current course of actions will not take you anywhere. You're accepting of being an accidental prisoner for the rest of your life. I know. I am willing to try your experiments. That way, at least each night is not identical to the last. That is my small act of dissent. I apologize if it's underwhelming. It's the most I can manage. My grandfather survived the medical convoy massacre at Incheon thanks to a dead man. So this happened to my grandfather. He was a sergeant in the US Army. Weird shit had been happening at his MG position for the entire campaign. There were snow prints of human bodies around his position. Corpses from the corpse wall that they were using as frozen sandbags, moving out of position or slowly crawling away. He chalked it up to just chicanery from the others. He kept whipping sentries and blaming them for letting spies into the perimeter. He eventually pulled back due to a wound to a medical convoy, making it up to Incheon. The enemy overrun lines early in the morning after fierce fighting. My grandpa is assigned as Temp MP, as he only has leg injuries so everyone else can dig in. It's blood and fire everywhere. Doctors, patients, and nurses all being shot. Mortars are going off constantly. There were ambulances exploding and throwing shrapnel into surgical operations. He said it was the most horrifying event of his entire life. He had never seen anything like it. This was a man who machine-gunned waves of infantry, by the way. They are getting calls one by one. They are not taking prisoners and wiping out any who surrender. Red Cross workers fleeing or getting ambushed and dying. His CO returned from foxholes looking like a meatbag, just torn up, bloody, and covered in dirt. CO tells Grandpa they are leaving now, and they need to pick up some nurses who are farther north. The CO sounds weird, like he's talking at a briefing and ignoring Grandpa completely. He is also moving almost like a stick figure. Grandpa chalks it up to shock and blood loss. People died trying to get to the supply depot during the night. It's a no-go zone. CO tells him to walk ahead and locate the triage staff. He will grab transport. Grandpa makes it to what is left of triage. He will drive the staff out, and God help the survivors. About an hour later, Grandpa gives up hope of seeing his CO, so they begin walking back towards the lines. After only a few minutes, they find the CO. He is dead in a jeep. The jeep has some holes. The CO has lots of holes. What's weirder though, is the CO's front part of his body is just annihilated, absolutely shredded, vital organs missing. Grandpa loads everyone up, and the 20 or so medical survivors from the massacre are thanks to that man. Here is the weird part. Grandpa gets leave to do a eulogy for the man, and finds out the CO was some sort of a superhero. He had a crazy amount of medals. He ordered his men to abandon position and assaulted a position with grenades, assume KIA. My grandfather's report about saving them. The brass thinks my poor grandfather was confused and that it was someone else. There were various actions reported about this dead man during the night from other survivors of the line. He was apparently always right there with supplies, running communications, or pulling rank and reforming units. Always through grievous injuries apparently, and surviving actions that had no other survivors. He even apparently jumped on a grenade and survived. My grandpa never talked about his name because he was afraid the dead from Korea would find him, and he told me not to do it either, or they might find his descendants. He said he'd grown convinced that in Korea, in certain places, death is more of an inconvenience than an end, and he's not sure what would happen if they found us. He killed a lot of people. I don't mean like an infantry amount. I mean a lot, like mowing down human wave attacks and then stacking corpses. The ground was too hard to dig, so they got used to stacking frozen corpses around the MJ and Sentry Hills for extra cover, and corpse abuse is a huge fuck you to Asians and their culture. On top of that, fanatics on both sides were shooting anyone trying to retrieve the wounded, so he would spend the nights listening to the wails of the dying. After the first couple of US medics were shot, he taught the other GIs in the area old Imperial Japanese war songs. Grandpa also fought in the Pacific and would sing after every wave. That was as bad as a front as the Eastern Front in World War II. He said that when he was first there was a Korean couple that started running alongside their truck with their baby on a ruck, always keeping up and trying to get to the cab. So him, being insane PTSD, ex-World War II vet, he just shot them, no questions asked. The off-the-boat white GIs flipped the hell out. EXO started tearing him apart when they found out the baby was a bundle of rags and some mines with grenades mixed in, and he got a commendation for it. Those are the stories that Grandpa did tell me, so I can't even imagine the stuff that he took to the grave. I have a story if there is anybody still there. It's not necessarily paranormal, but if you read it, I'm sure you'll agree it's really, really weird. It happened a few years ago, around the time after I got out from high school. I have a close group of friends in high school when this happened. I never really hang out with anybody else but them, but they eventually branch out and become friends with another group. I get invited camping by the other group. I don't really know them, but I like camping and they seem cool enough. I thought we were like going out in the woods and shit. Nope. It's this resort area in the middle of these rolling hills with only a few sparse wooded areas. There were these huge, expensive campers parked up everywhere. There were even a few cul-de-sacs with these huge, newly built houses. There's also a golf course and some tennis courts. Like, what the hell is this? This is not camping. So I end up feeling pretty disappointed. We're only staying for a night, so the only thing I bring is this huge, tacky blanket with a tiger on it and a pack with a change of clothes. It's so big, it can basically double as a sleeping bag if I can find a nice soft spot. Just so you know I wasn't being a stingy asshole, I asked if I should bring anything for everyone else, but they all refused. Still, I end up having fun, just screwing around, and somebody actually brought some vodka, so that was okay too. It gets to around nighttime and we are all around the campfire. I decide I'm gonna go off for a bit and bring my tiger blanket with me. I get away from all of the campfires. There were more people camping out in the area than just us, so it was really well lit up, and it didn't feel like we were in the woods or away from home at all. I was walking in the grass along this bike path next to a wooded area in a fenced neighborhood. I find one of those wooden picnic tables in a field about a mile away from the camp. I lay down and wrap myself in the blanket on the table. I'm like, oh shit, this is really comfy. And I actually accidentally end up falling asleep. I only wake up when I feel a cold breeze hitting my neck and my face. I wake up kinda freaked out, hoping I did not fall asleep for too long. I look for my phone to check the time, but apparently I left it in the pack. One idiot. Well, I better get back to the camp and apologize for being a dick and leaving. When I get down off of the picnic table, I notice that my feet, I'm barefoot at this point by the way, are really wet. There wasn't any dew when I came here. I must have fallen asleep for a really long time. I look around. All of the light from the fires are gone. Our camp was only like half a mile away from where I was. I remember walking along a trail that's behind a fence in one of those aforementioned cul-de-sacs. I find my way back there and just start walking. It's getting colder and colder the more steps that I take. At this point, I've wrapped myself in the blanket like I'm some kind of poor beggar. Why is it this cold in the middle of the summer? I suddenly hear this like electronic, staticky sob, like it's being put through an old radio. At first I just try and ignore it and keep on walking, but then I decide that someone might be hurt, so I try to peek over the fence. The fence is really tall, so I have to stand on my toes just to see to the other side. The house has all the lights on in every single room, including the ones in the basement. It's got furniture and stuff on the inside, so it looks inhabited. I can't see any people inside though. I figure it must be a show house or something. The only fence is the one I am looking over, and it only extends at the furthest part of their backyards, so I can see into the other houses as well. Every house is exactly the same deal. All the lights on, no people, but plainly furnished. I move along the fence so that I can see around the house. I look across the street. It's the exact same shit, except the street is dark because all of the streetlights are out. I remember that story about the army or whatever building a fake neighborhood over a factory. But all these houses are furnished, and there were even cars in some of the driveways. Curiosity about this and the electric noise from before start to really overwhelm me. I must find some way inside. I need to know. I find a gap between the wooden fence planks that's wider than the rest. I push it a little. I found out it's a door with a simple latch that I can just unlock from the outside. I peek my head inside. The door opens up to this almost freshly paved asphalt path that runs between two of the houses. I check the houses and sure enough, all of the lights are on, but nobody is inside. I'm feeling a little bit sketchy about going inside, so I stick it out for a few more minutes to check if I can see anybody, but I can't see anybody at all. I gather up some courage and start down the asphalt path to where it meets the sidewalk. The street is completely dark, except for the dim yellow light casted from the houses. I decide to follow the sidewalk back to around the spot I heard the sob, and if I don't see anything, I will leave. As I walk, I notice just how new everything is. And I don't mean just the houses. All the cars are like brand new. There are no stickers or decorations on them. The grass is perfectly manicured. The trees are all pretty young, and all the mailboxes were exactly the same black, aluminum type of color. I would have tried to get closer to the houses, but I remember how I look. I am barefoot and wrapped and hooded in a fleece tiger blanket. If anybody looked outside at me, then either the police would be called and I would be arrested, or I would be shot and they would be the ones writing the story instead. Anyway, as I approach the spot where I heard the noise coming from, I start hearing the same staticky crinkling sound. I get to the house where I first peeked out from, and I can hear that this noise is coming from across the street, behind one of the other houses. I cross the street and get to where I can see behind the house. Stretching about as high as the house is this white pole with speakers and lights that are turned off, mounted on a white box with wheels. Is that a fucking air siren? Midway down the pole is another, smaller speaker. That's where the sound is coming from. It's like somebody is holding down the button somewhere but not talking, so it's just dead air. Screw it, I have to see what is going on. I go through the side yard, trying to stay away from the light from the windows. The siren is just sitting in the middle of the backyard. There is some other boxes all over the backyard too. At the edge of the house is one of them. I thought it was an AC, but it's not hooked up to the house. It's just a black cable leading into the yard. I notice it's not the only cable. There are thick black cables everywhere, spreading behind the houses to identical boxes in the yards of the houses up and down the block. I can see another siren about 5 houses down from me, and the same the other way, but I think the one I was near was the only one that was on. The cables all lead into the house. I stick my head around the corner. They all go straight into an open window in the basement. I peek a little bit more into the nearest basement window. The basement is unlike the others I've seen. It's just empty and bare. There's grey cement everywhere. There is a table with all sorts of equipment against the wall, and cables just everywhere. What the hell is going on? At this point, I've probably been here over 20 minutes, so I feel I should start heading back. I am back on the sidewalk. I start walking where I came through. I only passed by 2 houses and near shit myself when all the lights in every single house go out all at once. Oh my god. I stop walking. I go into super aware mode. The whirring sound starts up from the backyards. The fight or flight mode switch goes on in the back of my head. I start sprinting in the dark, following the sidewalk as best as I can. I notice this thick fog or smoke is coming out from the backyards. I suddenly remember those AC boxes. Were they smoke machines? But why? Really, why? Suddenly, this light starts coming from behind me, and it's really bright. It's like high beams bright. It's a car about 2 blocks down from me, and it's accelerating towards me. Oh fuck, oh fuck. I reach the end of the cul-de-sac where the street curves in a circle. That's where the gate was. I can't see anything in the dark. The car is getting closer, and I can hear the engine revving. I sprint into a random yard. I feel the asphalt underneath my feet. I found the path. I rush past the gate and start sprinting down the path. In my idiocy and my panic, I went back to where the picnic table was. I catch my breath and I look for lights, but there is nobody around that I can see. I realize I have to go back on the trail. Oh no. I decide to cut through the woods and hopefully end up near camp. I trek barefoot, in the dark, with only my tiger blanket for protection. I start seeing lights in the distance. I come out of the woods. I see my campsite. I breathe a sigh of relief. I get to the camp to see people getting into their cars. Where the hell are they all going? Suddenly, somebody says, "Oh my god, is that him?" I'm like, sorry, I fell asleep. I go back to making s'mores like nothing ever happened. I tell no one what I saw. Nobody notices my dirty as hell tiger blanket or my dirty as hell feet. We leave the next day without incident. I still have no explanation for what the hell was happening. Although, like a year or two after it happened, I was discussing the trip, but none of the shit that I saw, with one of my buddies who went with me, and he told me that they actually did not notice I was gone until somebody, he said it was like a park manager or some type, came by in a car and asked them if the whole group was with them. Those assholes totally forgot about me and said yes. Then he told them if they saw anybody suspicious, they should report it at the office in the morning. My closest bet is that I might have walked in on some kind of training exercise, but given the location, that also does not make much sense. So, what was I seeing there? And why was this guy so interested in getting me away? Let me tell you about the time I found an old nuclear reactor in the middle of the desert. I'm in the mood to tell a story that maybe I shouldn't be telling. Maybe this will be better put somewhere else, but I don't really care. I'm going to be skimping on some details, mostly just because that seems like a good idea, not really because I'm scared I will get into trouble. Flashback to some 10 years ago. I was a huge nerd for games like Stalker and Fallout and that kind of stuff. I started making these makeshift Geiger counters and cloud chambers once I somehow managed to graduate high school and get a shitty job at a potato warehouse. I never got good enough grades to go to school to become a nuclear physicist or engineer or anything like that. Not to mention I could never afford to anyway. But I kinda daydreamed about that sometimes, because I was always way into that stuff. One day, after a few years of working at the above-mentioned farm, I was flipping through some continuing education magazine that my dad gave me. I find something about radiation safety. I find it pretty interesting. I read and find it's a 2-semester course where you learn to be the guy breathing down everyone's necks at hospitals for the x-rays, but that there's also a chance you could do it at a nuclear power plant. Again, I'm not going to share every single little detail, but I live in a state that has a history with nuclear research, even though it's not really known for it. And there is a gigantic underground research facility / power plant about an hour away from where I live. I pretty much shit my pants with excitement and read more. My heart sinks as I learn that the course is full-time, and I don't even qualify as my SAT score in math is way too bad. Whatever. I kinda forget about it, but not really. A couple days later I could not sleep, and I decide screw it. I will drive nearby and see what I can find. Obviously, not too close. I don't want to die tonight. I grab a Geiger counter and a gas mask, along with a few other goodies. I drive a while in the general direction with the windows down and just enjoy the breeze. I don't know exactly where it is, but I know where an old town is that was pretty much completely abandoned decades ago because of nuclear activity. I find it a while later. Most of it is just some old gas stations and trailers, but further down where the road turns to dirt is where the cool stuff is. There are a few 1960s-ish style cars strewn around, windows all broken and rusted to hell. There are some small houses in a similar state. My Geiger counter spikes slightly, and I cream my pants. I park my shitty Buick behind one of the abandoned houses and stare off into the desert. I smoke a cig or two and wonder what the hell I'm doing. By the time I decide to venture out into the sagebrush, I still have not figured it out, but decide that nothing really bad could possibly happen, except for maybe a few ticks. I walk a ways out into the desert with my counter and my mask. By now, the moon is almost at its peak. Turning around, I see the few lights from the town and figure that as long as I can still see them, that I will not get lost. I keep going and start to get bored after a while. I'm just about to turn back when my counter spikes again, just a little bit. Neither spikes were really above background radiation levels, but considering where I was hoping that they meant something, so I kept on going. A little later, I realized the lights are really hard to see, so I check my phone's charge and signal and decide that both are good enough for me to continue on. Nothing happens for a while, but then my counter picks up, a bit more frantically. There is nothing around, so I shine my light, and I catch a glimpse in the dirt underneath a sagebrush. As I get closer, my counter is clicking more and more, but still nothing dangerously radioactive. I find what was shining, a gigantic old bolt. It's nothing used in any vehicle that I know of. It's way too big, and was in surprisingly good condition without a lot of rust. Looking back, I see that the lights are completely gone, but decide to keep on going anyway, thinking I will just keep a straight line and not deviate too much. The bolt is giving off a few more millisieverts a second than anything around, so I keep looking around, trying not to go too far off my chosen path. I mostly find some pretty useless shit, like old batteries, shards of broken glass, plastic wrappers that have had their logos long since worn off by the wind, that sort of stuff. So I just keep going. The night is nice and cool, and there is no human life for miles in any direction. By this point, there's no real reason to keep going. I know the chance that I'm going to find anything really interesting is pretty low, and I've given up on getting anywhere near the facility itself, which was a stupid idea anyway. My impulsive excursion has turned into just an unusually odd stroll in the desert at night. That is, until my counter peaks up again, steadily at first. I shine my light around, but I do not see anything. But Geiger counters do not lie. I remember the little UV light I have on my keychain and shine it around for a moment. Oh shit. The entire desert is a sickly alien green. For every few dozen rocks or grains of dirt or sand, there is at least one radioactive bit reacting with the UV. I turn around and see that this field of radiation started not too many steps back. I have no idea where all of this stuff came from. There were not any lights anywhere, not from the town behind me, or from any parts of the facility, just a lot of contaminated dirt and stuff. I am now well above typical background radiation, usually just a couple millisieverts a year, but I'm still not in any real danger. So of course I keep going, using only my UV light. The green gets more and more dense, and I stop to put on a gas mask. It's just a cheap civilian one, once I'm getting a reading of about 10 or 20. Still not too dangerous, but I don't want to breathe in any potential alpha particles that I am kicking up. I get to steadily climbing a hill, the slopes of which aren't lighting up so much. Still no facility lights, and by this point, I am so curious that I do not even care. The sagebrush is really thick and hard to climb through, but clears out a bit at the top, and as I come across the peak, I see it. It's not the biggest or most impressive building I've ever seen, but in the middle of a desert where nothing but sagebrush and rattlesnakes live, it comes out of nowhere and surprised the hell out of me. Most of it is made of rusty corrugated steel, with what I can only assume were once offices or small labs clustered around it. But what was keeping my attention was a massive steel pillar or smokestack that looks like it had an explosion out the side, and yes, the whole entire thing, as far as my shitty little light could reach, is glowing green. I stand there and stare for probably 5 minutes before I regain my senses. I take a step up and my Geiger counter explodes, so much so that I dip back down in surprise. I realize most of the radiation is coming from what I have to guess was some kind of reactor and was being blocked by the hill that, until I had stepped up a bit, was shielding my counter and most of my lower body. I squat down, with my head still reeling, and I tried to figure out what the hell was going on. How long had I been walking? How far in was I? What was this place? Was I about to get shot by a sniper from somewhere? I want to smoke a cigarette, but I don't want to risk taking my mask off. I decide to hoist the part of my counter that houses the GM tube above me, and it explodes again, about 100 to 200. Not a good idea to be around that for too long, but I have to. So I do. It's nowhere near as big as what we usually think when we hear about nuclear reactors, but in the darkness of the desert, it's still absolutely huge. The UV light does not let me see quite as well, but I stick to it anyway because I want to make sure I'm not walking into America's own elephant's foot or something. As I descend the hill, the whole complex towers over me. Chunks of concrete and steel, rusty rebar, and broken glass are everywhere. And since I'm a moron, I was wearing my sneakers, so I tread carefully. I get closer and my counter, which is designed really for lower levels of radiation, is screaming so loud I can't even make out individual clicks. I get close enough to peer into one of the windows, hoping that there is some lab equipment that I can liberate, but there is nothing. I guess that's fine. I probably should not take anything that radioactive home anyway. I want to stay and just take it all in, but I know I'm not going to find anything very interesting aside from the building itself. All evidence points to this being some kind of reactor that had a meltdown who knows how many years ago. But if so, it was a very small reactor and a very small meltdown, relatively speaking anyway. I feel a buzz in my pocket and almost shit my pants. It's my phone. I fish it out of my pocket and see the Samsung logo flashing, meaning it's shut itself off due to a low battery. Nice. I decide to turn back now, as if anything happens, I can't call anybody. I go back to my regular light and find my footprints in the sand so I know where I came down. I'm not too worried about getting lost, because even if my path was not perfectly straight, the chance I was so off course I would completely bypass the town on the way back and end up further in the desert the other way was pretty low. As I'm ascending the hill again, I hear a distant noise and almost shit my pants for the 10th time that night. I clamber up the top of the hill and turn around and just freeze. Out past the reactor, about 2 or 3 miles away, there are several sets of headlights passing by. I duck down so I'm hidden and peek back up. I can't see what they are, but it's more than just some guys going shooting or something, even if they were doing so at 1 in the morning. There were no obviously government vehicles like APCs or helis, but there were a number of what looked to be pretty damn big vehicles, but not big enough to be semi-trucks. I booked it out of there as fast as I could without making myself obvious. That was several years ago now, and I never thought to take any pictures, but I do still have a rock I took from the ground that I can prove is radioactive. If anybody wants to see it, I will dig it out if I can. To this day, I still have no idea what that really was, what had happened to it, or who was driving in the middle of the desert like that. Hey OP, I don't know how these guys operate, but there's gotta be some sort of bureaucrat involved and they mostly act alike, assuming of course it's a government site like you believe. No, but OP said this was years ago, so surely it would have caught up with him by now. Nah, they probably aren't gonna waste a lot of time with some random guy who was near the site and didn't do any harm, but they may have kept a record of any incidents and do a cursory background check just in case. If he shows up again, they probably take a lot more interest in him. Why is he interested in that site? What's his goal there? How did he find it? Why did he come back, etc.? That's assuming OP is right, and he was on government property and parked near or on government property, and also assuming that he is right, and those vehicles were looking for him because they saw someone had gotten near the site. Maybe the vehicles were out there for another reason. I have a real interesting encounter with what was either a mountain lion that someone pumped full of PCP or some Wendigo type thing, something I can't explain at the least. This happened to me when I was in southern Wisconsin. I was staying at my parents' house for just a couple of days. They have internet and I don't, so I'm gonna play some video games with my friends. It's a long weekend. I bought some cheap alcohol and there are good times to be had. Anyways, we have bizarre screeching noises at night. It sounds like a rabbit being killed, combined with the sound a cat makes when you step on its tail. This has been happening since we moved there when I was like 14 years old, so a long ass time. But more recently, it's been happening a heck of a lot more. Sometimes the screeches happen all night long, and we have no idea what is making the sounds. I've frequently gone outside to find the source of the noise myself, but I've never found anything. I found weird tracks before, but I couldn't really make out what they were from. They could literally be from anything with feet, not necessarily the thing that made noise. The instant I go outside, the screeching always stops, like the thing just evaporates, leaving no trace whatsoever. So anyways, this one time I am playing computer games and drinking with my friends. The screeching outside starts up again. I am way too busy to look. It gets even louder. My friends eventually go away because of work and school. This thing that's outside, it sounds super pissed. It sounds like shit is hitting the house. I go downstairs to where we have a screen porch. My mom is in the adjoining room. She asks if I've been hearing it. Yeah, I have. Our cat is on the screen porch with all of his hair sticking straight out. This motherfucker is pissed. He's hissing really, really hard. In my infinite drunken wisdom, I decide to hunt for the beast making this noise. My guns are at my house, so I'm only armed with a mag light, my rat-killing pipe, and a pump BB gun. Yeah, I guess you could say I was a little bit prepared. The screeching stops the instant I go outside, just like usual. I am making no sounds and sneaking around because I'm not wearing shoes, so I'm not snapping twigs or rustling leaves too hard. My mag light is off at this point because I do not want to announce my presence before I can get close. I have one overpressurized BB in the chamber of my gun. I am ready for battle. I start my rounds off the property. I'm thinking maybe it's just a loud owl, or possibly a twink Bigfoot getting rammed. Either way, it's getting shot. I suddenly hear shuffling in a tree as I'm walking. It's right beside an outbuilding, so I'm able to sneak up on it in the shadow of the building. I am gonna pop this owl with a BB, then introduce it to my rat-killing pipe. Maybe leave its corpse behind, so its friends know what happened when you mess with me. I get about 4 feet away from the lower branches. It doesn't sound like an owl. It sounds like a person, mumbling to itself almost. But I can't hear words, I can only hear noises. These really wet noises. Now I have to see what it is. I turn on my mag light. Now, I'm not fazed by much, but this shit, it really, really messed me up. What I can see right in front of me is this reddish gray thing with these disjointed limbs, 4 of them. It has this kinda stubby snout-like thing. It's almost like there is no lips on the mouth, they are not even visible. The next instant after I flicked on the light, it snapped its head up at a crazy angle, screeched directly at me, and launched itself into another tree. I could feel its hot breath even though it was meters away. It was insane, and it smelled really bad too. I was full of liquid courage at the time, so I gave chase while shooting BBs at the thing. It jumped through a couple of trees until it lost me for a second. Then, I truly knew fear at that moment. I was in the dark, all alone, with no real weapons, no way to defend myself, and no way to know if this thing was coming. And I am messing with this thing. I am goading this thing into a fight. I take the time to tactically reload and overpressurize around. The thing jumps out of the tree, right over me. I drop my BB gun because I am really spooked. It runs over to the garage. There is only one tree on the other side of the garage. I whip around the corner as I grab my trusty rat-killing pipe. It was at this point that I realized I'd done goofed. I just cornered an unknown, potentially violent animal after spending 8 whole minutes antagonizing the thing without a real weapon. I shine my mag light at the thing. It screeches even louder than usual. I'm close enough to this thing to see its throat vibrate when it screeches. It's got to come down now at this point. There is no way in hell it can jump like 30 feet, so it's either gonna run or attack. And now I'm drunk. The drunkenness just really hits me. I become really aware of it all of a sudden. So my brain is not functioning properly, if that wasn't obvious already, by the fact that I chase animals around at night in bare feet. So I decide to do what you're supposed to do to scare mountain lions away. Only I can't quite remember what you're supposed to do. So I pull my shirt half off of me so that it's like inside out but still around my neck. I'm holding the sleeves. So I start screeching and spinning around with a shirt over my head like I'm a 6-year-old child. It screeches back. I try and screech louder. I wind up running into the dog kennel because I cannot see. Apparently, that spooked the thing. I hear vigorous shuffling and scampering. I rip my shirt off and prepare to get into a fist fight with this thing and probably die. The thing is completely gone. I cannot find my mag light, so I have no real way to check. I make my way back to the house in silence and darkness. We rarely hear that noise anymore. Apparently, drunken autism wins the day here in Wisconsin. I have a story to share about the black dogs. I am a North Ohio game warden. Since I have been stuck home sick and I love this website, I've been sharing some of my experiences here. Normally it was a really boring job, but I actually did experience a lot of crazy stuff. So, I was obviously working as a game warden, badly paid, I might add. My uniform doesn't even fit. The lights on my truck do not work. I hate my life for the most part. I hand out tickets just trying to be a dick. You know what I hate more than all of this? Park rangers. Ever seen Missing 411? They never share information with anyone ever. I call the lead ranger Smokey the Bear because he's fat and I hate him. I get a call from park service one day. I'm like, hello? They ask, have you seen any wolves? I'm like, what? There are no wolves here. You should know that. So that's a no. Yes, that's a no. He just hangs up on me and that's it. Not a single other word. What the hell? I go about my day. I come back into my office after fixing some fences. My boss stops me at the door. He looks ashen-faced. Have you seen any wolves, Anon? No, there are no wolves here. We got 2 calls about big wolves today. I tell him that somebody called the park rangers about it too. It's probably just some nut seeing things or someone high. Well, be careful out there tomorrow. There are no wolves in Ohio. Something isn't right. There is genuinely no wolves in Ohio, at least not in this area, and my boss is a dumbass. But he is not one to get fooled by dumb people getting high. I ask him, what did they say to him? Some guy said he saw a huge wolf screwing around on his property, and some lady got her cat ripped to shit. I just tell him it's a feral dog, it must be. Little did I know. Okay then. I am driving around, doing my dismal duty of fixing fences and ticketing hunters. I am drinking at a bar after work. People are talking about wolves. I'm seriously about to lose my shit. What is wrong with people? I go up to this guy. Did you see a wolf? Yeah, I saw a huge ass dog go across the street yesterday while I was driving. I tell him he's full of it, but he insists that he is not. So I go home because I think it's just a stupid rumor. The next day I get a call from Highway Patrol. Somebody hit something. What did he hit and why did you call us? People hitting weird shit with cars is something I dealt with before, to be fair. They tell me to just come out there. I'm like, okay, damn it. I warm up the truck and drive out there. There is a busted Honda with airbags out. Oh, he hit a deer. Everybody looks kinda uneasy. Yo, what's wrong? You need to see this. He takes me to the front of the car. Fuck, it's a giant ass black dog. Is that a wolf? No, that's not a wolf. There are no wolves here. This thing is easily 15 foot long, tail to snout. It's dead, thank God. I help them heave it into the back of my truck. I take it to the park rangers. They say, thank you, Anon. Fuck off now. I'm like, what? We will handle this from here. This happened outside of your jurisdiction. This shit again. Later, I found out they burned the body or something. I think those park rangers know more than they were letting on. This got a lot worse though. So, I'm now aware that this is actually a problem, because we've seen a huge drop in deer population. We assumed it was poaching at first, but now I know the real reason. I call Smokey the Bear. I tell him I know there's huge wolves, I'm listening. He hangs up on me. I go home before I go out for my shift. I get my 30-30. I'm poor, so it's all I really have. I go about fixing fences. I fix some more fences. The post hole digger is wrecking my back. The rifle is getting heavy. I'm gonna be glad I had it though. I approach another broken fence. There is more than usual this week. I hear gunshots and screaming right near me. I run up to where I think it was. A grisly sight greets me. There is a lady park ranger stuck underneath a dead horse. There is this giant black dog-like thing, like the one that was hit by the car. It's chowing down on the rear end of this horse, just ripping the horse apart, and she is screaming for help. I take a shot at this big thing and hit it in the shoulder. It looks up at me and growls. I rack and fire again, and it goes away into the woods. I manage to help the ranger out from underneath the horse. She is crying. I pick up her little Glock. She has emptied the magazine completely. She's got a broken leg. I actually feel really bad for her. I drag her to my truck, all while hearing that thing creeping around. I keep letting off shots in its direction, just to keep it away. I get her into the truck. She has a broken leg. I get the door closed. This huge dog slams into my passenger side, barking angrily and trying to get in. God damn it, why won't this car start? I drive out of there with this beast hot on my heels. It actually gives chase for a little while. I take the ranger to the hospital. I found out that it was her first day. I feel really bad for the horse too. I am not equipped for any of this. I eventually get back to the office and I am panicking. I tell my boss what happened, but he already knows somehow. Smokey the Bear called him. What the hell? How did he know about these things? We argue about what to do. This thing was huge, really huge. It wasn't a wolf, or at least not a normal one if it was. My boss is being an asshole and worried about getting in trouble. I call Smokey the Bear and yell at him for not telling us about this. He agrees to meet up. We drive out to the ranger station. Smokey looks really pale. He tells us that he is sorry. He tells us that one ranger got killed yesterday. They apparently sent out small patrols to kill these things. The ranger that I helped, who broke her leg, it was her boyfriend. Ah, damn it. He says they are calling in more people, but doesn't know how many of these things there are. I ask if everyone else knows. He says yup. Then another park ranger comes out. He tells us that we have to close the campsites, that 4 people have been found dead. This is now just a giant clusterfuck. I tell him that we have to call the National Guard, that it's the only thing that we can do. And tell them what? We have a werewolf problem? He tells us that we are going to have to handle this ourselves. Fuck my life. These things were just absolute monsters, but we team up with the park rangers and the state police. I think I'm going to die. The campers that got killed was a family with 2 kids. They all got ripped apart, along with their tents. I did see the bodies after the fact, and it was not a pretty sight. Everybody is pissed and ready to blast some pooches. We release pigs where we think they are. The pigs are really loud. We'll know when they get the first one. There is nothing at first for quite a while, and then all of a sudden, we hear a pig squeal. They got the first one. We are told that there is 5 of them. We advance in a pincer formation on their position. We have thermals, by the way. We have 70 guys at least. We did not have to wait for long. I hear a scream. One of the state cops is getting mauled before we can even say anything. We open up and drop that thing. We advance again. The park ranger on the 4-wheeler gets taken out next. He took the huge thing with him by way of his .44 mag. He also managed to survive somehow. We catch the other 3 who are busy with a pig. We light them up and it's over. There are no more puppies. They are all easily about 15 to 13 feet long, nose to tail. They weighed at least 300 or 400 pounds apiece. The media will not touch it. Even if I offer to give an interview personally, they tell me no. They just hang up on me. I'm talking with the ranger that I saved a lot now. She is still really shook up, even 3 years later. She teaches in a school now. I would hit on her, but it feels kinda wrong. These things killed 8 people, 12 pets, and caused at least $40,000 in damage over 3 weeks, and I still do not know what they were. And I don't know why the media will not cover it. Not even a newspaper, nothing, not even a post online. The area was near Wayne, not in the National Forest, but close, really pretty. There were some theories that they could have been direwolves, but no. I wanted to address that too. Direwolves were not all black and actually a lot smaller. Trust me, I looked into it. I actually think they were released there by somebody, as crazy as that sounds. And the reason is that they entered the area way too quickly. They entered in numbers all at the same time. It wasn't like a trickle, like one and another. And they weren't like any sort of dog I've ever seen before in my life. Just so you know, wolves and coyotes, they will trickle into an area, not go all at once. They actually send out scouts, kind of. If they see too many people, they will go away. Unless they're coyotes, they don't really care. But not wolves. Wolves do not like humans. I don't think they were wild animals. I think that somebody released them into the wild. Before I start this story off, I will just tell you that even after what has happened, I still plan on going to tech school for being a park ranger. Just, not in Wisconsin. This happened to me 2 years ago when I was 16 years old. I live in the actual middle of Wisconsin. The whole state is basically just one big forest. I prefer being alone, or maybe with one other friend. The forests are perfect for getting away from everything. I've never had any bad experiences. I love the outdoors, etc. My dad buys a place in the far north in a very small town, Phillips, Wisconsin, if anyone has ever been. I use it as a vacation home. It's a pretty rundown place, but we decided that we could fix it up. It's mid-June at this point. I am just out of sophomore year of high school. My brother and I decided to take a trip up to the place up north. This place is at least a 4-hour drive from where I live, and when I said it was in Phillips, I mean that is the closest town. We eventually get there. The driveway is about a half-mile long dirt trail going through the forest. It's only my second ever time going there. The first time I stayed for a whole half a day and then left, so I'm pretty clueless about it all. My dad gives zero shits that we go alone. I get there, and it is still the same shitty building. The garage is collapsing in on itself, so we park outside. It's a pretty large open area with forest on every single side of us. My dad has a boat up there. A small river runs through the land, so me and my brother go fishing and stuff. I have a generally good time for the day. When it gets dark, we light a fire and drink. Typical teenage bullshit. By midnight, we are too drunk to notice anything unusual. We eventually pass out inside. Let's just call my brother F from now on. F is outside muttering to himself. I go outside feeling like shit from the night before. I see what he is looking at. There is a deer carcass torn apart at the head of the dirt driveway. It's actually a lot more common in Wisconsin than you would think. We write it off as maybe a bear, considering my dad has pictures of bears walking around near the house. We spend maybe 5 minutes moving the deer off of the driveway. It's probably the worst thing I've ever had to smell in my life. After that, me and F ate some breakfast and headed into town, maybe a 10-minute drive from the cottage. He got us some more booze using his fake ID, then we headed over to the general store. Phillips has about 1,500 residents, so everyone knows everything that happens. It's why it didn't really surprise me that he knew we were the ones who bought the cottage. The whole exchange between that shop owner seemed off to me. It was just one of those gut feelings. He told us about our neighbor, some Native American who rarely left his cabin, maybe a mile away from our place. He bought our stuff after that and hightailed it back to the cottage. It was about noon at this point. Sat around the cottage all day, a lazy day. I have really bad hearing, but luckily, F heard a truck pulling up outside. We both go outside, wondering who the hell it could be. The truck's engine stops. The thing is covered in rust. The door opens up and the first thing I see is a pair of cowboy boots hit the ground. It's an old Native American man. I am really hoping it's not the neighbor. He introduces himself as our neighbor. I just had a really generally bad feeling about him. He says he decided to stop by. Said he heard quite a bit of noise coming from here last night. Me and F were pretty quiet from what I could remember, so I had really no clue what he heard. I thought it could have been the bear, so I mentioned the deer that we found. That was a bad idea. He walked over to the side of the driveway where we threw all the bits of the deer. The dude told us the deer was not missing much, it was just in pieces. He said that bears do not usually kill things like that. I started to get a bad feeling about this whole place. That's probably when me and F should have bailed. The Native American dude told us that he would stop by later on with a gift. I didn't care too much. I mean, he seemed alright. The guy leaves. His truck is really loud. The rest of the day goes on normally. We went fishing on the river again and started up the fire when it got dark. Alright, I'm gonna try and shorten the story down a bit. I will get into explicit detail when stuff starts going downhill. We are sitting around the fire. It was maybe 10. Me and F are drinking up a storm again. We are buzzed but not actually drunk. We're waiting for the Native American dude to show up. I see headlights coming up the driveway. It's the same loud truck as before. It's the same cowboy boots as before. It's the same guy. He is holding something. It looked like a small bundle of something. He walked toward me and F. I can see what he's holding clearly with the firelight. It's bones. Human bones, actually. He sits down next to me, smiling. I am buzzed, so I am not super fazed by this, or at the very least, I'm trying my best to keep my cool. I ask him outright about the bones. He goes on about some Native American stuff that I don't really understand. The only key word I got from him was Wendigo. He tells us to bury the bones in our yard before midnight. He doesn't really specify why though. Me and F both know extensively about Wendigo, thanks to movies and stories. He tells us not to leave either. We did not question this at this point. He gets up, nodding to the both of us. I see he's left the bundle there. He gets inside his truck and leaves. What the hell were we supposed to do? We took the bones and just did what he said. We buried them right in front of the house and went straight inside, locking all of the doors. It was a pretty sleepless night for me. Me and F just stayed up, talking about what could happen, horrible ways to die, etc. I left F alone for a moment to go to the bathroom. I came back and he was just passed out. I didn't even bother waking him up, but I sure as hell was not going to bed now. I played solitaire for a while. Fast forward to around 2 in the morning. I heard something outside. It sounded like a horse galloping, but slower in pace. I did not want to look outside, but I did anyways. I had to. I see a deer running across the tree line about 10 yards away. I watched it run. It looked like it tripped or like something pulled it down. It just went down so suddenly, from a graceful run to just boom. There was nothing else near it though, from what I could see. The deer just sat there. It looked like it was in serious pain, but it wasn't making any kind of sounds. Then I hear some sort of screeching. I've gone hunting before, and I've heard a deer yelp before. This was definitely not that. That deer was dead silent. I see something crawl up on top of the deer. It's smaller than me. I could not get much of a good look, but I could tell that it was small, maybe 4 feet tall maximum. I saw it doing something to the deer. I could not make out exactly what. I remember that there is binoculars in here. I'm not sure if I really want to use them, but going against myself like I always do, I went ahead and got them. I felt like I needed to know, so that I wasn't ever caught off guard. I looked through them. The thing was still on the deer. The deer was long dead. Its back was clawed up, and the head was torn clean off. Then I got a good look at the thing. It had no hair of any kind, just this pink, fleshy skin. It was just smearing the deer's flesh against its face. I could actually make out its eyes now. It took a bit to get adjusted to the darkness. This thing has no mouth whatsoever. It might sound kind of stupid, but I almost felt bad for the thing. Though if this was a Wendigo, it makes sense that it cannot eat. I might sound mellow in retrospect retelling the story, but at the time, I was absolutely shitting my pants. I decided to wake F up, tell him what's going on. We watched it try to eat for a few hours. Then the sun started to come up. I guess it doesn't enjoy sunlight too much because it went away almost immediately. Me and F just bolted outside to our car and got the hell out of there. The whole 4-hour drive back, we did not say a single word to each other. I guess there was a few things that happened after it was all said and done. My dad went back up there to investigate the weekend after, since me and F refused to go back up. He dug up the spot where we buried the bones and did not find anything. Plus, the deer carcasses were gone too, but I'm blaming the Native American guy for that. I do plan on going there again at least once this summer so that I can take pictures, and I will post again when I do. My dad thought that we were idiots after we told him. It has been 2 years, and he's gone up there a lot more than I have. He says he's putting the place up for sale this summer, so this is my last chance. To the surprise of no one, this guy never posted again. This happened to me around 2 years ago. My girlfriend is staying with me for the summer. I am house sitting my dad's place while he is out doing contract work in I don't remember where. One of my friends calls me up one night. "Hey, let's do something. I'm kinda bored." He comes over and wants to explore something abandoned. I tell him about this old farm nearby that was partially burnt down. Hell yeah, let's do that. We load up a bag of urban spelunking gear, my SIG 556 patrol, a few flashlights, and 3 spare mags for the SIG. We head out and get there at around 2 a.m. We park by this turnaround by a river. Someone else has parked there too already. It looks like teenagers figuring out how to have sex. We load up and head into the forest. I have my SIG folded underneath a jacket just in case coyotes show up. It's a pretty common problem in the area. We get to the farm. There are 2 burnt down buildings up front. There are some silos next to the remains, and a large stilted ranch house mostly intact in the back that looks like the picture, but torn apart and in disrepair. We head over to the ranch house. The stairs have been destroyed. There is no way to get up to the house. We find what looks like a bookshelf that was shoved out of the house. We use it to climb up. Dressers and more bookshelves are blocking the entrance. We think nothing of it, and then move them aside. The coffee tables are blocking what is left of the windows. Glass is everywhere near the windows. It looks like they were bashed in. We assume that kids destroyed it. We find ripped clothing and evidence of a large fire. I find an old off-roading magazine that's dated 1986 or something. A lot of the house had suffered from fire damage, but is structurally sound. I find more torn clothing, but in kid sizes, along with ripped apart shoes. I am mildly creeped out as some of the other clothes piles were intact. Only a few sets with shoes were shredded or torn apart. All of a sudden, my friend tells me and my girlfriend to hit the deck. I see a green light scan the window that we came in from via the bookshelf. I can hear 2 men approaching the house, not saying a word. My friend, my GF, and I are wondering who the hell these people are. My friend is freaking out about the green lights. Who the fuck uses green lights? Off in the distance in the opposite direction of the weird green light, I heard branches snapping, and it is getting closer. There is a weird clicking noise too, accompanied by it. It's almost like those weird cockroach things from Mimic. It's getting louder and louder, and the men are inspecting the ground level below us. I see the light shine through the holes in the floor where the fire did most of its damage. My girlfriend is crying by not trying to make a sound. The clicking is getting louder. My girlfriend quietly asks if I can hear the clicking. I do, honey. It'll be okay. I unfold the SIG and prepare for a closer encounter of the Whiskey Tango Foxtrot kind. She is gripping my arm really tightly. I can't properly get the SIG out from under the jacket. I hear a loud crash on the far side of the building. Something is on the roof. The clicking sound sounds like it's right in front of us. My friend is watching the men with the green lights walk away towards the silos. There is another thud, and it sounds like this thing is in the room next to us. The clicking, it won't stop. The floorboards in the next room creak as it makes its way to the room that we are in. I am still laying on the floor. I awkwardly position the SIG with its flashlight towards the doorway to the other room. Something is underneath the door arch. I cannot make it out. The clicking stopped. This thing is staring at me. One of the men with the green lights steps on a sharp stick and yelps. The clicking starts up again, and this thing clunks its way towards the men. My group silently waits until the coast is clear. My friend gives me the all clear. We make a beeline to my Jeep. We are not out of the woods yet. Some SUV is patrolling where we parked. We wait for them to do a pass while they shine a spotlight along the edge of the forest. My pucker factor is at 12. We finally get to the Jeep and then get home. About 2 months later, the whole area was fenced off by some weird construction company. There is armed security there and everything. It appears to be a huge construction yard across from where I parked, but the ranch is still there, so I have no idea why they fenced that part off. This is going to be a long one, so you will have to bear with me while I try and explain everything. Okay, so I was probably around 10 or 11 years old the first time I remember this boy turning up. It was the middle of the summer, and my friends and I were swimming in a lake in one of my parents' fields. I grew up in a small farmer's town with the population of no more than 200 people, and so everyone knew everyone. There were 2 schools in the town, one for the boys and one for the girls. I'm not sure why they split them by gender, and I'm pretty sure both have merged now, but that's what it was like when I lived there. I'm going to tell it how I remember it happening, but my friend who was there at the time remembers it slightly differently than I do. So, as I was saying, my friends, I think there was around 4 of us in total. We were all swimming in the lake at the bottom of one of my parents' fields. It was about a 15-minute walk away from the main house. We had been playing there for a while when we heard someone calling to us. We looked over and saw this boy standing at the edge of the lake, completely naked. Once we noticed him, he shouted, asking if he could play with us. He looked to be around the same age as us, maybe a little bit older, but not by much. He was super pale, like a white pale. I remember being amazed and kind of jealous of his super bright green eyes. He also had shoulder-length white blonde hair, like Draco Malfoy blonde. I looked at my friends and we said yeah, and he came in the lake with us. None of us recognized him, which, as I said, was weird, because we had all lived in this tiny town for our whole lives, and everyone basically knew everyone living there. He introduced himself as Richard, but he said he prefers if we call him Richie, so we did. I remember asking Richie where he was from, but he would go all awkward and would never really give a straight answer. Anyway, after a while more of playing in the lake, Richie seemed like fun, and I invited him to come back to my house for supper. He straight away said he would love to come, and my friend was like, "Don't you need to ask your mom?" To which Richie said something like, "Oh, she won't mind." Remember how I said Richie was completely naked? Well, that wasn't so strange. In fact, I'm pretty sure we all were. My friends and I were all boys, and we would skinny dip in the lake normally, so it did not stick out to me when he first arrived like that. But what did stick out to me was when we got out of the lake, dried and dressed ourselves, Richie had no clothes with him to get dressed into, which I remember thinking was super weird, but he said something like, "Oh, I must have forgot to bring them with me," which again, I thought was very weird. Like, how do you forget your clothes? I wasn't sure how my parents would react to me bringing home a naked boy, so I gave him my briefs and my overshirt to put on. But yeah, that stuck out as very odd. My friends went back home, and Richie and I went to my house. My dad was like, "Where's his clothes?" I just made something up. I'm pretty sure I said something like his clothes got wet, so we left them in the sun to dry. I got him some trousers to put on. We ate supper, which I remember him having 3 or 4 plates of. As I said, Richie is a super skinny boy. I was pretty small and skinny at the time too, but he was definitely skinnier than I was, so I was confused how he ate so much, lol. Richie was super polite and sweet to everyone while he was at my house. After supper, I took him upstairs to my room, and we played on the N64 together. He had never seen one before, and he was super amazed by it. At the time, I thought he had never seen one because they were so old. This was 2010, but my family was poor, and that's all I had. It started to get dark, and I asked him if he wanted to sleep over. He was really excited by that and said, yeah. I checked with my parents, but I knew they would not mind because they were both super drunk, so we continued playing on N64 until it was super late. After a while, I said it was time that we went to bed as I was tired, but I don't remember him seeming tired at all. Richie asked if he could shower before, as we had been playing in the fields and he was really muddy. As he was showering, I made my bed for us and put a movie on the TV for us to watch as we went to sleep, and I got into bed. Richie came in like 5 minutes later and was completely naked again. I was like, "Did you walk from the bathroom like that?" He was like, yeah, and didn't seem to care at all. So even though I thought it was strange, I didn't say anything. He got into my bed. I asked him if he wanted any pajamas, and he said no, it was too hot. Which, to be fair, I do remember it being really hot that day. I had the Scooby-Doo movie on, and he was really excited by it, and didn't know anything about them, which I guess isn't too weird. But looking back, he didn't seem to know any pop culture stuff at all. I mean, we were pretty behind the times in my small town, but we still knew most pop culture. I had slept in quite a lot the next day, but when I woke up, Richie was not in my room. I went and asked my mom if she had seen him, and she said that he left early that morning, after his parents rang our house. How they knew he was with us or where to ring, I'm still not sure. Richie had taken some shorts from my room, because my mom said he could not leave without clothes on. I was a little disappointed he left without me, or at least without saying goodbye, or without leaving any way of contacting him again. He turned up again a couple days later, when my friends and I were swimming in the lake again. This time he brought clothes, but I'm pretty sure he only brought some briefs and a shirt with no pants, which again, I thought was weird. Over the next year, him and I became super close. We were like brothers. Over the year, I asked if I could see his home or meet his family. But any time I asked anything personal about him, he would go awkward and not want to talk about it, or he would just change the subject. But I could see it made him feel uncomfortable, so I did not push him to tell me. He did tell me he was homeschooled, which I thought was cool, because in my mind, that meant no school. As I said, we became really close over the year. I felt like he was more than a friend to me. It's difficult to explain. It's almost like we clicked from the first time that we met. We became close really quickly, and I felt like I could tell him anything and he would always help and support me. He helped me through so many hard times, and he definitely encouraged me to be a better person. It was almost as if he could sense when I was going through anything. For example, when my grandma passed away, I went out into my fields to cry, as I did not want to do it in front of my family. But after sitting down in some random place, Richie turned up and sat next to me. He said some things that I remember helping me a lot. When I asked him how he found me, he said that he was just on a walk. Not too long after this, he just vanished. It had been a little over a year since the first time he appeared at the lake. It was around September the year after, so it had been around a year and 2 or 3 months. He never turned up again, never said goodbye, never left a trace. I was massively upset. I really missed him. I would walk around the fields looking for him, and I would hang out by the lake when we first met, hoping that he would just turn up, but he never did again. I still don't know what happened to him. I've tried searching social media for him, but with no luck, and since he would never tell me that much about his life, I don't have much to go on. I asked my parents what they remember of him. They said they remember him being odd, and that they were unsure about him at first, especially how he had a tendency to just strip naked whenever he felt like it. But they also said that he and I were inseparable, and wherever I was, he was sure to be found there too. They said they remember me being heartbroken when he stopped appearing, and they were not sure whether they should call the police about him being gone, but they never did. I kind of wish they did. I suppose this is a long shot, but if you're reading this, Richie, reach out to me. I would love to speak to you again and get some answers to all the weird things about you. It's completely possible that there is not anything paranormal about Richie, but it is definitely strange, and he did seem more like a ghost than anything. I have a story for you, but I'm gonna break it up. I was around 16 years old when this happened. I took a summer trip to Panama for a church group type thing. We all have partners and communities assigned to us. My community is stuck in the middle of nowhere. There are 2 rivers, a farming community. It had a baseball team though, so I had fun there. By the first week, I'm just getting adjusted. I cry about missing home in the latrine by myself. I feel a little bit better after that. The host family is pretty cool. They are all Panamanian hicks. They teach me to swear and use a slingshot to kill birds. Their children all lived on the same hillside, with kids of their own. They were genuinely really nice people. They were accepting and loving, They even joked with us about G.W. Bush being president. By the second week, I noticed something. Every time it gets dark, there is this weird sound. The family usually has bingo nights by candlelight. They play for literal beans, it's just for fun. They are playing one night. The sound starts up. I stop and look outside. No one else does. It just gets really quiet. I ask, "What's that sound?" I get no response. A few of the men exchange looks. It's nothing, don't worry about it. The next day, I am playing soccer with the grandkids. Side note, some of the kids were really good at soccer. Anyway, I decide to ask one of the kids about the sound. I ask him what makes those strange sounds. It sounds kind of like a reverse howl, but really quick. I'll go mallow. He tells me it's something bad. I ask him what. He says he's never seen it. No one has. Okay, good enough for now. The day continues on, uneventfully. The next day, I decide screw it. I'm gonna ask my host dad. He is old as shit. He probably has a better explanation. I ask him. He looks me in the eye, gets really quiet. He is dead sober serious. Maybe this was a bad idea. He says it's okay that I asked, but after dark, it's best not to go outside. I ask why. He gets really serious. You want to know? Yes, I do. Okay. He tells me he has seen it before and not to be afraid. The next day, it's getting dark. I haven't seen Granddad all day. He works his farm all day, so it was normal. He arrives just after sunset. He tells me to put on my boots. We are going hiking. I come out of the room with them on. He's holding a hunting rifle. Oh shit. He rounds up two of his sons. Both of them are also packing. They lead me down the hill. Every now and then we stop and listen. There is nothing so far. At the bottom of the hill, there is a pretty healthy river. We stop. Granddad tells us we are going to wait here until we hear it. About half an hour later, we hear it. This weird, reverse howl, slightly closer than normal. It had this weird glottal stop at the end of it, almost like a click, like a person. The sons are on edge. Granddad is too, but he is more composed. The sons start asking if they can go back. Granddad says to stop being pussies. The moon is out, so there is enough light reflecting off of the river to maintain sight. I see movement on the far side of the bank. I tell them. The sons start to quietly freak out. Granddad peers over, tells them to chill. Don't touch the water and we will be fine. Okie dokie. From what I see, the thing across the river is moving pretty slowly along the water's edge, like it's looking for something. If it notices us, I don't think it cares too much. It continues moving up the river, stopping every now and then. I can see it has 4 legs that it uses to churn the earth in front of it every now and again, periodically making that howl sound. The sons are still on edge. Granddad is calm. I'm trying to keep it together, but I had no idea what I was saying, and his sons were starting to freak me out royally. Every now and again, that reverse howl. It suddenly stops. No more sounds. The hairs stand up on my neck. The sons are audibly scared. Suddenly, one of them raises his gun and fires at the thing. We hear this ungodly, retching scream. The thing stands up. From what I can see, it's much taller than us. It's about 8 feet high. It has hind legs and the 4 legs that I mentioned. It looks like it has horns on top of the head. Granddad says we gotta go now, fast. He doesn't seem mad that his son shot the thing. You didn't touch the water, did you? No. Very calmly, he tells us to stand back from the bank. He pulls a coin out from his pocket. He lightheartedly tosses the coin into the river. He turns around like nothing happened. Then we return to the house. I still don't really have an explanation to this day. This happened to my godfather. He undergoes training that he describes as extremely selective and, compared to any contemporaneous training, absolutely inappropriately, excessively brutal. He is a lieutenant in what he describes as South Korea's equivalent of Rangers at the time. Whatever. It creates a bunch of hard-ass motherfuckers. They are ready to remove North Korean invaders. The president apparently has his head up Uncle Sam's ass. Godfather is heavily pressured. He is promoted and ends up in Vietnam because the president wants to flex his operators and show Uncle Sam that South Korea can operate too. He is surrounded by volunteer ROKMC and generally very competent enlisted men, so he can't really complain about his men. It's a few months into deployment. Lots of shit has happened. A few days ago, a 6-man recon team went off the grid. The helicopter shows up to rendezvous. The team is dead. Their bodies are seen but not recovered because the LZ comes alive with small arms fire. This is the report Godfather gets. No reason to doubt it. The war is anything but popular at home, and the brass covers it up. There are rumors circulating that they're just on a super cool long recon, or MIA. Godfather knows better. They are gone. He personally knew every single man on that team. They trained together, lived together, said they would die together. My Godfather got promoted instead. He doesn't get to die with his people. Anyhow, the brass locks down. No more small unit stuff. Either the whole team goes in, or they stay home. Middle of the night. Godfather is up. They pretty much did not sleep the entire time he was in Nam because of paranoia, and he was afraid to fail his men. The jungle plays tricks on you like nowhere else, man. He is at base with a lot of people. He is safe, sound, and on guard 24/7. He's checking up on his men on guard. It's loathsome to be a popular officer, so he generally skips small and personal talk and just lets them know he's looking out for them. He pops a squad. He is checking on some of his soldiers. The radio comes alive in a furious whisper, all in Korean of course. It says they are being tracked by a large group of enemies, and they have been engaging in skirmishes and evasion for days. They are begging in a whisper for anyone to respond and for support/evac. It says they are closing in, and then just silence. Godfather is screaming at the guy with the radio to raise them again and request coordinates and info. He sprints to some sort of better designated comm room. He figures tons of people are on it. He goes into the comm room. The officers and comm people are all sitting there, blank white. Godfather knows they've just heard it. The radio comes alive again. Small arms fire going off in the background. Explosions, screaming, cussing in Korean. Godfather is screaming now. Where are you guys? Etc. etc. There is no response. It's like they're receiving but not transmitting back. He is listening to his best friends die one by one. They are begging for support, but there is no response when they are asked for their location. They are calling over and over again a code word that basically meant, "We are about to all die, please help." The last thing Godfather hears is someone's pistol unload and go empty in the middle of a sentence. Godfather realizes that tears are rolling down his face. He hasn't cried in around 20 years. He doesn't even care. He's so confused and overflowing with anxiety and tortured at the helplessness of it all. He has no idea what to think. The team is supposed to be dead already. Did Brass knowingly leave people out there to die? Was that message live, or some kind of ghost message of 6 men's demise floating around, waiting to be heard? He never gets any closure. My Godfather paid a very heavy personal price for a war that he had no business being in. I have an original story. It's not that scary, but I've never been able to forget it. I would have been around 16 at this time, back when I lived in a small town in Arizona. I was chilling in my room reading a book. My cat was sleeping next to me. I was really absorbed in this book when all of a sudden, a somewhat loud noise on my roof scared the shit out of me. I lived at the end of the house, and the noise started exactly right over where my head would have been. My first thought was that it was my cat, but then I remembered that he was next to me, and I look over, and he is wide awake on all fours, staring his ass off at the spot where the noise had come from. He did not take his eyes off of the spot at all. That's when I started getting a really bad feeling. I tried thinking quickly of what it could be. Maybe a friend, because the corner of the house that I was in was also right next to a shed, which would have allowed someone to get onto the roof if they were a really good jumper, but their legs probably would have bumped the sides of the house as well. Not to mention, I would probably have heard something getting on the trailer if they were average height. In the minute, I was thinking, what the hell could that have been, and my cat continued staring. Whatever it was moved. I heard slow steps, taking 3 to 5 seconds with each and every step. Living in a crappy trailer, I could tell this thing was heavier than when I've heard my mom and dad on the roof fixing the cooler. That's when my heart just drops, because something that heavy should not have been able to get up onto my roof without making more noise. It continues walking incredibly slowly over the area where the hallway was. All this time, my cat is just staring up at the exact area where it would be, which just freaks me out even more. It continues over the hallway towards the kitchen and very close to the living room. That's when my 2 dogs, a badass Failer German Shepherd mix, go insane. They've never done that if a deer or another dog was outside, so I am freaking out. Once my dogs go all vicious, the walking just stops. My dogs continue to wail for 1 minute, then suddenly just stop, and my cat just lays back down like nothing happened at all. The noise does not continue, which really messes with my brain, which is already in overdrive trying to figure out what the hell is going on. My trailer would have been standing at around 15 feet, and the only way for that thing to get down was jump off without making a loud thud when it hit the ground, or if it had walked back to my area and used the shed to help. So I'm wondering that if whatever is up there is still there. I get up and can't help but try to satisfy my curiosity. I open my door and whisper for my dogs. I'm surprised that no one else in the house is up and awake after their wailing. I grab a heavy flashlight, mostly for killing purposes, from the cupboard, and I go to the door in the hallway that was just walked over. I turn on the floodlight and question if I should do this. I say screw it, and I open up the door, and my dogs just burst outside. I take a deep breath and pretty much jump over the porch, not wanting to be near the edge of the house. When I land on the ground, I see that my dogs are running around, sniffing the ground like crazy. They actually pick up a scent and look at me, wanting to chase it. I don't let them. I shine my flashlight on the roof, but I see nothing but the cooler. This just kills me inside, because whatever this was would have had to jump off the house. I've done that before, but I had to hang off the edge to make sure I did not break anything. I got the hell back inside. My dogs are reluctant to go back in, because they are excited by the scent. I finally coax them back in, lock the door, and go and sit on my bed, trying to get some idea of what it could have been. 6 years later, I still think about that shit. It never happened again. I'm glad I moved away the next year. There was always weird stuff happening at that place, especially since I live next to state land. I'm not really sure how best to tell this story, so I will post it in small chunks at a time, I guess. I was around 13 or 14 years old at the time. I was walking my dogs on the same route as usual around the village. I always walked down a real long lane that stretched between backyards of opposite houses. Garages and sheds ran along one side, and brick walls ran along the other. Halfway through the lane was an old rundown car with a black little dome thing on the dashboard. Said dome was constantly blinking red, either an alarm or a camera, I imagine. In front of the car was a real dilapidated horse box. The picture I'm showing you right now is not the same one, but very familiar. It was rusted to all hell. It had holes and open areas that were heavily boarded up with wood and sheet metal. Every time I walked down this lane, dogs would constantly run to the horse box and frantically start sniffing around it, and consistently pull back on the leash as I would try to pull them away. I thought nothing of it really at the time, until I noticed other dogs would behave the same way around it, and not just mine. The horse box began to gain my curiosity. I began to take my dogs out more often, just to see if they would eventually lose interest in the horse box. They didn't. If anything, I would say that they got more persistent. They would start dragging me towards it. They would sometimes growl at the box or at me when I would try and pull them away. I decided to try and take a look for myself. I thought it wouldn't hurt. I started circling the box as best as I could, looking for some kind of opening. I noticed a relatively loose piece of wood towards the top of the box, being held in place by a couple of rusty nails. Curiosity got the better of me, and I tried to get a peek inside by pulling the wood just a little. I decided it was probably not the best idea after I heard footsteps coming towards the gate beside the box. I yanked the dogs away and hurried to the end of the lane. It could have been nothing, but I didn't bother looking back. A few days passed by, and I wanted, or rather needed, to take another look. The horse box now had my attention. I started going out with the dogs later in the evening at a quieter time, less likely to be interrupted, I thought. The sun was setting earlier in the day. This was late summer, so days began getting shorter, but I had plenty of daylight to start snooping. So I took the dogs on their walk, the same route, just at a different time. I started coming up towards the lane, but my plans changed when I saw some old man stood directly in front of the horse box, just staring at it. He had a dog with him, and it was the first dog I'd seen which had not gone apeshit when next to said horse box. I thought to myself maybe it was just one big coincidence that every dog I had seen acted the same way. I continued to watch the fella from afar, pretending to pick up some dog shit so that I would look relatively normal if he took a glance at me and saw me hanging around. The old man then began toying with the horse box, touching the wood, adjusting the sheet metal. He stood doing this for a while. Hell, I'm not even sure how long as I was stood there picking up dog shit. After a while, he just stood and stared at it for several more minutes before opening up the gate beside it and walking into his backyard. That makes a whole lot of sense, I thought. That explains why the dog was not showing any interest with the thing. More days passed by, and the summer break was slowly coming to a close. I decided to make it my mission to now find out what was inside of the horse box that got the dogs all spooked before school started again. The sun probably set around 7 p.m., and I decided to go and have another look. I grabbed the flashlight and headed out. I left the dogs at home this time. So, the time had come, I thought. No pussyfooting around it this time. No dogs, no distractions. I come up to the horse box. It never really affected me in any way like it did with the dogs. That's a whole different story when it's dark. There are no street lamps around, and the only light illuminating this piece of junk was my dim flashlight. I actually started feeling a little bit nauseous. I'm still not quite sure whether it was this inanimate object that was causing me to feel this way, or me thinking that maybe I was breaking the law in some way. I decided to nut up and circle the thing, but I could not find the loose wood I had moved about a week or so ago. The old man had clearly made some improvements. There was more nails in the wood, more sheet metal had been applied. Something was in this box that he did not want people to see. His defense had leveled up tenfold. I started thinking to myself that maybe I was not best equipped for such a task, and maybe I would need some tools to get the job done. Those thoughts were quickly diminished when I noticed that an area had been untouched by Tim Allen from Home Improvement. I managed to pull myself up to the open part of the box by positioning myself awkwardly on the wheel arch. I probably should have used a headlamp or something in hindsight, because trying to keep myself balanced, upright, and try and pull myself up to eye level with the open area was a chore with one free hand, flashlight at the ready in the other. Alas, I stabilized myself in a comfortable position and got my light to shine inside. I'm not sure if it was because I was elevated, but some very bizarre smell, which I still to this day cannot put my finger on, suddenly hit me. A stench I'd never smelled before now hit me like a train. I guess this was why the dogs went bananas around the thing. I still could not make out what was inside, so I tried to lift myself up higher. In doing so, I pulled a piece of wood from the box, dropped my flashlight inside, and slipped, so the fall clearly made a whole lot of noise, but not enough to disturb the peace, I'd say. But being the ignorant, set in my ways kind of guy that I am, I completely forgot about the little blinking red light in the car beside the box. I'm pretty sure it was a camera. So I got back up and went for another look. Lo and behold, the footsteps start coming, and they sounded in a hurry. I started to panic and didn't know what to do or where to go. It just kind of froze. The gate behind me swung open, and in an instant, I was now face to face with the guy. He was old, he looked real old, leathery skin, a dirty mustache, deep dark circles underneath his eyes. He did not say a word. He grabbed me by both shoulders and somewhat gently pushed me against the horse box. With my back up against it, I had nowhere to look but straight at him. It didn't even feel as though he was looking at me. I know it sounds cliche, but it did feel like he was looking right through me, like the only thing he could see was the horse box. He stood like this for several seconds before pulling out some kind of disposable camera and taking a snapshot of what must have been a very pale face of mine. He then fixed his focus to actually look at me and said something along the lines of "silly boy" or "stupid boy," and he shook his head. I'm pretty sure he went to say something else as he looked at his disposable camera, but I decided I was not in the mood to make small talk, and I licked it back down the lane, back the way I came. Fair to say I did not want to get back to this lane, and I avoided it religiously for several months. Just after Christmas, I decided to take an early morning walk down the lane just to see if Tim Allen had made any more improvements. The horse box was nowhere to be seen, and neither was the car with the camera/alarm. I felt as though a weight had been lifted off of my chest, knowing this old guy had relocated his creepy junk somewhere else. I still did not like the thought of this guy potentially having a photograph of me lying around somewhere, but the thought of him being out of the area was good enough for me. I never saw the old guy again, nor did I ever see that horse box again, and walking my dogs was far easier without them being constantly distracted by it. Around the end of January, I was taking a walk with a friend to the park, and we took the lane as a shortcut. The entire backyard area of Horsebox House was cornered off with police tape, and several officers were stood around the area. I looked into the yard, and there were men in white hazmat suits walking up and down his garden, and several holes had been dug up along the patch of grass. I don't know where the old man went, and I still to this day don't know what was going on in his backyard, and I don't think I will ever find out. I was 13 years old at the time this happened to me. I was visiting my uncle in a town called Beaumont in Texas, right next to the Gulf and on the border of Louisiana. My uncle owns a large property on the outskirts of town. It's very marshy and isolated. A solid 80% of the property is in dense woods and swamp. I lived in Houston and would visit during the summer for 2 to 4 weeks at a time. We would hunt ducks and fish in the pond behind his house. I loved it there, but never ventured much too far into the woods. A trail ran through it from my uncle's four-wheeler, but he did not even hunt there. For that, we went to his buddy's property about 5 miles down the old service road he lived off of. When I was 11 years old, I started to ask about the woods beyond his pond. I asked my aunt why they even owned the land if they were not going to use it, because about half of the woods were contained in a plot of land my uncle bought in 2004 or so. She said an old man used to live there, in an old trailer. When he died, my uncle bought his land. Something about protecting the scenery or some bullshit. My uncle did not like to talk about it. He knew me well, so instead of saying not to go in there, he would mention stories of huge gators and snakes that would eat full-grown bucks. He called it the Blackwater because the canopy from the cypress trees were so thick, no light reached the swamp water. When I visited my uncle during one of those summers, I was especially curious about the Blackwater. I had gotten into the show Supernatural lately at the time. I kept telling him there could be some cryptid like the Wendigo hiding back there. You won't find a Wendigo down there and on, but you better watch out for them at your Nana's house. She retired and lives in Syracuse. What will you find down there? My uncle paused, then said gators, and then changed the topic. I was going to be there for 3 weeks, so I decided to do a mock-up cryptid investigation of my own. Basically just sitting on the porch with a pen and a paper during the day, and taking notes on what I saw and heard. Typical weirdo 13-year-old stuff. I spent about a week just helping out my uncle with chores on his property, weeding out a pesky water moccasin from the pond, cleaning up branches after a storm, etc. One day, my uncle asked me if we want to go and set up some crawdad traps in the bayou that starts towards the eastern edge of his property. He says that we can take the four-wheeler out there. Hell yeah. We loaded up with traps and head out at about 4 a.m. so that we can have some for dinner. It's still dark outside, and the bayou is maybe a 3-minute four-wheeler ride from his house. He brings his dog, Drew, with us. He begins to set up the traps when Drew starts barking at something in the woods. It's in the direction of the Blackwater. My uncle tells the dog to quiet down and tells me it's probably a nutria rat or something. He can tell that I'm nervous though. Those damn supernatural episodes made me paranoid. The dog is barking into deep scary woods. I know how stereotypical it sounds. And then I heard footsteps and branches breaking. Nothing actually happened though, besides Drew barking. We set up the final traps and head back home. Later in the day, when we go to pick up the traps, Drew does not want to come. Usually, he hops right into the back of the four-wheeler and loves the ride. He completely ignores my uncle. We just brush it off. We pick up the traps with nothing weird happening. There were a shitload of crawdads though. Nice. A few of my older cousins who live in Shreveport come down for food. It's a good old family bash. Everyone gets drunk and we listen to the Astros game while sitting on the porch. It's probably about 10 at this point. My aunt and female cousins have gone inside. Just me and the drunk guys outside. This is when it gets weird. So I had 3 cousins there that night, aged 18, 20, and 23. They are my uncle's kids, and all have work-ish in construction in Shreveport. They know me pretty well, and love to joke around with me, telling me outrageous stories that I believed is true. They told me about a creature that roams the swamp and will eat kids who do not behave. I was a little old for these kinds of stories, and I knew it was some old Cajun legend. They said that one lived in the Blackwater and ate the old man who lived there. I shrug it off and laugh. I thought it was just one of their stories. I keep telling them I know it's not real. They are all very intoxicated and told me to go and look for myself. It's very dark, and I was not a fan of going into the Blackwater, especially after what happened with Drew. They tell me to do it, pussy. My oldest cousin, let's call him Eric, said he was going to take me out there. He staggers inside and comes back with 2 flashlights, a handgun, and 2 Coors Lights. The other guys get uncomfortable and ask Eric if he's really taking me. They're not really as drunk as him. Eric gets angry and in a not-so-audible whisper says, "Don't tell me you pussies believe in those stories." He kinda stumbles towards me and starts to head out to the tree line, beckoning me to come with. I follow. I figure going in with an adult with a handgun is the safest bet possible. My other cousins jokingly say, "Don't die," but something is off. They seem nervous. Part of them thinks it's the alcohol. The other part thinks they're just paranoid, so they do nothing. My cousin takes the lead, and we start down the four-wheeler path into the Blackwater. Somehow it's even darker underneath the canopy. There is no stars, no moonlight. Soon, the hum of the bullfrogs fade away. The lights from my uncle's house disappear. It's quiet in here. Anyone who lives near a swamp knows that the symphony of nocturnal animals does not stop for much. Alcohol had not impaired my cousin enough for him not to notice this. He stands still and pans his flashlight off into the cypress grove that surrounds us. "Wait here, Anon. I'll be right back." Eric heads off and I wait on the trail. Now I'm starting to get scared. Soon, I can't see his flashlight anymore. I hear footsteps. I call out for Eric. No reply. I turn off my light. I think the bastard is playing a trick on me, trying to scare me. The footsteps get closer and closer. When they seem to be right behind me, I turn on my flashlight and whip around. Big mistake. I illuminate a beast. It's probably around 7 feet tall. It looks like a werewolf that's been decomposing in a bayou for a few days. It has these glowing red eyes. It smells rancid. The body is skinny and covered in blotchy fur. It has this tribal-looking necklace, rather necklaces hanging from its neck. It has multiple of them. It has the head of a large coyote, I guess. I was distracted by the eyes. The arms hung down to its lower legs, and the fingers looked like claws. I had all of the air sucked out of my lungs. I was in shock. This thing stared at me and hung its jaw agape. It began to howl, like a wolf drowning. It was ugly and high-pitched and cut through the silence. I then gained enough sense to run. I screamed as I ran. I heard its footsteps behind me. It galloped into a dense patch of trees, but I could still hear it following me. It growled and made horrible noises. It was toying with me. I wanted to stop and just let it get me. I kept turning back to see those eyes. It would break branches and throw things onto the trail. I dropped my flashlight and just ran to where I thought the trail was. Soon, I was running through swampy water. I heard it splashing near me. It felt like hours had passed by when it was nowhere near that amount of time. I saw the moonlight through the trees, and I knew I was almost there. The creature could go silent at will. It would disappear, then pop out next to me just a few moments later. I hated that it was toying with me. It let out another one of those howls. I covered my ears, it was so loud. I then saw the lights from my uncle's house. I broke through the tree line and fell down about 100 feet away from the house. Behind me, the creature stopped where the trees ended. It panted lightly and stared at me with those red eyes. It slipped back into the black water. I heard another howl about a minute later. The guys were still on the porch. They were trying to calm me down. I told them that I saw something. They did not try to argue with me or try and convince me that I was wrong. About 10 minutes later, Eric comes sprinting towards the house without his flashlight or gun. He falls down and promptly throws up several times. I was in shock and actually passed out around this time. When I woke up, I was on my way to the hospital. They said my cousin and I got separated and scared when we heard a coyote. That was it. They told me that anything else was just an illusion. I saw a therapist for a while because the creature would show up in my dreams. My uncle believed me and said not to tell anyone though, because he did not want people to investigate. Said that the woods keep that thing in there, that he owns all of the Blackwater area. He leaves deer in there and such. It's the only reason why the four-wheeler track is in there. He calls the beast a Rougarou, an old Cajun legend. My cousin should have gotten therapy. He was never quite the same after that night. He quit his job about a week later. He went off the grid and never contacted the family ever again. He died of a fentanyl overdose about 2 years later. He was living in a dope house about an hour south of Baton Rouge. I have not gone down to see my uncle since 2015 or so. I moved to Phoenix, and frankly, I do not care for the woods anymore. I still see those eyes sometimes. I can only say one thing for sure though. I am never going back to Beaumont, ever again. Alright, here is my story. I grew up in a ranch in the middle of nowhere. We had plenty of neighbors, but our ranch was the deepest and furthermost one into the woods. If you kept going after our ranch, you would only see thick woods and eventually reach a military base after a few hours near the end of the county. This is not only my tale, but also involves my dad and my uncle Doug. I will begin with the events I experienced firsthand along with my sister and grandfather, then the ones that my dad experienced, and then finally, the events experienced by my uncle Doug. They all happen in chronological order, and I only came to learn about what Dad and Uncle Doug had seen a long time later. They both had their experiences individually, and Uncle Doug was the one who was most affected by all of this. To this day, he will still not really talk about these events, and only talks about what happened to him after a few packs of beer. To begin with, well, I guess it really starts with my mom. My mom comes from a weird family. Weird in the good and funny kind of way, most of the time. Her dad was an adventurer, the kind of dude that had a cowboy lifestyle and traveled all over the country doing all kinds of stuff. Granddad saw and did a lot of stuff. He even once claimed to have killed a werewolf and skinned the body to make a leather jacket, and it was a weird looking jacket, so we all believed him, even though the story probably is not true. Thing is, even being wacky and a trickster like him, Granddad had actually seen some stuff, and he sometimes pointed it out in a rather gloomy way. Grandmother, on the other hand, came from a Romanian family, and she was part Romani. Both Granddad and Grandma believed really deeply in the supernatural, whether because of Granddad's experiences or stuff that they saw. This rubbed off on my mom. So not only was my mom really superstitious, she also claimed to be paranormal sensitive. For instance, she would tell us that when they first moved into the ranch, she would hear hooves and chains walking all over the roof. She would tell us about a nicely dressed man that sometimes sat on a log beside our house, smoking a cigarette only to walk away and vanish whenever anyone approached, and many other stories too. My dad, of course, never experienced or saw any of this, so he would chalk it up as my mom telling us a horror story. My mom was also a horror movie/book aficionado, and Uncle Doug would laugh, as he never saw it either. Granddad and Grandma, on the other hand, would nod, even though they themselves said they never saw anything. Thanks to all of this talk, me and my sister were always creating fictional monsters and crap to mess with each other. I won't deny, the place that we lived in was spooky, as are all wooden areas, but we got used to it pretty quickly. After all, we lived there. It wasn't until we were around 7 years old that we had our first incident. Dad and Uncle Doug had started clearing a big patch of high grass directly behind our homes. There had been a break-in at a few neighboring ranches, and since Uncle Doug, whose cabin was closest to the high grass, had a bunch of expensive car parts in his garage, Uncle Doug owned a car repair shop and really liked custom cars. They figured it was best to clear the high grass right up into the tree line so that nobody could approach our homes at night unconcealed. It took them a few days, but on the first day, they had already got a big part of it done. It was late afternoon. Me and my sister were playing outside in our yard, with a front view of Uncle Doug's cabin, and henceforth, the woods and high grass. We were waiting for our parents to get ready, because we were going into town to watch Harry Potter. So me and my sister are just doing kid stuff, when my sister stops dead in her tracks and starts looking at the high grass. She points. I turn to look, and I see this figure standing there, motionless. It was against the sun, so all we could see was its outline. It was big, and looked vaguely like a person, but yet, from that distance, it almost seemed like a big dead tree, but we never remembered having a tree stump there. We are staring at this person-like silhouette, when I guess both me and my sister got really unnerved. We ran to our porch and asked one another what the hell that was that we just saw. That's when we hear the sound of grass parting, and then we hear footsteps coming from that high grass. We yelled and ran inside at the same time. My dad comes outside with his shotgun, so does Uncle Doug. We tell them about the figure and then about the footsteps. They go outside to investigate. My dad sees nothing and goes back inside. My Uncle Doug spends a while looking around, thinking it might have been a robber. He finds nothing and goes back to doing whatever he was doing. My sister and I chalked it up as the wind or something. Later that night, we are in our room. We shared a room as kids, as our house was not exactly that big. We are up late, talking about the Harry Potter movie and how we want to go to Hogwarts and shit, when we hear this wet thump on the window. We look at each other. Maybe it was the cat. Sometimes it did that from inside. Maybe it was locked outside and doing that to get in. So, my sister pulls back the drapes to take a look and jumps back as if she received a shock. There, on the window, was a pale, fleshy, and wet hand. It was just laying against the glass. Whoever the hand belonged to was out of sight. It was crouching down low, and we could not see it. It just had its hand raised up into the air and on the glass. We stood there staring for a few minutes until the hand started tapping its fingers on the glass. My sister was brave enough to jump up and pull the drapes closed again at that point. We sat there terrified for a while, until we heard a muffled laughter coming from outside. Then we heard the sound of someone pulling the window up. I think screaming too much makes you zone out, because all I remember after that is our grandfather kicking our door in, shotgun in hands and turning white when he looked at the drapes, which are now fluttering in the wind thanks to the open window, which we did not open ourselves. My grandfather regains his posture, moves towards the window, fires a shot outside, and then yells, "I am calling the police." The police arrive. They look around with my dad and Uncle Doug. Once again, nothing is found. My granddad refuses to describe who he saw, just grunting and nodding whenever asked. My granddad never told us what he had seen. From the door, he must have had a good look, as whatever the thing was standing there and pulled the window up. He installed deadbolts on the windows and told us to make sure that those were locked at all times. Fast forward a couple of days. I am sitting in Uncle Doug's chair watching him and my dad cut down the high grass. When out in the edge of the woods, I spot what seems to be some kind of a white-furred animal sprinting towards my dad. It was huge. I could not make out the details fully, but I could see the top of its back and the grass parting in front of it. It was white and furry. I stand up and yell at the top of my lungs. My first thought was that it was a bear of some kind, and it was charging my dad. My dad looks up at me confused, not making out anything I'm saying. He turns around, looks around, and then comes over. The grass is still. There is no sign of the animal that was charging just a minute ago. I start telling him about it, and he just looks at me, saying, "Uh-huh," and then goes back to work. He never thought that there was actually an animal, and just presumed that I was imagining things. Years later, my dad would tell me what he had just seen, just a day after the one above. It was late afternoon, the sun was already down, and my dad was out clearing the last patch of high grass, right up in the tree line. He was nearly done, when he started noticing what he described as a thick, copperish smell. At first he thought the grass trimmer he was using was malfunctioning, but even after turning it off, the smell kept getting stronger. He looked around for the source of it, and directly behind him, standing in the shadow of the tree line, was what looked to be a person. He could only make out its outline, but it was a human silhouette. It was clearly a man, bare-chested, standing with his arms half open at his sides. What was off about the thing was that it appeared to either have horns or what looked like tree branches sprouting from behind its head. My dad yelled for whoever was there to show themselves or get the hell off of his property. The figure said nothing, and Dad noticed it seemed to close the distance quite fast without actually moving. He never saw the thing move its legs or start running. It just kinda jumped from spot to spot, like 1 second it was there, the next second it had moved. Dad had the bladed grass trimmer instead of the cord version, so he heaved it up and prepared to use it as a weapon. He once again yelled for whatever it was to get out of the property and started calling for Uncle Doug. That moment, he states the thing simply turned its back on him and quickly ran towards the woods, without seeming to move its legs again. It made what he described as an animalistic, trumpeting sound just before it disappeared. My dad walked back home and tried to figure out what it was. He ended up concluding that it was a hobo and that he was just tired and imagined all of the rest. The thing I forgot on the last part is that the smell vanished when the thing ran away. It became stronger, according to my dad, as it was advancing, and then the smell instantly vanished, along with the thing once it ran away. Now for Uncle Doug's part, who happens to be the one who had the longest incident with whatever it was. Let me describe my Uncle Doug just a little bit. Obviously, Doug is not his real name. Uncle Doug was your usual lumberjack-looking dude, tall as sin, big bushy beard, built like a brick wall, somewhat with a gut, but still intimidating. Uncle Doug was the honey badger of the family, as in, he did not care. The man was the kind of guy that could run his own hand through with a screwdriver, then go have a beer with the thing still in his hand. Uncle Doug was tough, is what I'm trying to say. One day, a while after my dad had this experience, Uncle Doug was out in the woods for whatever reason. He had his gun and his dog with him. He had spent most of his day outside doing outdoor survivalist crap, and I do believe he intended to camp out that day because he had brought a tent and a sleeping bag with him. It's about 5, and Doug is preparing to set camp for the night. He is in the process of getting a fire started and setting his tent when he starts feeling a weird smell. Guess what? It's that same copperish/metallic smell that my dad smelled the other day. Doug actually described it as the smell that you get when you heat up a piece of iron with a blowtorch, or if you left on one of those old clothes irons and you left it to run hot for too long. The smell goes on for about an hour as Doug sets up camp. He is scratching at his head trying to figure out where the smell is coming from. All the while, it's getting progressively stronger. And then his dog starts losing it. It starts barking and recoiling in fear all at the same time. Doug goes over to try and calm him down and nearly gets his hand bitten. He starts yelling at the dog to quiet down when he notices that there is someone standing in front of them, just far away enough to be barely visible at the light from the fire. In that light, he could only see its lower half up to its waist, and it appeared to be a naked woman. At first, Doug thought it may have been some woman who got lost or kidnapped into the woods by some rednecks, and his first thought was of offering help, but the way the dog is freaking out makes him keep his distance. He asks her if she is okay, and he gets no response. He asks again, and she starts heaving in response. He grabs his gun from the floor, and when he turns back to look at the woman, she is suddenly way closer. Now he can fully see her, completely naked, not injured as far as he can tell, staring and smiling at him. Doug is getting really creeped out and tries to touch her in the shoulder, only to find her back in the place where she was at first. He never even saw her move. Doug talks to her again, and she still remains silent and gives no answer. Doug decides to leave and starts getting his stuff together. He turns for a moment to get the dog's chain from where he tied it, and the minute he turns back, she is right in his face. He backs away, tugging at the chain to get the dog close to him, but once he turns to look again, she is nowhere to be seen. Doug decides to book it and leaves with only the dog, the gun, and a flashlight. It's about 7 o'clock and completely dark. Doug is walking through the woods, flashing the light in all directions, with the dog still freaking out and that strong metallic odor still present. He keeps seeing a shaking silhouette in the corner of his vision, edging closer, but nothing is there when he turns to look. The smell is still there, and he starts hearing muffled voices, as if someone is talking really far behind him. Farther down the trail, he starts hearing this heavy thumping sound, as if a large bull is charging at him. He turns quickly, and something slams him in the chest. All of the air goes out of his lungs, and he loses the chain, and the dog just abandons him. It just runs all the way away. Scrambling to his feet, he hears that thumping sound circling him, and, getting the gun and the light, scrambles up a tree. The smell is still unbearably strong, and Doug can hear the impatient thumping at the base of the tree. He reaches a branch large enough to sit on, and fires 2 shots down at random. The thumping dies down, and Doug starts scanning the area with the flashlight. He cannot see anything anywhere. A few minutes pass by, and the voices come back. They are really far away at first, then they are around him, then they are at the very base of the tree. The woman is shaking and jerking her limbs in weird, quick motions, almost like she's having a seizure. She heaves and laughs, and Doug swears it sounds more like a goat making a trumpet sound than a laugh. He stays up there in that tree for the rest of the night. The smell starts to die down at around 2 a.m., and as the sun is coming up, it has vanished. However, he waits until midday before coming down. Shotgun in hand, he doubles back to his campsite only to find his tan sleeping bag completely destroyed, as if something had trampled it several times back and forth. Doug books it to the ranch and does not tell anyone what had happened. He says the dog simply ran away. It had not come back, and that he had fallen down a creek. Later that day, my dad comes to talk to him and asks why he had come back in the middle of the night, only to head back again. Apparently, Doug had returned at around 3 a.m., called my dad from the yard in a super deep voice, and asked if the kids were okay. He had then apparently stood there in the shadows for a few long moments before returning to his cabin. My dad thought he had left early in the morning to go back for his stuff. Dad had assumed that Doug was drunk and thought nothing of it. Doug, however, was still sitting up the tree during that time. Which makes us ask ourselves the question of who the fuck had been there standing in the yard, asking about us, asking if us kids were all okay. Doug said nothing, although he later admitted he had never felt so scared about anything else in his entire life, and he never ventured into the woods ever again. We moved about 2 years later to Dallas, and nobody said anything or put two and two together until years later when we got together for a big family reunion when I was home from college and sat talking about our old home. Everyone was scared shitless of it, and I still feel uneasy talking about this. I was 15 years old when this happened. My mom is going out of town for a week. She's leaving me all alone, which I'm pretty excited about. I get the house all to myself. The first day is fine, but the first night I have a pretty messed up dream. The only part of the dream I remember is at the very end. There was this strange girl. She was insanely skinny, like she was super malnourished. She was as pale as death and had hair like grease. She starts snapping her head/neck and limbs in strange directions. She lets out a scream akin to the thing. The scream wakes me up. I can still hear it for a few seconds even after I wake up. I just shake it off as a bad dream. I go to make myself breakfast. I keep seeing shadows out of the corner of my eye. I finish making my breakfast and go to take it back to my room. I glance down the hallway while walking to my room. The girl is just standing in the far corner of my mom's room. She snaps her neck up and stares at me. I get the hell out of there. I get into my room and slam the door behind me. I lock that shit up. I sit in my chair shaking for 30 minutes. I calm down eventually and decide it was just my head playing tricks on me because I knew I was definitely awake at this point. I finish eating and take my plate back to the kitchen. On the way to the kitchen, I cannot see my mom's room. On the way back, I have to have a look. She is on the other side of my mom's room now, closer to the door. She points at me with a backwards arm, her elbow facing upwards. I dive into the bedroom. That was no trick. I definitely saw that. I grab a rifle. I aim it at the door for what feels like an hour. Nothing bursts in. I decide it's safe enough to go back to browsing the internet with my rifle next to me. I do this for the rest of the day until it's late at night and I can no longer suppress my hunger. I bring the rifle with me to the kitchen and make a fine-ass dinner. On my way back, I see her again. She is in the doorway of my mom's room now. I stand watching her because I feel like hot shit holding my rifle. I look her over. Her arms are both backwards. Her right leg is entirely backwards. Her left leg is jutting out at a weird angle. This angers her, apparently. She snaps her jaw down. She lets out the exact same scream that she did in my dream. She starts dragging herself along towards me. I am really freaked out by this point. I jump into the room again, same procedure as above. I finish my dinner in my room, and just sat there, thinking over my situation. It's pretty obvious I can't call anyone and rant about having a spooky ghost girl in my house because no one would believe me. I decide that the only thing I can do is try to face it head on. Fast forward to the morning time. I try to stay up for the night. I eventually fall asleep in my computer chair. I have the exact same dream again, on a loop. When she screams, I wake up again. Once I fully come to, I can hear that the doorknob to my room is jiggling back and forth. I'm just so thankful I locked it. I aim my rifle at the door, and eventually the jiggling stops. By now I'm entirely losing it, thinking I am going to die. Luckily, she does not try anything else, and I just spend the rest of the night online again. I spend my time thinking over what I'm going to do when I face her. I live in a city, so I can't exactly shoot at her unless I absolutely have to. Someone will call the police and I will get in a lot of trouble. I decide the best thing to do is try to hit her with the bayonet on the end of my rifle. Dawn comes. It's time. I fix the bayonet. I charge out of the room and down the hallway, trying not to shit my pants. I charge all the way into my mom's room. She is not there anymore. I look all over my mom's room, trying to find her. She is nowhere to be found. I start heading back down the hallway to my room. She is in front of my damn door. I decide to stick with the original plan. I charge. I run right through her. I feel nothing but coldness. I run directly into my room and fall flat on the floor from the momentum. I look behind me to see what's happening. She turns slowly towards me. She starts walking into my room. I kick my door closed on her. She turns into a cloud of fog. I lay there for a while, just thinking. It's clear that I cannot hurt her. It's also clear that I don't want her to do whatever the hell it is she's trying to do with me. I decide that the best thing I can do is stay in my room until my mom comes home. Luckily, I was weird and had emergency supplies of food inside my room. It turns into a siege for the rest of the week. I cannot leave my room. Every time I fall asleep, I have the same crazy dream. Every time I wake up to her screwing with my door. As time goes on, it gets more and more aggressive. Eventually, it goes from jiggling the doorknob to slamming into the door with a loud bang. By the time of the 6th day, I've almost completely lost it. I have no sleep, and the constant stress is making me insane. It's nighttime on the 6th night. I know I just have a few more hours until my mom comes home, and then I will be saved. This thought relaxes me a little. I start fading and fall asleep. I have the same dream. I wake up at the same point. This time though, something is different. There is no slamming on my door. There is just dead silence for a few seconds. Then suddenly, there's a crash of breaking glass, and sounds like it came from my mom's room. I realize that this is actually happening, and not all inside my head. I grab my rifle and run out into the hallway. I can't see shit because it's so late and so dark. Suddenly, I see a shadow figure run out of my mom's room and into the cone of light coming from my room. I hear the scream again. I've completely lost it by this point. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow figure drops to the floor. I fumble with and eventually turn on the hallway light. There is a knife on the floor. The shadow figure that I saw, it was a human. There is a big pool of blood all around him from where I shot him. Between this and the 6-day siege, my mind just shuts off entirely. I pass out in the doorway to my room. I just cannot comprehend what has just happened. I can't believe I just shot someone, a real person. I wake up to someone shaking me. It's a cop. The neighbors had called when they heard shooting. I tell the cops what happened that night, and I completely omitted the previous 6 days with the shadow woman. The man I had shot was a known felon who had been breaking into homes to steal things. My mom comes home. The cops explain what happened to me, that everything is fine and I'm okay, etc., etc. After that night, I never again see the girl or have that dream. I'm still not sure what to think about all of this, if it was some sort of guardian angel or just my brain going haywire and it happened to be helpful. Big black canines. So, I've heard about black dogs showing up to some people before something bad happens. I have a couple of stories of my own and my family about the topic, if you are willing to listen. So this didn't happen to me. It actually happened to my mother. She had been seeing some really weird shit since childhood. She'd been having some weird half-premonition dreams since she was a kid. When she grew up, the dreams continued and started to become more precise. Dreams about people getting hurt, seeing a black dog around every single time that they got hurt. Bad things started to happen in real life, just like in the dream. Then things started to calm down a bit. Years later, she gets married. She starts seeing the dog in the dreams, but no premonition dream. Shortly after, she starts seeing the dog while awake, but only for a split second before it's no longer there. She has a terrible nightmare one night, about father and brother dying in a car crash accident. She sees the dog continually in the dream. She wakes up and prays. Things calm down, probably for around a week. She tells her husband about the dream with all the details. He tells her not to worry about it. It was just a nightmare, honey. She keeps seeing the dog in the dreams for the next week. Father mentions that the company needed him for something in a depot close to his hometown. He is going to the next morning. Brother wants to go with him. He invites Brother to come to the house that day. Brother comes. The neighbor's dog escaped and bit Brother in the leg. It's not a life-threatening wound, but husband, who is a medic, takes him to a clinic to get treatment and a rabies shot just in case. Father went alone next morning because Brother got bandaged. A couple of days later, Father is returning home. He decides to drive early in the morning He suffers a heart attack while driving. He loses complete control of the car. The car spins in the road and does a donut. A truck crashes into the front of the car, and her father dies, exactly like in the dream she had. The family are eventually called and informed, and she tells her husband what happened. She blames herself for not stopping her father. She saw that dog twice, but I'm not sure if the dog is dangerous, or if it's like the other person said, an expression of intuition and fear. I actually saw it once myself when a storm hit my school and made 2 big-ass pine trees fall into my classroom. I may as well tell you the story. So I think I was around maybe 8 years old when this happened. I was at school. I always sit close by to the window because it lets me see the trees, and I could see the squirrels that lived in the trees running around. My teacher did not want me to sit there because I always got distracted. One day, the clouds darkened the sky. I could tell that rain was coming. It was nothing out of the ordinary at first. The wind started to pick up. The teacher closed the windows because of the wind. It was really strong and rattling the windows. Shortly after that, I saw a black dog watching me from a distance. I ignored it at first, but I kept looking at the dog out of the corner of my eye. The wind became stronger. I stood up and saw the dog. I instinctively walked away. The teacher angrily told me to sit down. I used to be a really, rebellious kid. A few seconds after that, a strong wind hit the windows. The wind was strong enough to break one of the windows, the one that I was closest to. The wind was strong enough to break the tall pine trees. They fell on the roof, breaking it, making sheet metal, ceiling, and branches fall all over us. We ran outside the classroom. Some of the kids were hit by the debris, mostly minor cuts, but one kid got a really deep cut in his head. The teacher tried to calm us down and guided us to an empty classroom that was not affected. Eventually, the storm passed by. The school called all of our parents. My mom came for me that day. 20 kids in total got traumatized. That one kid with the deep cut had to be taken to a clinic. This was a private school, by the way. The parents were outraged. We did not have classes again for 2 weeks. The school was deemed unsafe for children until they cleaned it and repaired the classroom. I managed to get out of that unscathed. While going back home, I told my mom about that scary-looking dog I saw before the event. She looked like she had a preoccupied face for a second, worrying about something, but then she quickly returned to normal. That expression was ingrained into me, and years later, I asked my mom all about it, about why she reacted like that to what was probably just a child's imagination. She told me that in the very same day, she saw a big black dog inside the house. She told me that the family dog was barking a lot that day. She was cleaning her room and tending to my younger sister. She saw that the family dog was barking at the house through a window. She told me that she saw a big black dog inside the house, inside the living room. She ran from my sister because of her mother instinct. She could not find the black dog afterwards. She then prayed for the safety of her family, her husband, and her kids. Guys, are we cursed, or was that dog just trying to warn us?